It was late at night and everyone was asleep, and he was sleeping in a tree house. Ning Chen sat quietly in the tree house with a calm expression. On the table in front of him were 2 Gu insects and some Gu materials. They were the first level gourd grass and the speed Gu, and the Gu materials were purchased from the village. After all, these 2 Gu insects are considered popular Gu insects in the village and even in the entire southern Xinjiang. They are not like the moonlight Gu, which is a secret dog Gu insect in the village. The blade-like grass leaves are the wind-stepping grass, and the slender branches are the practice wood. These 2 Gu materials can be promoted to the second level Swift Gu and combined with the speed AA Gu. The first level period can only increase the speed by 20%, while the second level Swift Gu can increase the movement speed by 40%. Increasing it is quite impressive. Other Gu materials are more common. One of them is the animal skin that can be seen everywhere. The last one is the hollow shell stone. It looks the same as other stones, but the stone core is hollow, which is very unique. These 2 Gu materials are the materials for upgrading gourd grass, which can be upgraded to the second level gourd flower. The storage space can store a person's luggage for a month, which is far from comparable to the gourd grass of the first level. Ning Chen bought multiple copies of these Gu materials, about 3 copies of each, and spent about 60 yuanxi to be used just in case. Ning Chen was cautious and suspicious by nature, so he naturally had to make extra plans. After all, he didn't want to trust back and forth between the mountain village and the village. Ning Chen looking at the Gu material in front of him quietly. He had some strange guesses in his mind. Well, since the cultivation method of my previous life can be used, and even the true essence can be used to replace the true qi of the previous life to refine the soul and strengthen the body, then doesn't it mean that the magic method of alchemy in the previous life also has a certain effect? The magic method of alchemy in the previous life may be similar to the alchemy of this life. Although I am not good at alchemy, my life span is too long, and I can be considered to have just entered the door of alchemy. In this case, maybe I have a certain realm in alchemy. Thinking of this, Ning Chen picked up the speeding Gu, called out the light red true essence in the empty cavity and lifted it up. The speeding Gu floated quietly in the air. Suddenly dazzling white light exploded and formed a light cocoon. Ning Chen casually threw a piece of yuanxi at the light cocoon. Strangely enough, the round yuanxi turned into a pile of grey stone powder the moment it touched the light cocoon. The true essence in it was absorbed by the light cocoon, and the stone powder was the shell that wrapped the essence. Ning Chen quietly maintained this state and continued to throw the practice wood into the light cocoon. The slender wooden branch was sucked into the light cocoon the moment it touched the light cocoon. The light cocoon suddenly changed and became larger, like a wash basin. Ning Chen was not in a hurry and continued to throw yuanxi and stepping wind grass into it. How strong is his will? After 3 lifetimes of wasted time, how can he be compared with ordinary Gu masters? Therefore, he did not find it difficult to do 2 things at the same time, but was very calm. The ball of light also grew larger with the feeding of yuanxi and Gu materials, and finally became as big as a millstone. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The ball of light seemed to lose Ning Chen's control and became uneven, as if it was about to explode. Ning Chen's eyes sank when he saw this, and he quickly urged the vine shield Gu to block in front of him. A dark green vine shield suddenly appeared in front of Ning Chen, blocking Ning Chen's entire body under the shield. Bang! After the explosion, a light breeze blew and drifted in the tree house, but it did not shake the vine shield in front of Ning Chen at all. With a thought, the vine shield dissipated. Ning Chen picked up the speeding Gu with several cracks, and felt a little happy in his heart. It seems that my guess is right. The alchemy method in the previous life and the Gu refining in the Gu Dao are indeed similar. But there are subtle differences. Alchemy requires increasing the heat at the last moment and compressing the pill embryo as much as possible, so that the quality of the pill can be good. But refining the Gu cannot be done like this at the last moment. This should be my mistake. Ha, I have a preconceived idea. Ning Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he realized his mistake and became more and more courageous. He refined the Swift Gu again. It was the same light cocoon and the same steps. But this time, Ning Chen did not deliberately compress the light ball. Instead, he ignored it. Then the light ball was like a snowflake in the sun, quietly dissipating in the air, and a cicada-like goo worm quietly fell into Ning Chen's hand. This goo worm is roughly like a cicada, with a green body and extremely slender and agile legs on its hind legs. This is the second-level Swift Goo. Ning Chen sent the Swift Goo into the empty cavity and looked at the gourd grass next to him again. He threw it into the air casually, and the gourd grass also floated quietly in the air, just like the Swift Goo just now. Bang! The gourd grass also exploded with dazzling white light and turned into a light ball emitting a soft halo. With the experience of refining the Swift Goo just now, Ning Chen seemed very familiar with it this time. Emitting the white light ball with a soft halo continued to expand under the feeding of the Yuanshai. Then it was the animal skin. Ning Chen rolled up the animal skin and threw it into the light ball. The animal skin was sucked in like a mud cow into the sea without causing any ripples. Then it was the empty shell stone. Ning Chen picked up 2 empty shell stones and threw them into the light ball. The light ball became bigger and bigger under the continuous feeding, and finally became as big as a millstone. As Ning Chen expected, this time the gourd flower goo was successfully refined. A gourd-shaped goo worm quietly fell into Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen pretended to weigh the gourd. This gourd flower is not much different in appearance from the previous gourd flower, except that it is larger and has a smoother appearance. Ning Chen also sent the gourd flower into the aperture, and there was a hint of joy on his face. As a result, I currently have 11 goo worms, only 2 of which are level 1 goo worms, and the rest are all level 2 goo worms. The 2 first level goo worms are the moonlight goo and the small light goo that I have eliminated. From this, it seems that all my goo worms have been promoted to the second rank. Generally speaking, a level 2 goo master can only have 4 or 5 goo worms at most, and there are also 1 or 2 level 1 goo worms. And Ning Chen, the demon leader, has 9 level 2 goo insects on his body, and he has all 6 categories of goo insects including attack, movement, defense, detection, storage, and treatment. Ning Chen never worried about whether he would not be able to feed the goo worms on his body, because most of the goo worms on his body were public goo worms, and food was easy to purchase. There will never be a situation where goo insects starve to death because they cannot afford food. Hey, it seems that I don't have to worry about Goo Chong for the time being. I have Uncle Lin watching over the village. I will devote the rest of my time to cultivating wholeheartedly. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's consciousness once again penetrated the void. The primary light film in the void already has a faint crack, although it is very faint. It is definitely there. Ning Chen has never slackened off his practice these days! The night sky is falling, the stars are shining brightly. Ning Chen opened his eyes leisurely, and a few glimmers of light flashed in his black eyes. Ha 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 ha, that's it, that's it. The cultivation method of the previous life has not only replaced the poisonous insects that permanently increase the strength to a certain extent, but also replaced the poisonous insects that increase the soul's foundation to a certain extent. I'm afraid my soul is much stronger than an ordinary Goo master now. It's about as strong as 5 human souls. Is this the world after soul strengthening? Ha 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 ha. A few dark lights flashed in Ning Chen's black eyes. He looked around and smiled faintly. The increase in soul foundation not only made him sharp-sighted, but also gave him an additional method of perception. At this moment, he closed his eyes and shut down his 5 senses, and a strange scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Looking around, it was no longer pitch black, but instead there were a few blurry lights and shadows. Although those lights and shadows are not big, they are like candles in the night or dragons in the fish, and they are extremely conspicuous in this pitch black. When I opened my eyes again, the moonlight was shining brightly, as if it had covered the village with a soft veil. Ning Chen took a closer look with the help of the moon eye goo and realized immediately that those lights and shadows were the souls of the mortals in the village. Ha 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 ha, what a good trick! With this foundation, I will be able to practice Soul Dao in the future with ease. The soul path was created by the ancient venerable Ghost Demon Lord. Although the Ghost Demon Lord was responsible for countless murders, the soul path he created is a very popular sect. Soul Dao is a genre that Goo masters will come into contact with more or less during their practice. Just like strength, No matter what school they practice in the future, Gyumasters will more or less increase their strength or temper their souls. And with this method, Ningchen is undoubtedly one step ahead on the soul path. Cirrus clouds are blowing over the mountains, gentle breeze is blowing over the face. Ningchen sat quietly in the treehouse, with Uncle Lin and his wife in front of him. They looked complimentary at this moment, bowed slightly, and did not dare to show any slightness. Ningchen, on the other hand, was quietly enjoying the breakfast they brought, which was very enjoyable. Ningchen ate leisurely, but Uncle Lin and his wife did not dare to feel any rush in their hearts. Speaking of which, what's going on in the village? Ningchen casually took out a tissue and wiped his thin lips, leaned back and looked at the two people standing aside for a long time. I asked last night and they were. Wait a minute. Let me make it clear to you not to talk nonsense to me. My time cannot afford to be wasted. Uncle Lin was about to speak but was ruthlessly interrupted by Ningchen. What he wanted to say had to be forcibly interrupted. Uncle Lin thought about it for a moment and eliminated the nonsense that he himself felt was useless. Lord Ningchen, generally speaking, there are only two things worth mentioning. The first thing was that Wang Feng from the village took the initiative to move outside the village. Some people tried to persuade him, but his family still stubbornly moved out. Ningchen's heart moved slightly when he heard this, but his face remained calm. Go on. Okay. The next thing is that there is a constant dispute between the land owned by Mrs. Jiang at the edge of the village and the land owned by Old Man Deng next door. They are old and can't remember how big their land is. I wonder what Lord Ningchen's opinion is? Uncle Lin used his peripheral vision to look at Ningchen's expression. He had mastered the ability of observing words and emotions. Ningchen's expression has not changed at all from beginning to end. It has always been so calm. Old Lin, your tea tastes good. Ningchen held the cup, took a sip of tea, and sighed softly. Uncle Lin was not a fool. Seeing that Ningchen didn't respond to his question, he naturally didn't want to take care of it, and he naturally knew what to do. The villain understands. Then Uncle Lin left with his wife. Hey, this man really understands how to live. Ningchen smiled faintly and looked through the window lattice at Uncle Lin's retreating figure. Will Old Man Wang and his family move out at this time? It seems that Wang Da is about to receive the inheritance of the devil. I also have to arrange some means in advance. A hint of thought flashed through Ningchen's black eyes, and he walked out the door with a wine gourd in his hand. When Uncle Lin and his wife returned to the village, they were immediately chased by countless people. How is it, Lord Ningchen? Did you tell me how to deal with my matter? Old Lin, what did Master Ningchen say? If I don't deal with my matter, I won't be able to survive. Uncle Lin, can you ask Lord Ningchen for me? Uncle Lin faced a crowd of people asking questions, but he was not in a hurry and talked eloquently. Master Ningchen is a Gyumaster and needs to patrol the safety of our village day and night. I saw Lord Ningchen this morning. Lord Ningchen's eyes were so deep. Seeing him so tired, how could I have the courage to report it again? Uncle Lin was eloquent and responded to everyone's questions in a calm and unhurried manner. When everyone saw that there was no response to their request, they all felt a little disappointed and left one after another. Uncle Lin quietly watched the people leaving, sneering in his heart. Master Ningchen gave me the power to accept questions, but you can report any trivial matters to me. You really look down on me. The gifts you send are not in place and you still want me to report the problem to you? Bah, what a dream. Thinking of this, Uncle Lin shook his head slightly, his heart full of ridicule for them. Bamboo trees stand tall and straight like rain. Ningchen walked leisurely among them. Although he was very bored, he did not find it boring. This was his daily patrol work. Suddenly, Ningchen's eyes tightened, and he squatted down, quietly looking at the footprints under him. It was the claws of a carnivore with 5 toes, and the footprints were shaped like plum blossoms. This was the footprint of a wolf. Ningchen looked to the side again, and there were also wolf footprints next to it. It was obvious that there was more than one wolf. The footprints are still warm, and the wolves should not have gone far. Standing up and walking forward again, Ningchen did not care too much about the wolves. After all, the wolves were no different from a group of puppies in front of Ningchen. However, within a moment, Ningchen heard the low roar of the wolves. Although they did not appear, they were already in the dark. The wolves surrounded Ningchen. Ningchen was naturally aware of the wolves around him, but he didn't care. If they rushed up, Ningchen didn't mind sending them to the gate of life and death, but if they retreated, Ningchen wouldn't chase them. After all, this pack of wolves was of no use to Ningchen. The black eyes looked around, and his eyes seemed to be amused. 6 wolves? Even if they rushed up, it wouldn't take too long. Just like that, Ningchen didn't care about them, and they followed Ningchen tightly, like a dogskin plaster. Just when Ningchen was about to approach the mortal village and return to his treehouse, the wolves finally couldn't help it. The largest wolf rushed to Ningchen first, with sharp fangs and canine teeth, as if it wanted to bite Ningchen's throat off in one bite. My eyes are besieged, and I am surrounded by enemies from both sides. The leading wolf opened its big mouth and pounced on Ningchen. The fangs in its mouth were ferocious and the stench was unbearable. But when Ningchen saw such a terrible situation, he did not avoid it at all. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and he could not see any trace of panic. Bang! After a rather pitiful howl, the body of the wolf was suddenly stuck in midair, its 4 claws kicking feebly towards the surroundings. Ningchen quietly held its throat with one hand. At this time, Ningchen's fingertips could even feel the hot blood flowing through its skin. The life and death of the hungry wolf, who was extremely ferocious just now, was decided by Ningchen's thoughts. With a crisp sound of fracture, Ningchen's hand exerted a little force and easily crushed its throat, and spine. The wolf was so dead that it could no longer die. Ningchen casually threw away the wolf corpse in his hand, looked at the surprised wolves around him, and smiled calmly. Before they could attack, Ningchen took the initiative to attack. With a heavy step of his foot, his body shot out like an arrow from a string. Ningchen's surging force caused the dead leaves to fly around him. Bang! There was another crisp sound of bones breaking, and Ningchen stepped hard on the head of one of the wolves. Its entire head shattered like a watermelon, and the skull mixed with yellow and white brains flew around. The saying "bronze head, iron bones, tofu waist" refers to this wolf. In fact, it means that the wolf's skull is extremely hard and its waist is soft. Don't hit it on the head, but hit it on the waist. And the extremely hard wolf head could not hold out for more than a few breaths under Ningchen's terrifying strength. Ningchen didn't stop, and his figure flashed again, to the side of another wolf. The wolf still wanted to turn around and bite Ningchen, but Ningchen raised his leg high and stepped hard. Boom! How powerful is this kick? The dead leaves fell from the excited trees, leaving a clear footprint on the ground, and the wolf naturally died under Ningchen's heavy stamp. The entire body was crushed at the waist, and the intestines and internal organs flowed out along the cross-section. In a few breaths, the 3 wolves were easily dispatched, and the remaining 3 wolves were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The remaining 3 wolves also noticed Ningchen's strength and hurriedly gathered together, fearing that they would be killed by Ningchen again. However, this kind of behavior is so ridiculous and useless to Ningchen. Ningchen stepped forward in 2 and 3 steps, grabbed a wolf head with each hand, and bumped it hard into the middle. Bang! The heads of the 2 wolves were smashed to pieces by this palm, their brains flew everywhere, and their skulls flew randomly. The last wolf also sensed something was wrong, as if it felt Ningchen's fear, and hurriedly howled and ran away. Ningchen looked at the retreating lone wolf's back, laughed happily in his heart, and quickly followed him. It was too late to escape at this time. They were absolutely no match for Ningchen in terms of speed and endurance. Ningchen stayed behind the wolf at a distance of only 50 meters, not too far nor too close, just right. In an instant, a thin figure jumped out from the grass on the side and pounced on the escaping lone wolf. He stretched out his poisonous purple palm and slapped the wolf body hard. The lone wolf was trying his best to escape from Ningchen's pursuit, and was extremely frightened. How could he still have time to observe other dangers around him? So the lone wolf quickly lost his breath under the attack of the thin figure. When Ningchen saw this, he raised his eyebrows, smiled softly, and hid his figure behind him, and the thin figure was Wang Da. At this moment, Wang Da had obtained the Gyumaster inheritance and became a Gyumaster. Wang Da quietly retracted his palm and looked at the wolf corpse lying on the ground. There was a hint of purple in the skin and even the fur. He raised his head and looked around, fearing that his behavior just now would be seen by other Gyumasters. Ha ha ha. This is the power of the Gyumaster. The grey wolf that used to take so much effort to hunt down is now slapped to death. Suddenly, Wang Da looked at the purple palm and laughed. His laughter shook the air and rustled the dead leaves. It was so enjoyable. Then the purple color on Wang Da's palm gradually faded and returned to its original color. He turned around and left slowly. Ha ha ha, Wang Da, you are still young. With the inheritance of Gyumaster, you can be cautious if you move outside the village. But who made you hit by me? I can only count you as unlucky. Ningchen leaned quietly behind the tree and smiled silently. He heard the big laugh just now clearly. After walking out of the tree, I slowly followed the footsteps and followed Wang Dayan's retreating figure. The forest covers the sky, and the bamboo houses stand tall. Dad, it's different now that I have the inheritance of a Gyumaster. The grey wolf that I had to work hard to hunt before was killed by my palm now. Ha 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 ha. Quickly returning home, Wang Da slammed open the door and burst into laughter. Wang Feng, the future old man Wang, frowned when he heard this. He noticed something was wrong. You have just become a Gyumaster. How can you kill a group of grey wolves? Oh, I forgot to tell you. There is no group of grey wolves. There was only one grey wolf that escaped alone. I caught him and slapped him to death. When Wang Feng heard this, his expression suddenly darkened. Bang! A crisp slap fell on Wang Da's face, which made Wang Da very puzzled. Dad, why did you hit me? You bastard, you really swallowed everything I taught you. Wolves are social animals. If you see one, there must be more than one. The lone wolf you encountered was a wolf pack being hunted by people. It just escaped in the chaos. That is to say, when you killed the lone wolf with the poisonous insect, someone happened to be chasing the lone wolf not far away. Maybe you were caught. Wang Feng shouted loudly, but Wang Da still didn't care. Dad, what did I think it was? The result is this. Don't worry. Those mortals can't do anything to me even if they see me. Wang Feng looked at Wang Da who didn't care, and his anger grew stronger. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. You really don't know your last name, with the poisonous insect. You forget you don't know where the hell you are, right? I'm telling you, Wang Wen, you're in King Mao Mountain, on the edge of the mortal village guarded by the Gyumaster. Hearing this, Wang Da finally came to his senses. A bone-chilling chill ran down his spine and rushed straight to his mind. The pride that had just arisen in his heart disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by boundless fear. He remembered that day when Ning Chen punched a wild boar to death, and its skull was smashed to pieces. If he had been replaced by that wild boar, his fate would have been even more miserable. Finally found it. Wang Da's home is really a secret. Ning Chen stood quietly under the tree, and the bamboo building of Wang Da was reflected in his black eyes. Walking leisurely in the garden, the dark eyes of the dust are more like a deep pool, slowly walking towards the bamboo building of the Wang family. The rustling sound of the light footsteps fell into the ears of Wang Da and Wang Feng, but it became clearer and clearer. It's bad, someone is coming. Wang Wen, you hide first, don't panic. And don't activate the poisonous insect unless it's absolutely necessary. Wang Bo, Wang Xu, you two, remember to help your eldest brother keep it secret. No matter who the other party is, say you don't know no matter what you ask, understand? Wana, you too. Wang Feng was immediately horrified, but he was close to middle age, and he quickly calmed down. First, he took the initiative to comfort Wang Da, fearing that he would do something extreme, and then he comforted Wang and Wang Xiaomai. Finally, he comforted the wife he had just arranged for Wang Da to marry, Wana. In fact, Wang Feng was most worried about Wang Da's wife. Wang and Wang Xiaomai were his family members, so they would not abuse Wang Da. And Wana was just a girl who had just entered his house, so they would not have a close relationship. Therefore, Old Man Wang was even more afraid that she would be frightened and tell others about Wang Da. And the family instantly had Wang Feng as their backbone. Although they were still a little panicked, They were much better than before. In the house, Wang Da stared at the door tightly, like a torch, like a light. Wang and Wang Xiaomai looked solemn and breathed quickly. They were still young, so it was natural for them to be so nervous. As for Wana, although she was also shocked, she concealed it well. More of them are gentle. Bang bang. Is anyone there? Some frivolous voices came from outside the door, but Wang Feng didn't dare to let down his guard. I'm here. Wang Feng walked slowly to the door, opened it and took a look. The person in front of him shocked him. White skin, black hair, handsome face and black pupils, handsome and majestic, wolf back, wasp waist, strong muscles and bones. A dark blue martial arts robe could not hide his sturdiness. The shiny copper plate on his waist showed the identity of the visitor. If it's not Ning Chen, who else could it be? Wang Feng, I heard you moved, but I didn't expect you moved here. Unlike Wang Feng's shock, Ning Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes lit up, and he chuckled when he saw Wang Feng. Why are you still standing here? Why don't you invite me in to sit down? Yes, you go in. Wang Feng had to suppress his surprise and follow Ning Chen's meaning. Wang Feng twisted his body and invited Ning Chen to come in. Old Wang, your place is really good. No wonder you want to move out. It took you a long time to choose, right? Ning Chen paced around, looked around the interior of the house, chuckled a few times, and teased. But Wang Feng couldn't figure out what Ning Chen was thinking for a while. After all, he had never seen Ning Chen like this before. Master Ning Chen is joking. But I'm also very curious. Lord Ning Chen travels hundreds of miles a day, busy and tired. How can he have such leisure to come to my humble home? Wang Feng saw that Ning Chen was slow to get to the point, so he took the initiative to ask Ning Chen, but Ning Chen laughed twice, did not respond directly to Wang Feng, but sat in the living room by himself, glanced at the furnishings in the house, and laughed. Old Wang, look at what you are saying. Can't I understand the people's feelings? Old Wang, I remember you have 2 sons. There is only one youngest son here. Where is the eldest son? They go. My husband went out hunting. You can tell me if you have something to do with him. A calm female voice interrupted Wang Feng, and Ning Chen also looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that the woman had a calm face, lowered her eyes and stood, revealing a gentleness. Oh, you are his wife, Old Wang. It seems that you have found a good wife for your son. Ning Chen raised his eyebrows, stood up, walked to Wana, and looked at her. Yes, Wana is really good. What are you doing, Lord Ning Chen? Wang Feng was even more confused when he saw Ning Chen's behavior, but Ning Chen's next behavior made him panic. Ning Chen strangled Wana's smooth neck with one hand, his black eyes were calm, and his face was playful. Wana was also in pain, her face was in pain, and her legs were kicking randomly in the air. Come out, Wang Da. I know you are at home. Don't waste time with me here. Come out and give me your Gyumaster inheritance. Wana still has a chance to survive. Ning Chen's few shouts almost made Wang Feng's brain crash. Weren't we just chatting happily? Why did he suddenly attack? Since he had already discovered that Wang Wen had the Gyumaster heritage, why did he wait until now to attack? All kinds of questions troubled Wang Feng at this moment. He really couldn't understand why Ning Chen had to wait until now. Lord Ning Chen, I'm here. Please don't hurt Wana. Ning Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Da, with a gloomy face, opening the door, with a faint smile on his lips. Right, this is the right choice. Wang Da walked slowly towards Ning Chen. Everything went smoothly. Suddenly, something strange happened. Wana instantly used all her strength to grab Ning Chen's arm and shouted at Wang Da. Wang Da! Wang Da was obviously caught off guard, but when he heard Wana's shout, he reacted immediately. He wants to kill Ning Chen. Ning Chen was not able to react to Wana's resistance, but Wana's shout not only reminded Wang Da, but also Ning Chen. Arsehole, get out of here. Ning Chen's eyebrows suddenly sank, and he threw Wana to the side. How could a weak woman like Wana resist his strength? The delicate figure flew backwards in an instant and slammed against the wall of the house. At this time, Wang Da, who was carrying the poisonous hand, had already rushed to Ning Chen, a turn of poisonous hand Gu, a turn of stealth Gu. When Ning Chen came to his senses, Wang Da's poisonous hand was only a few inches away from his face. It's done. Wang Da's gloomy face also climbed up to a touch of joy of success. Bang! Ning Chen's big hand was like cast iron and steel, and it grabbed Wang Da's wrist with a bang, unable to move forward. Wang Da watched Ning Chen easily grab his wrist, and the terrifying force from it made his face distorted. Ning Chen's deep black eyes quietly watched Wang Da howling in pain. Without the slightest hesitation, "I'll say it one last time, I want your Master inheritance." Ning Chen's hand gradually loosened, and the painful wails in his ears gradually disappeared into the air. Sure, in Wang Da's peripheral vision, a blue moon blade slashed at one who was unconscious on the side. A beam of blood shot up into the sky, splashing blood everywhere, and Wanna's left arm was cut off by this moon blade. Wang Da stared at Wanna with one arm cut off, and his heart felt like a knife was twisting. Plasma splashed, and I was stunned. Wang Feng looked at the sudden change, and his consciousness still stayed at the sudden change in Ning Chen's attitude just now. Now, Wanna lost an arm, and Wang Da was tightly controlled by Ning Chen, unable to resist at all. "Lord Ning Chen, what's wrong with you? Why do you treat me so painfully?" Wang Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and took the initiative to walk towards Ning Chen. "Oh, I almost forgot you, old guy." Ning Chen looked for his voice, but he only glanced at Wang Feng, then casually cut off Wang Feng's right arm with a moon blade. Dad! Wang Feng's right arm drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell to the side, raising a gorgeous blood flower. Wang Da felt even more resentful when he saw this, and his eyes became even more anxious. "Wang Da, if you pause for one more minute, your father or wife will lose some parts again." Ning Chen's eyes were as calm as those in the abyss, and his calm tone sounded as cold as ice in Wang Da's ears. "Should I give it? If you don't give it to me, your father and wife will die of excessive blood loss. If you give it to me, they will only be mediocre mortals for the rest of their lives." Wang Da's face was gloomy, and in his heart heaven and man were at war, unable to make a choice. Family affection and strength are two things that Wang Da cannot give up. But at this time, he must be asked to choose one of the two. How could he make a choice easily? Ning Chen looked at Wang Da, who was deep in thought, his face even more impatient. Whoa! Another blue moon blade shot out from the palm of his hand and struck Wanna, who was unconscious on the ground. This time it was no longer her arm, but her left leg. "I'll give it to you." Another shot of Ning Chen's moon blade not only cut off Wanna's left leg, but also cut off the remaining ambition in Wang Da's heart. Wanna's scream also evoked Wang Da's conscience as a husband. Wang Da quickly took out a parchment scroll from his sleeve and threw it to Ning Chen. Ning Chen took it steadily, opened it, took a rough look with his black eyes, and raised his eyebrows lightly. "Are you sure this is true?" "I guarantee with my life that this is absolutely true. I was just lucky enough to meet a Master at that time. He was already on the verge of death, so he handed this pamphlet to me." Ning Chen just asked lightly, but Wang Da responded hastily, fearing that Ning Chen would get into trouble again. "It doesn't look fake, but it's not over yet. Let's take out the Gu worms too." Ning Chen's black eyes shot out a faint light. He actually wanted Wang Da's Gu worm. "Here, I only have two Gus. One is the one-turn poison hand Gu on my hand, and the one-turn stealth Gu used for movement." Wang Da did not resist too much, and quietly took out his two Gu worms from the hole. Ning Chen also took it without any burden and sent it into the void. However, the crescent mark on Ning Chen's palm did not dim, but became more translucent. Falling into Wang Da's eyes, he felt a little uneasy for no reason. "Wait a minute, didn't you say that as long as I give you the inheritance, you would let us go?" "That's what I said just now, but you just have to think that I don't keep my word." The crescent mark on Ning Chen's palm became brighter and brighter, shining with a faint light. Even so, Wang Da could still clearly see Ning Chen's face at this moment. With an extremely calm face and a hint of amusement in his eyes, Wang Da finally woke up. "He's playing tricks on me." Whoa! A blue moon blade flew out and cut off Wang Feng, who was leaning on the door. With a cut in the middle, The internal organs and gastrointestinal fluid flowed out along the incision, and the stained floor was even more blood red. Where another moon blade struck at Wanna, who was lying on the ground and lingering. It was also cut to the waist. It was also cut directly in the waist, and it was the same miserable death. Wang Da sat on the ground in despair. His eyes widened, and he felt extremely regretful. If he had known this, how could he hand over the Gu insect inheritance to Ning Chen? Having Gu insects in his hands could still pose a certain threat. And once he lost the poisonous worm, he was like a poisonous scorpion with its tail needle removed, without any danger at all. Falling to the ground slumped, there is nothing more sad than heartbreak. Ning Chen quietly placed one hand on Wang Da's face, and then suddenly used force. Bang! There was a crisp sound of broken bones, and Wang Da's entire head was crushed to pieces by Ning Chen, like a smashed watermelon. It's just that the skull has replaced the melon rind, and the brain have replaced the juice and pulp. Ning Chen let go of his hand, and Wang Da's body fell to the side. He casually shook off the yellow and white brains on his hands and walked towards the last room with a closed door, where Wang and the younger sister of the Wang family were hiding. Pushing open the door, Ning Chen stepped into the room. Also entering the room with Ning Chen was the unbearable smell of blood. Please, Master Ning Chen, don't kill us. We can make you a cow or a horse. Wang and the younger sister of the Wang family were startled by Ning Chen and couldn't help but scream. At this moment, Ning Chen's face was quiet, his eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his green and black martial robe was now stained with blood stains and yellow and white things. Ning Chen quietly looked at the two people who were kneeling in front of him, crying and begging for mercy. His eyes were calm and unwavering. A 9-foot-long blue spear suddenly appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The whole body is azure blue with a few wisps of mist. The spear body occupies 70% of the length, which is neither thick nor thin, and fits the hand very well. The spearhead occupies the remaining 30% of the length, with a sharp edge and a terrifying sharpness. It is a good spear. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air. The azure spearhead drew a blue light in the air, with a streak of blood. A swift sweep, the throats of the two were easily chopped off, the two's eyes dimmed immediately, and the bodies shook a few times and fell to the ground. Ning Chen looked at the bodies of the two, and raised the moon spear in his hand lightly. The hearts of the two were pierced, even though it had stopped beating. Ning Chen was suspicious and cautious by nature, so he was usually extremely cruel, and basically beat his opponents beyond human form, because in this way he could ensure that the opponent was really dead and could not die again, avoiding the process of finishing off the knife. For example, Wanna and Wang Da's whole body was split in two, and their heads were crushed. In this case, ordinary Gu masters would definitely die, and they, ordinary mortals, would die more steadily. Dangdang, for situations like Wang and Wang's little sister, Ning Chen needs to finish off the enemy. He walked out the door, the moon spear in his palm slowly dissipated, and he picked up the parchment again. Interesting. It looks like it was left by a third-level Gu master. It's worth using. Forget it. I'll study it carefully when I get home. Now let's leave this place of trouble first. Ning Chen looked around. The broken limbs, internal organs, stomach and intestines looked like a purgatory on earth. He walked out the door slowly. Just when Ning Chen wanted to relax, he saw that the blood from Wang Feng's body had stained the door frame with an unbearable stench. Immediately, he understood in his heart, ha, Wang Feng is really experienced. He wants to drag me down before he dies. But, old man, you still underestimated my strength! Tigers roared and wolves howled. The mountains trembled and the forests were afraid. Ning Chen suddenly stopped in place and turned around to look back. A touch of orange pattern first caught Ning Chen's eyes, which also surprised Ning Chen. It walked like a disease and moved like the wind. Its eyes were drooping and its forehead was white. It had a murderous look and a strong back and thick waist. Its muscles were knotted. It looked like a big insect with a single pupil. There was a horrible scar on half of its cheek, which almost tore off half of its face. The remaining tiger eye was full of murderous intent. I didn't expect that I could meet a big insect in such a place. This is the first time I have seen it in Qingmao Mountain. The big insect used the remaining vertical pupil to kill, and stared at Ning Chen, who was wearing a blue-black martial arts robe. Suddenly, its eyes looked at Wang Feng's bamboo building behind it. There was a bit of human sadness in its tiger eyes. Ning Chen saw this and immediately understood the reason. He chuckled, "Ha ha ha, I understand. This big insect should have been raised by Wang Feng before. The hot and rainy climate of Qingmao Mountain is not suitable for big insects to live in. It should be a tiger cub that Wang Feng got by chance, and then slowly raised it up. It seems that this big insect is almost not a tiger, it is about to become a leopard. The leopard among tigers, the mastiff among dogs, and the wolf among wolves. This is a strange beast among the beasts. Once it grows up, it can fight against 10,000 people alone, which is equivalent to the combat power of the 4th level 10,000 Beast King. The big insect in front of him obviously did not have the wild Gu. Otherwise it would have been a 3rd level combat power. How could Ning Chen be comparable? But even so, this big insect also had considerable 2nd level combat power, which was extraordinary. Ning Chen faced the gaze of the big insect, but his heart was as calm as a calm lake, and he stared at it quietly. After a long time, the big insect somehow took the initiative to give way to Ning Chen and escaped into the forest. This big insect is really extraordinary. It has already had some wisdom, and knows that it can't be forced. Ning Chen chuckled in his heart twice, and then left this dangerous place. Back to the tree house, Ning Chen slowly took out the parchment scroll. It is actually a bit inappropriate to call it a parchment scroll. Strictly speaking, it is actually a booklet, but the outer cover is made of sheepskin. Opening the first page, the corners of the paper pages have been slightly damaged and are yellowed. It has a sense of age. Hello, the person who got this book. I am a poison master. Although my cultivation is not high, only the 3rd level, I want to pass on my skills, so as not to disgrace my master's reputation. Ning Chen's black eyes swept over the handwriting on the parchment scroll, and a few smiles appeared at the corners of his lips. The handwriting is so straight, he must be a law-abiding person. Turning over a page, it is the catalogue of this book. The book is not thick, but there is a catalogue, which can be regarded as the author's intention. The catalogue has a total of 53 columns, and the Gu worms are arranged from low to high. The lowest is the 1st level Gu worm, and the highest is the 4th level Gu worm. At a glance, there are only 3 kinds of 1st level Gu worms. There are more than 30 kinds of 2nd level Gu worms, and there are only 10 kinds of 3rd level Gu worms. As for the 4th level Gu worms, there are only 4 or 5 kinds, and some are still residual recipes. Although there are only a few types of 1st turn Gu worms, their significance is greater than that of 3rd turn and even 4th turn Gu worms. These 1st turn Gu worms are heart poison Gu, poisonous hand Gu, and spray poison Gu, which are equivalent to the moonlight Gu in Guiyu village. Among the 2nd turn Gu worms, the future famous 2nd turn 1st poison, love and separation, appeared in the catalogue. Not only that, the food, appearance, power and even refining materials of Gu worms are all recorded in the book, which is very detailed. The more Ning Chen read, the more he sighed and amazed. Heroes in the world are really like crucian carp crossing the river. Just an unknown 3rd turn Gu master can already master 10 3rd turn Gu worm recipes and develop several 4th turn Gu worm recipes. But this inheritance is not of much use to me. After all, I don't lack any kind of Gu worms at the moment. If I go to practice again, the poison path has only added to the burden. The effort and reward are not proportional. It is better to sell it to the caravan next year or hand it over to the family directly. As for the poisonous hand Gu and stealth Gu, they can be handled together with the inheritance. They are also of little use to me. Ning Chen quietly closed the book and put it aside. He gently stroked his chin, and a faint light flickered in his black eyes. The only thing in this book that interests me is the 2nd level 1st poison, love and separation. The Gu recipe is just a 1st level poisonous hand Gu, supplemented with some poisons, and then refined with the heart of a loved one. Ha 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 ha. Ning Chen's black eyes became deeper, and an inexplicable smile gently appeared on his lips. The last few points of interest in love and separation were completely dispelled. A heart of a loved one, just talking about this point, I can't do it. If it was in the previous life, when I was less than 200 years old, I might have been able to refine it at that time. Ning Chen pushed open the window and sat quietly on the rattan chair, enjoying the moonlight in the middle of the night, the moonlight that belonged to him alone. In his previous life, Ning Chen was not a born demon. Although he was not experienced enough, he had his own beloved. That was his first disciple, his most proud disciple, and his beloved. Her name was Wen Yuan. Ning Chen could only remember her name, at least in Ning Chen's impression. She was this name. As for her appearance, personality, and conduct, they were all forgotten completely, not a single bit. But Ning Chen remembered one thing about her very clearly, that it was the moment when he officially became a demon. Since then, the devil in Ning Chen's heart has been completely aroused, like a flood that broke through the dam, getting more and more intense and unstoppable. It was also at that time that Ning Chen truly knew himself. What the hell is the righteous way? What the hell is the sect? What the hell is the family love and friendship? I am just a pure devil. Yes, Ning Chen is a congenital devil, different from other devils born because of time. When he was on Earth, he had devil in his heart, but he died before he could show it. He came to the second world. When he was nearly 300 years old, Ning Chen knew himself that he was a natural devil. From this, Ning Chen became a generation of demonic giants with great magic power. Therefore, there is the current Yu Ning Chen with deep devil and indelible nature. Ning Chen looked at the full moon above the night sky. Although it was blocked by heavy clouds, it still cast a bright glow in the end. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile faintly, and hummed a poem in his mouth. A dull face hides the devil's heart, and a foolish appearance hides the devil's nature. Everyone laughs at my foolish face, and insults me for being spineless. What's the use of laughing at me? What's the use of insulting me? 3 lives and 3 worlds, thousands of years, the devil's nature cannot be changed. In the void, a group of poisonous insects floated with the light red true essence sea waves. The waves rolled and pressed many poisonous insects into the seabed, but they poked their heads out of the sea surface again after a while. However, what Ning Chen noticed most was that the cracks on the light film outside the void had become more and more, and it was getting closer and closer to the second level middle stage. Well, it seems that I can be promoted to the second level middle stage before this winter. The speed is pretty good. Ning Chen opened his eyes slowly, but he was a little uncomfortable. The sun was shining on the horizon, and a few rays of broken gold like early sun shone through the morning mist and the window lattice, falling on Ning Chen's face. It's morning already. Well, it seems that it's time to collect the subsidy. Today I just went back to the village and solved the poisonous insects in my hand. Then Ning Chen got up from the bed, put on his clothes and washed up. Ning Chen da good morning, everyone. Well, is there anything going on in the village? Ning Chen sat at the dining table, enjoying the breakfast that Uncle Lin had prepared for him with great effort. Oh, then you can go. Uncle Lin was very happy to see Ning Chen eating the breakfast he had prepared. Okay, I'll leave. Well, after finishing his breakfast, Ning Chen handed the bowl and chopsticks to Uncle Lin, and then picked up the wine gourd and started his patrol today. Although Ning Chen didn't like drinking, he didn't reject drinking. After all, the mortals gave Ning Chen a lot of fine wine, and it would be a pity not to drink it. Ning Chen took a sip of the wine in the gourd, and the spicy feeling rolled into his throat. Hey, this job is really a good job, but today is the day to receive the subsidy. This is my first time to receive it. I just don't know how many yuan shy there will be. Ning Chen walked leisurely in the woods. From a distance, he looked very comfortable and leisurely, but he was very clear-headed. He walked around the village and took another look at Wang Feng's bamboo house. The broken limbs and arms of yesterday had disappeared, leaving only the bloodstains on the ground and the wall. This was also the reason why Ning Chen did not deal with the corpses. The wild beasts in the mountains would help him deal with them. Ning Chen did not plan to return to the tree house, but planned to return directly to the mountain village. There was quite a distance between the village and the mountain village. When he returned to the mountain village, it was already noon. It seems that it is already noon. Ningchuan is probably still in class at this time. Then I can only go to the Internal Affairs Hall to collect the subsidy. Ningchuan looked up and looked at the scorching sun quietly. His eyes narrowed, and he had made up his mind. My lord Ningchuan is finally back. Will he return? Come to see me? In the corner of the street, a beautiful figure quietly hid behind the house. The mist quietly covered her beautiful eyes, and her face was even a bit sickly red. This person was Hao, who was extremely in love with Ningchuan and almost infatuated with him. She happened to meet Ningchuan at this time. After all, she just came to spy on Ningchuan's bamboo house to see if Ningchuan had returned home at this moment. Although this behavior was quite abnormal, it was also Hao's daily routine. Since Ningchuan left the mountain village to guard the mortal village, Hao has been drowsy all day, easily happy and angry, and extremely crazy. Only by coming to see the house where Ningchuan had lived and seeing the traces left by Ningchuan would she feel relieved. What Hao didn't expect was that Ningchuan actually came back. Hao, it's time to go. The captain has received a new task. At this time, an inopportune voice came from behind Hao. Hao's face suddenly became gloomy, like a dark cloud rolling thunder, and the mist in her beautiful eyes was also filled with a bit of murderous intent. Okay, I'll be there right away. Hao turned around. His face was calm, with a gentle smile, not at all the scary look he had just now. Alas, I won't be able to see Lord Ningchuan again. I finally got to see him. Hao's eyes sank slightly, and she lowered her head slightly, feeling quite lost. Although Hao was infatuated with Ningchuan, she was by no means a fool. She loved Ningchuan, and she also admired and feared the family, so she naturally could not disobey. Ningchuan had already left this place and went to the Internal Affairs Hall in the mountain village, so naturally she did not find Hao. Ningchuan walked into the Internal Affairs Hall leisurely and found a receptionist at random. Hello, my name is Gu Ningchuan. I am a Gu master stationed in the northern mortal village, and I come to collect my weekly subsidy. Please wait a moment. The receptionist heard this and first confirmed Ningchuan's appearance, then opened a file book. After flipping through 2 or 3 pages, he saw all of Ningchuan's files. Okay, I have notified the personnel department with the communication Gu worm. You can go directly to collect it. Thank you. Ningchuan looked in the direction of the reception Gu master's finger, and the 2 big words human resources were engraved on it. He walked quickly, and the reception Gu master thus saw Ningchuan coming and took out a bag casually. Here, your subsidy is a total of 100 yuanxi. The bag was bulging, full of yuanxi. Ningchuan smiled at the reception Gu master and thanked him. After walking out of the inner hall, Ningchuan opened the bag and put all the yuanxi in it into his gourd flower Gu. This amount of yuanxi also added a lot to Ningchuan's yuanxi inventory. Ningchuan went to the wine shop to solve lunch casually and returned home. However, as soon as he entered the house, he felt something was wrong, very slightly. Ningchuan looked at the furnishings at home quietly. Everything was so ordinary, and there was no problem at all. However, he felt more and more that there was a little bit of incompatibility in his heart, which became stronger and stronger. Ningchuan frowned slightly, his eyes were slightly gloomy, and he sat aside, thinking silently in his heart. Suddenly, it was like a thunderbolt exploded in Ningchuan's mind, exploding a few clues. Where is Yilian? Ningchuan finally found something wrong. Where did Yilian go? After Yilinga was killed by Ningchuan, Ningchuan asked Yilian to take care of Ningchuan and Ningchuan's daily life. Ningchuan knew Yilian's ins and outs. She would never go out without prior notice. She couldn't leave her sister, or her sister couldn't leave her. But now Yilian was nowhere to be seen at home. How could Ningchuan not be confused? The setting sun was setting, and the bamboo forest was clear. Ningchuan opened the door and saw a figure he didn't expect. He couldn't help but look a little happy. Brother, you are back? Yes, I went back to the village to deal with some things. Ningchuan saw Ningchuan coming home and the joy on his face, and smiled gently. By the way, brother, after you left, there was often a girl wandering around our door, and she killed Yilian and Jai. Ningchuan seemed to have thought of something. and his expression was actually a bit of inexplicable fear. "I know that girl. She was my classmate in the academy before." Ningchen was not too surprised to hear this. After all, he was such a shrewd man, so he naturally thought of this level. But even so, Ningchen's face was inevitably gloomy, as if water could drip out. "Hey, another chess piece is missing. Although it is no longer of much use, it is still a bit annoying!" Black eyes, deep and dark, Ningchen propped up his face with his hands, his eyes darkened slightly, and he tapped his index finger lightly on the table. The clear sound in this rather silent bamboo building only became a little clearer. Ningchen carefully looked at Ningchen at this moment. This look in Ningchen's eyes was undoubtedly a sign of suppressed anger. However, Ningchen was not at all angry in his heart, but there was still a hint of displeasure. "This Hao is really a lunatic. He even killed Yilian Yai. He really destroyed the chess piece in my hand." Ningchen felt a little bit unhappy in his heart. After all, Yilian died before all the benefits were used up. As for the reason why Hao killed Yilian, Ningchen knew it clearly in his heart. A girl like Hao who loves Ningchen extremely cannot stand anyone of the same age next to Ningchen. Although Yilian is Ningchen's domestic slave, she is also responsible for his daily life. The significance in Haoyu's eyes is naturally very important. Hao naturally killed her, but Yai probably did it conveniently, too. Furthermore, as a master, Hao had no fault at all for killing a few slaves. Even if the slave was from Ningchen, he could only give him a few words of verbal education. So Ningchen doesn't plan to publicize this matter in a big way. It's better to swallow it in his stomach. "You and I know it well. Since you made me lose a chess piece, I have no choice but to squeeze more benefits from you." Ningchen chuckled, which calmed Ningchen's worried heart, and he also smiled. "Brother, I have a second-class qualification. The school elder and Gu clan leader think highly of me. It seems that they even asked that King Shu to give me the wine bug. I don't know who King Shu is, but this wine bug is really powerful. Now I'm almost at the intermediate level." Ningchen talked endlessly, sharing what he had seen and heard in the school. And Ningchen didn't feel irritated and just listened slightly. "Ha ha ha. King Shu has probably reached his second rank now. King Shu was my former classmate, and now he is the adopted son of the Gu clan leader. He also has a second-class qualification." Ningchen chuckled after hearing this, but his smile was filled with emotion. "Oh, what is your current level of cultivation, brother?" "As for me, I'm still in the second level of the beginner level, and I'm about to reach the second level of the intermediate level." Ningchen looked at Ningchen, who was quite curious, and leisurely told him about his current cultivation level. "I'm in the second rank." "Brother is indeed a big brother. When can I reach the second rank?" "Ha ha ha, it will come one day." Ningchen's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy and yearning, while Ningchen chuckled and encouraged softly, "By the way, Ningchen, I have a small light Gu that I don't need. I'll give it to you." That was my second choice of Gu in the school. It can double the power of Moonlight Gu. Ningchen looked at the small light Gu handed over by Ningchen, feeling very grateful, and took it. "Thank you, brother." "For my second Gu worm, I want to choose a defensive Gu worm or a mobile Gu worm. Brother, do you have any recommendations?" "I don't recommend it. The first level Gu worm is relatively ineffective. At this stage, most of the combat power still comes from melee physical skills. You might as well choose a mobile Gu worm to practice your physical skills. Moreover, I hope you will make your own choice no matter what. We will ultimately rely on ourselves in the future." "Okay, I get it." After hearing Ningchen's words, Ningchen suddenly understood and suddenly became enlightened. Burning clouds reflect the sky, half curtain of starry night. After Ningchen and Ningchen had dinner, they prepared to return to his tree house. "After all, I'm used to staying in a tree house, and I actually like the quiet environment." "Brother, walk slowly." "Well, let's go back." Ningchen walked out of the bamboo building leisurely, turned around and smiled softly at Ningchen, who said goodbye to him. Fading further and further away, Ningchen's figure became thinner and thinner in Ningchen's eyes, and disappeared at the corner of the street. Ningchen picked up the wine gourd on his waist and took a sip. It was extremely satisfying. Suddenly, dozens of figures, old and young, crowded at the door of a bamboo house. The descendants rushed forward, fearing that they would not be able to see in front of them. This rather strange scenery naturally broke into Ning Chen's dark eyes, and naturally aroused some doubts. It's almost night. Why are so many people gathered here? What are they watching? Forget it. It doesn't matter what they look at. I'd better go back to the tree house early. Ning Chen passed by the crowd, walking step by step, just glanced at it and stopped looking. He is not prone to joy, anger, sorrow or joy by nature, and naturally he has no interest in the fun they join in. Tutu, you are really lucky to meet such a genius. Ha 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 ha, Fang Yuan, you are really a genius. In that case, I might as well sing another song for you all to listen to. The famous poem "The Road is Difficult." Golden bottles of wine cost 10,000 coins, and jade dishes cost 10,000 coins. Stopping the cup and throwing chopsticks, I can't eat. I draw my sword and look around at a loss. If you want to cross the Yellow River, which is blocked by ice, you will have to climb the snow-covered mountains of Taihang. When I was free to fish on the Bixi River, I suddenly took a boat and dreamed of the sun. Traveling is difficult. Traveling is difficult. There are many different roads. Where are you now? There will be times when the wind blows and the waves break, so hang up your sails and sail across the sea. What a poem! What a poem! What a saying! There will be strong winds and waves, and you will hang your sails directly across the sea. Ning Chen's figure suddenly stopped as he was walking away. It was because of his extraordinary hearing that he heard some poems that did not belong to this world. Ha ha ha, it's hard to travel. What a good it's hard to travel. Ning Chen laughed softly. The meaning of his laughter was unclear, and he turned around and walked towards the crowd, as if to verify his thoughts. The crowds of people came and went, and only then could he see the scene. A middle-aged couple's faces were full of pride, and their eyes were all very gentle. They looked at the boy in the middle of them. The boy in the middle had vulgar features and a light smile on his face. Although he could not be called handsome, his every move revealed a touch of youthful frivolity. In a corner that no one noted, behind the wall, a small figure half appeared, but the envy and yearning on his face could be clearly seen. Ning Chen saw this, and his smile remained the same, but he laughed even more happily. Ha 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 ha, Fang Yuan is indeed you. At this time, you have not yet been reborn, and your heart is full of expectations for the future, but these expectations, this pride, this frivolity will all collapse in that night. And what I am looking forward to is that in the future, you will activate the spring and autumn cicada, carrying 500 years to come to this. Only then can you be called a devil. Ning Chen laughed in his heart, with both expectation and ridicule, both for himself and for Fang Yuan at this moment. Pa pa pa. Ning Chen smiled and clapped his hands lightly, which naturally attracted Fang Yuan's attention, and Ning Chen was not afraid at all, and looked at Fang Yuan quietly. The four eyes met, black eyes, but at this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were missing something, and something more. Less deep devilishness, more stupid arrogance. May I ask how your cultivation is and what your qualifications are? Dressed in a green and black military robe, Ning Chen undoubtedly stood out among the crowd of onlookers, like a dragon in a sea of a fish. Moreover, the shiny bronze medal with the word Adiasis superscript OO on his waist further solidified Ning Chen's identity as a second-level Gu master. Fang Yuan raised his head and stared at Ning Chen with his dark eyes. There seemed to be a bit of disdain and arrogance in his tone. Ha ha, I'm not talented. I have 50% qualifications, which is enough for the beginning of the second rank. Ning Chen was not upset at all when he heard this. He chuckled twice and revealed his cultivation level. Ha ha ha, then you are really not talented, you only have 50% qualifications. Fang Yuan couldn't stop laughing, and there was a bit of pity in his clear eyes. It is the compassion of a soft-hearted genius for vulgar people. When the onlookers saw Fang Yuan speaking so rudely, they couldn't stop laughing, and they looked at Fang Yuan even more highly in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. Is the arrogance of a genius? Geniuses are indeed different from ordinary people. Fang Yuan is really a peerless genius. When Ning Chen saw that Fang Yuan, a junior, spoke so rudely to him, he smiled lightly and didn't take it to heart at all. Ha ha ha, geniuses are really different, right? Brother Tutu, I wish in advance that Fang Yuan can walk on the blue clouds and step on the green lotus on the road of cultivation in the future, just like a dragon entering the sea and a crane rising into the clouds." Ningchen laughed twice and slightly cupped his hands towards the frozen soil, expressing his kindness. "Okay, okay, when the time comes for Fang Yuan's opening ceremony, you must come and watch it. Come and witness the birth of a first-class genius." Tutor seemed to take great advantage of everyone's flattery. He laughed endlessly and looked extremely generous. After all, Tutor had already received the inheritance from Fang Yuan's parents at this time, so he was naturally very wealthy. When Ningchen heard this, he smiled faintly in his heart, with a bit of exclamation and ridicule. "Yes, we are indeed witnessing the birth of a first-class genius." The black eyes glanced to the side, looking at Fang Zheng curled up in the corner, and chuckled. Fang Zheng also raised his head when he heard Ning Chen's laughter and looked at Ning Chen, with a hint of confusion in his clear eyes. Ning Chen sighed deeply when he saw this, and he didn't stay for long, turned around and left. Dressed neatly and with black hair flying, Fang Yuan quietly stared at Ning Chen's retreating figure. "Gu Master?" "Next year one will also be a level 1 Gu Master." There is a bit of yearning and longing for the future in the black eyes. In the deep woods of the dark forest, cicadas sing and birds chirp. Ning Chen walked alone in the forest path back to the tree house, leisurely, taking a sip of wine from the wine gourd, feeling very comfortable. The wine is gone. The dust raised the wine gourd, but instead of flowing down the wine fountain, a few drops dropped. He couldn't help but frown slightly, but he had no choice but to fasten the wine gourd to his waist and speed up the return journey. Without the wine, it would be really boring on the road. Ningchen quietly scanned the dark lush forest around him, extremely calm and without any fear. Suddenly, Ningchen's journey was no longer boring, because there were a group of figures blocking the path. Ningchen took a closer look, but felt a little puzzled and surprised. "Aren't these the people in the village? What are they doing here?" If you take a closer look, there are quite a lot of people, probably half of the people in the village. "What are you waiting for here?" They were extremely tired and just stayed here to guard Ningchen. It was only when Ningchen walked in front of them that they reacted. "Lord Ningchen, you have to make the decision for us." "Making the decision? Tell me what's going on." When everyone saw Ningchen, they rushed to their knees, fearing that Ningchen would not make the decision for them. When Ningchen heard the first sentence, he frowned tightly. After all, how wrong things can be in the village to make them think of coming to him, the Gu Master, for help. "Lord Ningchen, you don't know something." "Then Lin King is also Uncle Lin in your mouth. After you left, he used your name to occupy our fields, prey, and even our mansion. We also thought about resisting, but for some reason, a group of young and strong guys gathered around him. If we don't comply at all, they will swarm us and beat us until our noses and faces are swollen. We came to you because we couldn't bear it anymore. Lord Ningchen, you must make the decision for us. Otherwise, our whole family will not be able to survive." Ningchen looked at the embarrassed man with tears streaming down his face, and his heart felt like ice was getting colder and colder. The dark light in the black eyes flickered, and the face became like rolling clouds hanging from the sky, becoming more and more gloomy, as if it could drip water. "Ha ha 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 ha." Ningchen suddenly laughed. His smile was very cold, and everyone felt chills all over their bodies. Okay, what a great Uncle Lin. Your courage is beyond my imagination." Ningchen looked in the direction of the village. Although he could not see the village, his eyes seemed to fall on Uncle Lin through space. Uncle Lin is sitting at home at the moment, thinking about his gains today. 40 acres of fertile land, dozens of livestock and 5 bamboo buildings. Ha 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 ha, it's all mine. Uncle Lin's face was twisted, his smile was extremely greedy and twisted. On the other hand, her wife's eyes flashed, and she was very worried about the consequences of Uncle Lin's behavior in the future. Suddenly, he seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, and his whole body shivered. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" "Ha ha ha, nothing, it's just a little cold, just in time for you to kill a chicken and make me some soup." Looking at Uncle Lin's somewhat forced dry laugh, he didn't know what to say for a moment. "Okay, wait, I'll make you some chicken soup. Well, my wife's chicken soup is the best. Uncle Lin looked at his wife who walked into the kitchen, smiled happily twice, and leaned aside, grabbed a handful of cooked bacon and put it into his mouth, feeling very happy. Ah, it's so comfortable. The title of Gumaster is useful. I got so many things, and I have to share them with those who helped me, and maybe I have to share them with Lord Ningchen. Thinking of this, Uncle Lin's brows wrinkled into a lump, and the bacon in his mouth didn't seem to be fragrant anymore. Well, or should I not give it to Lord Ningchen? Anyway, Ningchen Lord Chen, as a Gumaster, naturally doesn't need these properties. Well, anyway, no one will tell Lord Ningchen if I don't tell him. Thinking of this, Uncle Lin became happy again and threw a handful of bacon into his mouth. Hey, this bacon from other people's houses is really delicious. Ha 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 ha. Bang, the wooden door was kicked open and shook against the wall, making the wooden door creak. Who is it? Uncle Lin turned his head away rudely, but this figure made Uncle Lin's heart break. Uncle Lin, do you feel comfortable using my name? Ning Chen slowly stepped into the house. His eyes were dark and gloomy, although he was smiling. It made Uncle Lin more afraid. Uncle Lin's pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt that he had fallen into an ice cave. From body to heart, from inside to outside, his whole body was cold. Lord Ningchen, you listen to my explanation. It's okay, don't panic, I'll listen to your explanation. Uncle Lin was so frightened that he stuttered, but Ningchen sat next to him strangely, smiling softly. He even patted Uncle Lin's shoulder and comforted him softly, but this made Uncle Lin even more frightened. Tell me what's going on. That's what I plan to do. I am going to collect their assets in your name and then deliver them all to you. You will have full authority to dispose of them. Then, I didn't expect that a group of like-minded people came to be my thugs. No, bodyguards. Then I took back most of their property and am preparing to donate it to you. After all, you have worked hard to manage our village, and we naturally have to obey your management. It should be the best choice to hand over the assets to you and let you make full arrangements. Ningchen put his face on his hands and looked at Uncle Lin quietly, his eyes full of teasing amusement. And Uncle Lin's eloquence is indeed excellent, and he was able to hide it perfectly for a while. If Ningchen hadn't understood the cause and effect of the matter in advance, I'm afraid he would have truly believed his lies. Lord Ningchen, as long as you help me declare it, all the assets belong to you. Uncle Lin lowered his voice and lost all fear for a moment. He approached Ningchen and said seductively, but Ningchen just quietly chewed the bacon in his mouth without saying a word. Master Ningchen, I also know that there are several little girls who are very pretty, with slim and tight figures, and their waists are so tiny. As long as you want it, just tell me and I will deliver it to your home that night. Lord Ningchen, you have been patrolling the village all day, and you are tired. You definitely need to use the fire to relieve your stress. Seeing that Ningchen didn't speak, Uncle Lin continued to step up his offensive and began to seduce Ningchen with his beauty. Ningchen, on the other hand, turned his head and stared at Uncle Lin's face that was full of compliments and flattery. A mocking smile could not help but appear on his lips. What you said is right, Uncle Lin. What you said really moved me. Uncle Lin's face was immediately filled with joy, but the second half of Ningchen's words made him feel like he was falling into an abyss. Ningchen pulled Uncle Lin over, put it next to Uncle Lin's ear, and whispered, but if you think about it carefully, if I kill you, wouldn't these all be mine? And I can make a good name, right? Uncle Lin's pupils shrank suddenly. His fear of Ningchen reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, he also saw Ningchen clearly. Ningchen's angry look just now was all fucking staged, and standing up for the villagers was staged. From the beginning, he wanted to use his own hands to collect the property of the villagers, and then swallow it all, and also gain a good reputation. But he didn't notice it at first, thinking that Ningchen valued him and gave him a small official position. But now, Ningchen showed his fangs and wanted to swallow him whole. Uncle Lin suddenly felt a self-deprecating smile in his heart. He has been Ningchen's puppet from the beginning, helping Ningchen prepare breakfast, helping Ningchen collect public opinion, and helping Ningchen collect assets. It seems that there is a layer between Ningchen and the villagers. As an intermediary, he can make profits from it. However, in fact, these were all used as a dowry for Ningchen, and Ningchen never offended any villager from beginning to end. On the contrary, he has quite a reputation, but he is actually being beaten by everyone and has a bad reputation, like a rat crossing the street. Uncle Lin looked at Ningchen, who was standing in front of him. His face was extremely handsome. At first, Uncle Lin thought that Ningchen was just an ignorant pretty boy, but then he realized that appearance was just the most ordinary thing about Ningchen. Looking at Ningchen's gentle smile, Uncle Lin seemed to have lost all his strength. His ingenuity is so monstrous that it is impossible for someone of his age to come up with it. Such resourcefulness, such intelligence, and such means are so clever and insidious. The more Uncle Lin thought about it, the more frightened he became. Finally he gave up resisting and smiled miserably. "The chicken soup is ready, husband." "Hey Ningchen." "Sir, you are here too." Ningchen looked back and smiled lightly, very easygoing. Why don't you come and have a meal?" "Okay, why not? Just wait while I get the dishes." "Good work." Seeing Uncle Lin's dejected look, although she felt something was wrong in her heart, she still walked into the kitchen. After all, she couldn't neglect Ningchen. Uncle Lin's wife served a bowl full of chicken soup to each of the 3 people present, and there was an extra chicken drumstick in Ningchen's bowl. Uncle Lin's wife handed it to Ningchen with both hands, and Ningchen took it without any politeness. After a slight sip, I felt delicious and fragrant. After chewing the chicken drumstick, I absorbed the soup, which was chewy and smooth. "Tastes good." "That's right." "Hey, where did they go to play?" "They didn't even come back to eat." After hearing Ningchen's praise, Uncle Lin's wife inevitably had a hint of joy on her face, but it was soon replaced by worry. "Oh, you said this." "I've met them. On my way back, I killed and fed it to the wild wolves in the mountains." "I'm afraid it's almost been digested by now." Ningchen gulped down the chicken soup from the bowl. His tone was extremely calm, but the words he said made Uncle Lin's wife wonder if she had heard wrongly. "Lord Ningchen, did you say something wrong just now?" Ningchen put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and looked at Uncle Lin's wife, who was trying to smile dryly. "And soon, you will also have to go to accompany them." Before he finished speaking, Ningchen had a faint smile on his lips, and a moon blade flew out from his palm, bringing a burst of clear light. How powerful is this second-level moonlight goo? One strike cut Uncle Lin's wife in 2 from top to bottom. Her blood vessels and even internal organs were all cut open. She was dead beyond death. Uncle Lin was like a stranger. He didn't recognize that it was his wife. He didn't react at all, like a dead wood, and Ningchen would not be soft-hearted for such a reason. Cutting the grass at its roots has always been his principle of action. The fist pierced through the air, and continued to magnify in Uncle Lin's afterglow. At dawn and autumn, the fog filled the forest leaves. Ningchen walked out of the treehouse, looking at the men surrounding his treehouse, with a mocking smile in his heart. He shouted loudly, "Don't worry, Lin King's family was wiped out by me last night. Our village doesn't need such scum." "And I took back all those assets, but I can't tell which one they belong to. So I decided to keep them in my hands first, and I will return them to you in full after I investigate them." Ningchen's loud shout excited everyone, and their gratitude to Ningchen reached its peak. "At the same time, I can temporarily spare those who helped Lin King to show off his power yesterday, but I will definitely deal with them myself next time." "Good." "Lord Ningchen is brave and decisive." "Thank you, Lord Ningchen. Thank you, Lord Ningchen." "Lord Ningchen is really the kindest master I have ever seen." Ningchen looked down at everyone, and all their gestures fell into Ningchen's eyes. Some kowtowed to thank him, some praised Ningchen, and all of them were grateful to Ningchen. And Ningchen looked down at them, with a faint smile on his face, extremely sarcastic. This method of Ningchen cannot but be called brilliant. It is too brilliant. Lin King was just Ningchen's pawn from the beginning to the end, and he realized it at the last moment of his life, but it was already too late. Ningchen's move not only allowed him to snatch away all Lin King's stolen assets, but also won the hearts and minds of the people. And he only killed the only insider except himself. As for Lin King's thugs, Ningchen, He pretended to be tolerant and generous, and forgave them. In this way, Ningchen not only got dozens of acres of fertile land, dozens of livestock and even several bamboo buildings, he also established an image in the hearts of everyone as the compassionate, heroic and decisive Master Qingshan. The price is just Lin Qing's family, and this is undoubtedly a good deal. Ningchen's spiritual consciousness penetrated into the void, and the light red sea of A8 true essence in the void was replaced by a slightly deeper crimson sea of A8 true essence. The outer light film has also been replaced by a tougher water film. These signs only indicate one thing: Ningchen broke through and became the second level mid-level. After Ningchen wiped out Lin Qing's family last night, he returned to the tree house and carried out daily warming and nourishing. However, he was only one step away from reaching the second level intermediate level. That night, Ningchen broke through and became the current second level intermediate level. Ningchen picked up the wine gourd again, walked down from the tree house, and walked in the forest, carrying out his daily patrol mission. However, Ningchen only walked briefly and returned to the tree house. After all, it was really boring, and Ningchen had important things to attend to, and this important matter requires another trip back to the cottage. I just returned from the cottage yesterday, and I need to go back again today. It's not a hassle. However, this important matter related to Ningchen's future cultivation resources, and there was no room for loss, so Ningchen was willing to run this extra lap. Ningchen traveled quickly and returned to the village before noon. Well, let's go to the bar first. Ningchen thought so he walked towards the wine shop. This time, Ningchen deliberately avoided acquaintances and wasted time on gossip. Although the restaurant was not as crowded as at noon, it was still difficult to find an empty table. But Ningchen didn't come here just to drink and eat. Sir, what would you like to eat? I won't eat or drink. I'm here to inquire about something. Ningchen walked straight to the front desk, and was greeted by the waiter with great compliments. However, Ningchen lowered his voice and pulled the waiter aside to talk. Sir, what do you want to know? Seeing Ningchen's appearance, the waiter also stopped showing compliments and turned to a bit of caution. Ha, don't be nervous. It's nothing. I just want to know what kind of bamboo your Qingzi wine is made from. After all, it tastes so good, but a jar is a bit expensive. I want to see if I can brew it myself. Do you think it will work? The waiter looked at Ningchen's somewhat reserved look and immediately laughed out loud, feeling a little proud. Ha, sir, your taste is really good. Our Qingzi wine is famous in the entire Qingmao Mountain. Your masters in Beijiashai and Xungjiashai can't even drink it. As for what kind of bamboo is this stuffed with? Sir, I advise you to just give up. The bamboo used here is not a popular commodity, but Qingfeng bamboo. We also have Qingfeng bamboo in Guiyu village. It's not expensive, but although Qingfeng bamboo can be purchased, the quality of wine making is far behind. It must be the Kaifeng bamboo among the Qingfeng bamboos. The Qingzi wine brewed from this kind of bamboo is so soft in the mouth that it can be called the best wine in Qingmao Mountain. Ningchen looked very reserved at this time, and he was quite pleased with what he heard. His eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. Then I hope you can tell me what these Kaifeng bamboo and Qingfeng bamboo are? Forget it. I'll just wipe it clean for you today. This Qingfeng bamboo is the unique bamboo of our Guiyu village. It has a tough outer skin and a long and graceful shape. Our bamboo buildings are also made of this Qingfeng bamboo. This Kaifeng bamboo is the top grade among Qingfeng bamboo. It is flawless as a whole and has a jade-like color. Only then can it be called Kaifeng bamboo. Ningchen listened to the waiter's talk, and silently remembered the Qingfeng bamboo and Kaifeng bamboo in his mind. Okay, thanks for clarifying. By the way, is your current shopkeeper Gu Zhuangtu? Yes, it has always been the case. Okay, I get it. Ningchen slightly cupped his hands towards the waiter, then turned around and left. The waiter looked at Ningchen's retreating figure and sighed in his heart before continuing to receive other guests. After Ningchen left the wine shop, he once again found the bamboo building where he met Fang Yuan yesterday. Bang bang bang. The loud knocking on the door undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Fang Zheng, go and open the door. Oh, faced with the instructions of Tutu and his wife, Fang Zheng naturally did not dare to disobey at all. He responded lightly, walked to the door and opened it. "Isn't this the brother from yesterday? What's he doing here?" When Fang Zheng saw that it was Ning Chen, he couldn't help but think of Ning Chen's chuckle yesterday, and he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. "Senior Tutu, I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, tell me, I'll listen." Tutu naturally recognized the applauding figure yesterday, and agreed to his request. "You should be the owner of the wine shop now, so you must know the reputation of King Zulika." "Of course I know. What do you want to say?" "What I want to say is, if I can provide you with Kaifeng bamboo stably, can we cooperate?" "Humphrey, you are so arrogant. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate Kaifeng bamboo? That's why the output of King Zulika is so small." Dongta looked at Ning Chen, who was laughing lightly, and couldn't help but snorted coldly, wanting to mock him for being ignorant, but Ning Chen did not give up. "That's why you gave me this opportunity. How about this? If I can provide you with 50 Kaifeng bamboos by the next quarter, how about you cooperate with me?" Dongta looked at Ning Chen, who was swearing. Ning Chen still looked a little disdainful. "Okay, 50 Kaifeng bamboos over 10 feet long. I won't cooperate with you if you have one less." "Okay, it's a deal." Ning Chen laughed loudly when he heard that, not caring about Dongta's disdain at all. Then, Ning Chen left Dongta's bamboo building and came to the market, spent a yuanshai, and bought a batch of Kaifeng bamboo seeds. Ning Chen picked up a black seed from the paper bag, and smiled inexplicably. "Ha ha ha, my yuanshai for a long time in the future will come from you." After throwing it into the paper bag, Ning Chen set off on the return journey with a faint smile on his face. As for the 40 acres of fertile land that Lin King plagiarized, it is the new home of these Kaifeng bamboos! Crowds of people came in droves. Ning Chen looked at the people in front of him quietly, with playful eyes and a smile on his lips. "Don't worry, I won't sell your stuff." After everyone heard this, they felt relieved. After all their assets were now in Ning Chen's hands, and Ning Chen's thought could determine their return. "But, I have a good proposal. You can listen to it. I won't return the land to you first, keep it in my hands, and then plant something. Of course, it's up to me to decide what to plant. You just need to take care of it for me. After the harvest, I have already found a buyer. He is an old man in the village. We can divide the harvested yuan stone into 70-30. Of course, if the harvest does not satisfy you, you can always come to me and ask for the fields back." Ning Chen talked eloquently, convinced him with reason, and moved him with emotion. How could they not be moved? "Sounds pretty good." "Yeah, at worst, we can just get the fields back when the time comes. We'll make sure we won't lose anything. And we have to trust Lord Ning Chen." Everyone was indifferent. They were undoubtedly very satisfied with the plan proposed by Ning Chen. And Ning Chen also chuckled. His eyes were deep, and he seemed to be a bit amused, and the meaning of his smile was unclear. "Thank you for trusting me so much. I will definitely live up to your expectations and satisfy you. Next, please come with me to the fields." Ning Shishan laughed loudly and spontaneously walked in front of everyone, walking slowly. After a long time, in the evening, Ning Chen and his party arrived at the field. The soil was soft and fragrant, and the moist smell of the soil squeezed into Ning Chen's nose quite arrogantly. Looking at the mountains and fields from a distance, Ning Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This Lin King is really greedy. He actually wants to swallow up such a large piece of fertile land. He knelt down, gently touched a handful of soil, looked at it carefully with his dark eyes for a moment, then stood up, drank lightly, and asked questions bluntly. "Do you know the King's wine in Guiyu village? It is a fine wine brewed from bamboo tubes. It has a dense taste and a long aftertaste. It is truly the best wine in Qingmao Mountain. But the price is also extremely expensive. A jar of green bamboo wine costs 2 yuan stones." Hiss! All the mortals present naturally took a breath of cold air when they heard such a sky-high price. After all, a jar of green bamboo wine requires 2 yuan stones. Even if they have never heard of the reputation of King's wine, just by looking at the price, they can tell that this King's wine is definitely a fine wine. A jar of wine can be worth the food and drink expenses of 4 people in my family for 2 months. It is really expensive. But even so, the sales volume of King's wine among copycats is still considerable. Ningchen had a slight smile on his face, his black eyes glanced at the frightened mortals, and he spoke slowly. And I found out about the raw materials of King's wine and discussed it with the shopkeeper. Perhaps some of you have already guessed. Yes, what we are going to grow is the raw material for this green bamboo wine. But Master Ningchen, what are the raw materials of King's wine? It was extremely appropriate for a mortal to take the lead and ask questions, and Ningchen also smiled lightly. Ha ha. Good question. The raw material of this King's wine is Qingfeng bamboo. Strictly speaking, it is the Qingfeng bamboo among the Qingfeng bamboos. The Qifeng bamboo is long and graceful, with bright green leaves and translucent green leaves, and a fragrant jasper plate all over. It is the top grade among Qingfeng bamboo, and the bag of seeds in my hand is the seeds of Qingfeng bamboo. Ningchen casually took out a pack of seeds, and under the influence of Ningchen's previous support, this pack of seeds attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Lord Ningchen, is this the seed of Qingfeng bamboo? Lord Ningchen, can we really grow that kind of phoenix bamboo? Lord Ningchen, have you seen this phoenix bamboo? Everyone's questions are different, but the same thing is that their interests have been picked out by Ningchen in a few words. Don't worry, everyone, I believe you will be able to grow the phoenix bamboo. After all, you rely on mountains and rivers, so you naturally have much more experience than me. I will have to rely more on you in this regard in the future. Ningchen's compliment made everyone feel good, and the disparity in status made everyone feel a little arrogant. Let me ask, have any of you here ever planted bamboo? He stood with his hands behind his back, smiled lightly, and spoke softly. Lord Ningchen, I have grown bamboo before and know Qingfeng bamboo very well. Well, starting from tomorrow, you will lead others to plant bamboo here. What is your name? Ningchen looked at the middle-aged man with eager eyes in front of him, and cast trust in his dark eyes. However, the man was a little panicked when faced with Ningchen's trusting gaze. Lord Ningchen, you can just call me Liu San. With Lord Ningchen's appreciation, I will definitely not disappoint Lord Ningchen. Okay, if you do well, I don't mind giving you a reward. On the contrary, I also don't mind giving you a penalty. It all depends on your performance, understand? Ningchen's words were as cold as ice, which also made the joy that had just risen in Liu San's heart fade a lot. I understand. I understand, Lord Ningchen. As long as you understand, let's go here today and go home and have a good rest. Everyone looked a little tired. After hearing these words, they immediately felt a little happy and dispersed. The hanging curtain is like ink, and the stars and shadows are mixed. Ningchen walked leisurely on the path back to the tree house, taking a sip of wine from time to time, which was quite satisfying. Well, we can let go of the Yuanshire matter for now. Now it's better to deal with the Hao matter. That lunatic used to come and bring me cakes from time to time. It seems that her home is not that far away from mine. Perhaps we can find some clues by going to her house. My heart is like a bright lake, as clear as a fire, so clear and tight. Ningchen put something in his hand and took a sip of wine in his mouth. It was extremely satisfying. The spicy water flowed into his throat and gurgled into his stomach, which also brought some warmth to Ningchen. Returning to the tree house, I prepared some dinner, all of which were gifts from the villagers. Sitting at the dining table, I casually put some mushrooms into my mouth. This mushroom tastes really good. However, since Lin King is dead, I'd better find a mortal to be responsible for my diet. Ningchen chewed the fungi in his mouth calmly and smiled knowingly. Winter is coming soon now, and I have just been promoted to the second-level intermediate level. The speed is indeed good, in line with my expectations. And in the spring and summer of next year, when the Jia family's caravan arrives, maybe I can be promoted to the second rank. I'm afraid King Shu's cultivation level is no longer as good as mine. He has just been promoted to the second level at the moment, and he is still some distance away from me. It's a bit ridiculous to say that the second level cultivation level can't compare to my third level cultivation. Thinking so, a somewhat mocking smile appeared on Ningchen's face, but his eyes remained calm. However, let's deal with this lunatic Hao first. He took a sip of wine, and a few frightening glints flashed in his black eyes. The dew weighed down the bamboo leaves until they bowed their heads, and the mist covered the white fish belly on the horizon. Ningchen leaned against the tree, his dark eyes quietly looking at yesterday's field. It was now full of people. Bury the seeds into the soil, cover them with soil, and finally smooth the bumps with your hands. The whole set of actions is done in one go, which is extremely skillful. Looking from a distance, Ningchen could not help but feel a satisfied smile on his lips. Sure enough, every job has to be done by the same person. Farmers are very efficient in farm work, and I just took this opportunity to visit the village. He took a sip of wine to moisten his lips and throat, turned around and left, disappearing among the dense branches and leaves. Back in the village, it was still morning, and Ningchen was leaning on the side of the street quite comfortably. His dark eyes looked around the crowd, searching for that beautiful figure in pink clothes. This street is crowded with people and traffic, and there are many gyumasters among them. If you are looking for Haoyu, this is the best place. Suddenly, a touch of pollen clothes broke into Ningchen's peripheral vision, and a few deep smiles appeared in his eyes, above the black pupils. Finally found you. Hao had just walked out of his house at this time and walked straight to the street. Hao, good morning. Good morning. Facing the greetings from his teammates, Hao responded with a chuckle. Good morning everyone. I just received a mission to clear out the wolves in the northern part of the village. What do you think? The second-level Gyumaster led by Hao came over and talked leisurely. Others, including Hao, naturally had no objections. Then let's go, shall we? Good. Let's go. In a moment, the figures of those people disappeared into the crowd and disappeared from Ningchen's gaze. Well, according to what I just saw, Hao's home is mostly here. Ningchen walked leisurely and stood quietly in front of one of the bamboo buildings. In his eyes, a faint light flickered. He tried to push the door in but couldn't push it. It was obvious that Haoyu had locked it. Ningchen was not surprised when he saw this. Instead, he walked around to the back of the house. Seeing that no one was around, he jumped lightly and grabbed the window on the second floor. He climbed through the window and stood on the bamboo floor with his feet, making a crisp sound. And Ningchen had already confirmed before coming in that there was no one in Hao's home, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Ningchen walked slowly, pushed open one of the doors and walked inside. The furnishings are quite elegant, a little quiet, and very refreshing. Looking through the window, I feel very at ease, and I can also see the dusty bamboo building. It seems that this is Hao's room, but Hao doesn't have any relatives. He may be an orphan like me. So, I can understand her attitude towards me a little bit. Ningchen looked around, with a clear mind, but his hands kept moving, exploring the tables and cabinets in the room. In an instant, a square leather notebook appeared in the bottom drawer of the desk. When Ningchen saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little doubt in his heart. He turned over a page, held it in his hand, and turned it with his fingertips. A dry touch, carrying a sense of vicissitudes of years, flowed into Ningchen's heart. I went to find other people to play with today, but they didn't seem to want to play with me. I don't know why. Maybe it would be nice to get acquainted with them. They still seem to dislike me, even though I brought them some snacks. The handwriting is very old and has turned slightly yellow. Obviously it has been there for a long time, and there is a kind of childishness and innocence between the lines. Oh, this is probably Hao's diary. These sentences should be from her childhood. Ningchen suddenly felt a little clear in his heart and looked down again. They said I was an orphan. I was so sad. Am I really an orphan? I have never seen my parents since I was a child. Today they seem to be saying that another pair of brothers are orphans. The younger brother seems to be very sad too, but the older brother doesn't seem to care at all. Why is that? Although there are some traces of tears on the paper, Hao must have been extremely sad at that time and shed tears. The black pupils were flickering on and off, with a bit of doubt, and they were secretly speculating in their hearts. This pair of brothers. Based on their age and address, they should be me and Ningchen. Is it possible that Hao has been somewhat interested in me since then? Turning over a page, the handwriting seemed to have grown up with Hao, stretched out a lot, and was no longer so childish. I inquired about it and found out that the two brothers were also orphans. The older brother was called Ningchen and the younger brother was named Ningchuan. Why do the older brother and the younger brother look very similar, but they give me completely different feelings? My younger brother is very ordinary. But why is my elder brother so different? It really makes me curious. Ningchen smiled, silently. The mystery that had puzzled him for a long time was finally solved. Although it is just a few words and no detailed records, the whole picture can be inferred. So, I generally understand. Heo's parents died when he was young, so he lacked the concept of love in his heart, and when he was treated coldly by his peers, he happened to meet me, a devil like me. The magic in me attracted her, and she also developed a strong interest in me. As the years passed, it gradually evolved into love, and she even gradually became dependent on me. This love is very complicated, like family affection, friendship and love, and the reason for all this is that she lacks the concept of love in her heart. That's it. Ningchen chuckled. He understood everything. He finally understood everything. He put the diary back into the drawer and covered up all the traces of his search, creating a situation where nothing happened. After all, Ningchen still didn't want that lunatic Heo to know that he had been to her house. God knows what Heo would do after he found out that he had been there. The dust is walking leisurely on the streets. At noon in late autumn, even if the sun is high in the sky, it is difficult to feel any warmth. It's noon, let's go get lunch first and then go back to the village. Thinking so, he walked straight into the wine shop, randomly picked an empty table, and the waiter walked up to him. Sir, what would you like to eat? I want some dishes, both meat and vegetables, and 2 jars of green bamboo wine, thank you. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, the food will be ready later. The waiter left in a hurry and walked into the kitchen. After a while, he walked out again to greet the next table of guests. Ningchen sat quietly at the table and looked around, but saw a figure he didn't want to see. At this moment, Heo was finished her mission and sat at the dining table next to Ningchen. Heo looked at Ningchen with some surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing. Lord Ningchen, I didn't expect to see you here. It's great to see Lord Ningchen just after completing the mission and returning to the village! Ningchen's eyes were dim, looking away, but his heart was as clear as a candle in a cave. Why did I meet this lunatic again? She will definitely come to pester me again later. It's really troublesome. The more I thought about it, the darker it became, but my face remained calm and calm. In a moment, all the dishes were served, and they were served on the table together with 2 jars of green bamboo wine. Ningchen picked up his chopsticks and put dishes into his mouth one bite at a time. He took a sip of green bamboo wine from time to time. It was very refreshing. After a long time, he was full of wine and food. Ningchen left the money on the table, picked up the remaining jar of green bamboo wine and left leisurely, without even looking at Heo beside him. He walked away at a leisurely pace. But after only 100 steps, a rather rapid sound of trotting came from behind. Ningchen was calm and composed. He knew in his heart that the person behind him must be Heo. Ningchen, long time no see. Have you eaten? The familiar voice arrived before anyone else, and Heo peeked out from Yeken's side. Her delicate body bowed slightly, looking extremely cute. Heo, it's been a long time since we last seen each other. It's been lunch. But you're still so cute. Ningchen quietly glanced at Heo beside him, with a clear smile on his face, and he touched Heo's little head. Heo's face suddenly turned a little blushing, and there was a hint of dodge in his pink eyes. Heo, as I have time this afternoon, let's go shopping? Ningchen's eyes were like water. He looked at Heo gently, and took advantage of the situation to hold Heo's delicate hand. Okay. What I heard from Ningchen is Heo's eyes are as tender as water, full of love, and she leaned slightly, leaning on Ningchen's side. The two walked away slowly together, one black and one pink, just like a young couple in love. There are crowds of people, shoulder to shoulder. Above the market, there is a surging flow of people and busy traffic. As night approaches, the vendors gather at their stalls. Candied horse on a stick. Take a look. Look at the delicious candied horse on a stick. Cooking cakes, all kinds of cooking cakes. They are so delicious. To be honest, This piece of writing of mine was passed down from a certain rank Forgu master. Ningchen quietly scanned the stalls on both sides of the street. Hao beside him left without knowing when. Ningchen, do you think this hairpin looks good? Following the sound, I saw Hao leaning against the light and fire, standing by the candle, with rippling eyes and picturesque eyes. The silver hairpin shines brightly, standing in the hair, different from a lock of hair, like a warm figure. Beautiful lady. It's pretty. Ningchen smiled slightly and praised. Without hesitation, boss, how much does this hairpin cost? It's not expensive, Gu master, just a few scattered yuan stone grains. The vendor was just a mortal, facing two Gu masters, Ningchen and Hao Yu. How could he dare to ask for a price? After hearing this, Hao casually took out a few scattered yuan stone grains from his purse and handed them to the dealer. Give. Thank you, Master Gu master. Hao simply pinned the hairpin in her bun and stopped taking it off. Let's go, Ningchen. Well, let's go. Hao held Ningchen's arm. The little bird was so cute. He looked up at Ningchen, who was quite calm. By the way, Ningchen, do you think my hair looks better with it tied up or loose? Ningchen lowered his head to look at Hao in his arms. His dark eyes flashed with thoughts, and he smiled slightly. I think they are all pretty, but I prefer curly hair. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Hao raised his hand and touched the slightly cold hairpin in his hair, and the corners of his lips unconsciously raised a smile. It seems that Lord Ningchen prefers my curly hair. Then I'll keep my hair in buns from now on. Ningchen looked at Hao in shock, then smiled. Without him, he could feel that Hao hugged him tighter. Hey, aren't those Ningchen and Hao, brother Qingshu? It seems to be true. Qingshu looked in the direction pointed by Yu Hong, and saw a slender figure leaning against a majestic blue-black figure. Take a closer look and take a closer look. You will see that they are indeed Ningchen and Hao. Yu Hong, speaking of it, Hao seems to have liked Ningchen when we were in school. I didn't expect it to be so sweet now. We can go shopping together. Oh Qingshu, if you say so, then we are shopping together now. So are we also a couple? Qingshu was asked by Yu Hong. Although he was quite wise, he was still a little green when it came to facing this kind of girl problem. Ha 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 ha, okay, look at you like that. I'm just teasing you. Oh, let's continue shopping then. Let's go shopping. I'll definitely keep going. It's hard to relax. Why don't you have a good time? Yeah, that's right. Let's go. Hey, wait for me. Yu Hong quickly followed Qingshu, who was leaving, and the two of them gradually disappeared into the crowd of people while talking and laughing. The shallow time flows by with the beauty's smile. In the blink of an eye, most of the street vendors have left, and the flow of people has become much thinner. Hey, oh, let's just come here today. I'm going back. Okay, then I have some tea cakes here for you. I know you like drinking tea, so I made some tea cakes specially for you. I hope you like it. Hey, oh took out a few pieces of tea cake from a flower bag-shaped Gu insect and handed them to Ningchen. Ningchen also took it calmly and put it directly into the gourd flower. He smiled lightly and said, "Thank you. I will taste it when I go back." So let's say goodbye. 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 Ningchen left the gate of the village. His figure gradually moved away, and gradually disappeared from Hao's gaze. Half an hour later, when they returned to the village, Ningchen went to check the results of Liu San and the others. I'm reporting to Lord Ningchen that all the seeds have been sown so far. All that's left to do is to fertilize and water the crops. And Lord Ningchen doesn't need to worry about this. Well done. There is a jar of green bamboo wine here. You can share it and have a taste. Ningchen casually took out a jar of green bamboo wine from the gourd flower and handed it to Liu San. Thank you Lord Ningchen for the gift. Everyone, Lord Ningchen brought us some wine. Okay, you drink first. I have something else to do, so I'm going back first. Ningchen gradually left, looking at the excited expressions of all of them. His eyes were very dark, and he was also joking in his heart for a moment. Just a jar of green bamboo wine can make them grateful. This is the difference between Gu masters and mortals. Returning to the tree house, Ningchen first took out Heo's tea cake from the gourd flowers and placed it on the table. The tea is overflowing with fragrance and is quite exquisite. It is obviously a masterpiece made with great care. But Ningchen didn't intend to take a bite. Ever since Heo started giving him cakes, Ningchen had never taken a bite, not even a bite. Ningchen picked up a piece of tea cake, and Motong looked at the tea cake quietly. I have to say that this tea cake is indeed extremely tempting, especially for someone like Ningchen who loves tea. Heo, you are such a young girl that you still want to plot against me. Smiling silently, a slightly cold smile appeared on Ningchen's lips inadvertently. His eyes were extremely deep. Dark pupils, dark eyes, long gaze. Ningchen crushed the delicate tea cake in his hand with a slight exertion. The tea cake was so fragile, let alone withstanding the huge force of the dust. It instantly scattered in all directions and turned into handfuls of broken foam, revealing the note inside. He unfolded the note with his fingertips, revealing the rather graceful handwriting inside. Salute to the beloved Lord Ningchen. If you've seen this note, you're lucky enough not to have swallowed it. Please listen to what I have to say. How was your visit to my house? This morning, even though there were so many people, I still caught a glimpse of you, because your handsome appearance is really hard for me to ignore. I guess with your cautious character, you must already know why I like you, right? I can't help it. I really can't live without you, but you don't like me. This makes the slave family very heartbroken. So, there is no other way. I mixed something into this tea cake. It's not harmful. It will only let you sleep for a while. After all, how can I be willing to hurt you? However, I also know what Lord Ningchen is like, so I made two preparations. If you don't eat this tea cake, the fragrance of the tea will be enough to make you sleep for a while. At least it's enough to last me until I get to your house. There is no other way, Master Ningchen. Only in this way will you belong to me forever. You are too good, so there are too many naughty foxes around you, and I have got rid of them some time ago, and the bodies are buried under your bamboo house in the village, so that I am the only one around you! Lord Ningchen, please wait for me. I love you, Guheo. Ningchen laughed silently. His eyes were long and deep as the abyss or the sea, without the slightest surprise, as if everything was expected by Ningchen. Looking at the remaining pieces of tea cakes aside, Ningchen had an inexplicable smile on his face. After a while, a beautiful figure of pollen pushed the door in, and Heo came. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Ningchen lying on the ground with a gloomy expression. The note in it was placed on the table. It had obviously been read. Turning around, he saw the remnants of the tea cake on the table, which made Heo smile softly. Master Ningchen seems to like the tea cake I made. He was finished eating it all. It's okay. Now that you're with me, I can cook it for you every day. The smile on Heo's face is extremely sick, making people tremble with fear. Suddenly, Heo lay on Ningchen's body, stroking Ningchen's face with her delicate hands, as if stroking a piece of jade, fearing any bumps. Lord Ningchen, you will be mine soon. Heo pressed her face to Ningchen's ear, exhaling breath like orchid, refreshing. A wisp of azure light slowly bloomed in Heo's palm, getting brighter and brighter, illuminating Heo's terrifying face. The dim light in the palm of his hand slowly came close to Ningchen's neck, which was beating slightly. In an instant, the dust suddenly rose, and a blue spear protruded from the cuff, which seemed to be made of moonlight and was extremely translucent. Stab! The moon spear almost passed the light, escaping Heo's sight and perception. It pierced Heo's chest and pierced the beating heart. Poof! Heo's face still maintained the sick smile just now, but what was different was that a bright red streak came down from the corner of his mouth, spurting out a few strands of blood. There was also a bit of astonishment in Heo's eyes, and the dim light in his palm gradually dimmed. But before it dimmed, Heo also saw Ningchen's face clearly. That face was so calm, so indifferent, and so steady. It didn't look like a person at all. Bang! The delicate body fell to the ground with a bang. Blood spurted out of Heo's mouth again, and a few lines of clear tears flowed from his eyes. Ningchen ... Master, why is this? There is confusion, surprise, pain, admiration, etc. in the words. But there is no hatred, not even a trace. Before Heo died, he never hated Ningchen in the slightest, not even a little bit. And what was Ningchen's answer? Ningchen stood up without saying a word to her, even before Heo died. Holding the moon spear, he twisted it hard, completely crushing Heo's heart and completely extinguishing Heo's life. Hey, the plan is very good, but it's a pity that I ran into a 1,000-year-old devil. Ningchen looked at Heo's body without any trace of regret or sadness, only a touch of teasing. Heo's plan is indeed very good. If it were another person, it would definitely be done. But she met a 1,000-year-old demon, Ningchen. When Heo handed Ningchen the tea cake, Ningchen noticed something was wrong. In terms of taste, Ningchen drank all the tea he could get in Guiyu village over the years. Therefore, I understand the aroma of tea very well, and the aroma of tea on the tea cake is extremely rich, so rich that it is a bit abnormal and a bit artificial. Therefore, Ningchen directly sent the tea cake into the gourd flower. Back in the bamboo house, Ningchen maintained his usual cautious attitude. Instead of eating the tea cake, he crushed it into pieces. And Ningchen was indeed very prepared. This tea cake did contain medicine, although it could be inhaled through the nose. Ningchen put it by the window as soon as he got home. The medicinal properties have long been dispersed in the air, so diluted that they have no effect. The drug is most effective when taken orally, and the effect of inhalation is slow. After such dilution, it has no effect at all. And this is not over yet. Ningchen pretended to eat tea cakes and fainted on the ground, killing Heo when she was most relaxed. In fact, even if Heo's moon blade pierced Ningchen's neck, it would not cause heavy bleeding. At most, it would be a shallow wound. The consequence of the difference in details is that Ningchen won and stood here, while Heo lost and died here. In fact, as early as today when Ningchen finished reading Heo's diary, he had already had the idea of abandoning the chess piece. Because this chess piece is not as easy to use as imagined, and it is a bit prickly. So Ningchen took Heo to stroll the streets for a day, creating an illusion of love between the two for others. Because once Heo disappeared, the first person to be investigated would be him, the last witness. And Ningchen's psychological quality, of course, there is no problem, and it can be easily passed off. At that time, as long as the others can prove that Ningchen and Heo are very affectionate, Ningchen can clear his suspicion. And a helpless, unattached, C-level 40% qualification, a first-level Guimaster suddenly disappeared, and the village would not investigate too much. If they still have no clues after investigating for a long time, they will stop. Ningchen was born like this. Before taking action, he will deduce all the possibilities and plan a retreat. If there is no good retreat, a plan to retreat safely, Ningchen will never take action. The chess game is not good enough. Heo. But this is another chess piece lost. Ningchen looked at Heo's body, whose body temperature had not yet subsided, walked forward, and used the moon spear to stir her internal organs again, completely ensure her death. This is Ningchen's style of doing things. Broken jade. Light snow just fell. A dark blue figure was particularly conspicuous in the snow-covered forest. Ningchen walked leisurely in the forest, 1 foot shallow and 1 deep, leaving 2 footprints of varying depths on the snow. It's snowing at this time, much more than last year's morning. Ningchen exhaled a breath of hot air, creating a wisp of white mist, which rolled up the snowflakes in the air and melted. After a long time, Ningchen stopped walking, looked around for a moment, and then took out the gourd flower Gu. With a thought, a corpse that was already cold to the bottom appeared in Ningchen's hand. Ningchen held Heo's neck with one hand, and threw it on the snow with a casual flicker. Ningchen looked at Heo's corpse quietly, walked forward slowly, and a faint light appeared in his palm, and a blue 7-foot-long spear was held in his hand. The mist was thick, and the dark light was revealed. The moon spear lightly poked and broke the skin on Heo's neck. The blood flowed out. Although it had turned black and red, it was still pungent in the cold and solemn forest. Well, the snow came in time, so that Heo's body would not deteriorate so quickly, giving me enough time to deal with it. The bright red blood flowed, but in just a few breaths, it had dyed the surrounding snow red, and also swept a few rusty smells into Ningchen's nasal cavity. Well, The blood smell is not light. It should be enough to lure wild wolves or brown bears. Ning Chen retreated dozens of steps, leaned against the bushes, and looked at Heo's body quietly. He would not leave until he saw Heo's body was eaten up. This was Ning Chen's cautious entry. Wise character. The cold wind poured into Ning Chen's clothes through the seams, but it did not bring the slightest chill to Ning Chen. There was not a single wave in his black eyes. He just looked at Heo's body not far away quietly. The waiting for a minute and a second still did not make Ning Chen feel a bit irritated. He knew it was worth it. As long as Heo's body was cleaned up, it would be worth it. And not long after, several hungry wolves came here following the smell of blood. Their eyes were glowing green, their bodies were thin, they were hungry wolves with nowhere to go. And the leading wolf saw that Heo's body did not feast on it, but looked around to confirm if there was any danger. And Ning Chen naturally hid himself very well. They did not find it, and after not finding any danger, a group of wolves surrounded. They feasted on Heo's corpse. Soon, the cold and quiet forest was permeated with the frightening chewing sounds. There was the crispness of chewing bones and the disgusting sound of chewing internal organs. It was obvious that they were very hungry and could eat anything. Ning Chen did not leave yet, watching them devour Heo's body quietly. Only when they devoured Heo's body clean would he leave with peace of mind. And they did not disappoint Ning Chen. In a moment, there was only a few pieces of deep red snow left there, and not a trace of the corpse was left. Ning Chen left with peace of mind. As for the bloodstains, the heavy snow would solve them. On the way back to the village, Ning Chen took a look at the planting conditions of the fields. Bamboo is indeed famous for growing fast. It is sprouted in just a few days. The quality is still quite good. Ning Chen looked at the emerald green leaves, which were so beautiful even under the white snow. He then returned to the village with peace of mind. However, when he returned to the village, he saw a group of mortals he had never seen before. On closer inspection, they looked frightened and begged, "Please, let us live here." "Yes, please, we dare not go back to our village. There are snow monsters there. We escaped with great difficulty. We can't go back to die." Although they were begging, their eyes showed some madness and paranoia. The mortals led by Liu San did not know how to respond for a while, so they could only mutter in silence. After all, if they refused directly, let alone whether they would feel guilty about it, this group of people would have nowhere to retreat, and a fight might break out. But if they agreed, they did not know how to accommodate these outsiders. If they did not handle them properly, Ning Chen might get angry. They certainly did not dare to take this risk. "By the way, where is the Gu Master in your village?" Suddenly, Liu San thought of Ning Chen and asked, "Don't mention it. Our Gu Master is no match for the snow monster. The snow monster is too scary." Liu San was choked for a while. He had never heard of any snow monster in his life, or a snow monster that could kill a Gu Master. "What's wrong, Liu San? Where did these people come from?" When Liu San heard the rather steady voice, he immediately showed some joy on his face, as if he had found a backbone. "Master Ning Chen, you are finally back." This group of people came from the next village. They said that they encountered a snow monster in their village, and even their Gu Master was killed by the snow monster. Most of the villagers were killed. They finally escaped here and wanted us to take them in. Liu San explained the reason to Ning Chen in a few words, but Ning Chen frowned slightly when he heard it. "Snow monster? I have never heard of a snow monster in Qingmao Mountain, and it is even more impossible for a snow monster that can kill a Gu Master to appear in this southern border." Ning Chen's vision is much broader than that of these mortals. Naturally, he knows that there are snow monsters in the world, but it is impossible for them to appear in the southern border. So, it is very likely that some Gu Masters used special Gu worms, and these mortals were short-sighted and mistook them for snow monsters. That makes sense. I just happen to be short of some labor. Ning Chen's mind was full of thoughts. In a flash, he thought of a general idea. A very friendly smile appeared on his face. "Don't panic, everyone. We are neighbors. Naturally, we have to help each other. You can live here first, and then make long-term plans after the snow monsters are gone." "Okay, thank you, Gu Master." "Thank you, Gu Master." In an instant, they were grateful and hurriedly knelt down to thank Ning Chen. Thanking Ning Chen in unison. "Nothing, nothing, Liu San. Go and arrange some accommodation for them. Just use those empty houses. Ning Chen casually assigned a task to Liu San, and Liu San also responded indifferently. Oh, Ning Chen also noticed that something was wrong with Liu San, smiled faintly, and whispered in his ear to comfort him. Liu San, you should use them first. Let the people in our village have a rest first. After all, the free labor should not be wasted. Understood, Lord Ning Chen. Liu San immediately had a bit of joy on his face, and hurriedly left with the outsiders, leaving Ning Chen alone immediately, and Ning Chen quietly looked at the place hidden by the mountains and forests, with a bit of thought on his face. The snow monster, it's a bit interesting. The snow is stained with blood, and the corpse is broken. Sure enough, my guess is correct. This kind of injury is definitely not caused by the snow monster, it must be caused by the Gyu Master. Ning Chen stood up, with some clarity in his heart. He looked over the body with broken arms and legs at his feet. The five senses are keenly aware of every move around him, and the moon pupil Gyu in his eyes is constantly activated, for fear of being attacked by the strange Gyu Master. Bang! A muffled sound fell into Ning Chen's ears at an inappropriate time, looking for sound, but he saw a head that was kicked away like a kuju and landed in front of Ning Chen. It still had a frightened look on it. Oh, there is another fish that slipped through the net. Ha 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 ha. A rather clear laugh attracted Ning Chen's attention, and he looked up. But when I saw this person, he was dressed in a white robe that was as beautiful as snow, with elegant clothes, jade white hair, ice blue eyes, face and skin like snow, cold as a fairy, not a trace of fireworks. He held a blood-stained ice blade and stepped on a headless corpse, splattering the snow robe with a few traces of bright red. Ning Chen recognized this person, and it was impossible not to recognize him. Beijai's High Gyu Master, a person who is highly regarded by the head of the Beijai family, has an extremely rare beiming ice body, and is 100% talented. When these characteristics are put together, they become one person, Beiyai Ningbing. Ning Chen's black eyes darkened slightly, his heart sank slightly, and his attention was raised to the highest level, because he knew that the battle with Beiyai Ningbing was definitely not comparable to any previous battle. I actually ran into Beiyai Ningbing here. It seems like I can't leave peacefully without a fight to the death today. Beiyai Ningbing is 100% talented, and Beiyai Ningbing's body is not comparable to those of the past. When Beiyai Ningbing saw that Ning Chen's black eyes were calm as usual, she felt a little bit interested. Oh, you didn't panic when you saw me, that's interesting. While Ning Chen was looking at Beiyai Ningbing was also observing Ning Chen. Wearing a green and black military robe, it is difficult to hide the strong bones and muscles underneath. Jet black hair, dark eyes, extraordinary handsome appearance, calm and composed, without any emotion. Although Beiyai Ningbing didn't know who the person in front of her was, she could tell that the person in front of her was no ordinary person. Holding the ice blade tightly in his hand, he stepped heavily on his feet, and his body turned into a white light and shot toward Ning Chen. Second turn, Snow Gyu. In this icy and snowy land, the power of Snow Gyu was enhanced to the extreme. Beiyai Ningbing slashed at Ning Chen with her blade, and the ice blade in her hand was dancing like a cutting wind. Second turn, Ice Blade Gyu. The cold light on the ice blade pierced into Ning Chen's black eyes, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, making no waves at all. Ning Chen twisted his body slightly and dodged Beiyai Ningbing's killing blow. A gang fist in his arms was already ready to be fired, and it was hitting Beiyai Ningbing's chest at this moment. Ning Chen used his shoulder to move his elbow, and his elbow to move his fist, and unleashed an unreserved straight punch. Bang! The air was roaring with the surging force. One can imagine how strong Ning Chen is now. Beiyai Ningbing's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. Even before the punch came, the wind alone had already caused pain on her face. You must not take his punch forcefully. Beiyai Ningbing's heart was as clear as ice, and she immediately thought of a countermeasure. In the void, the sea of a true essence almost overflowed, and the dark red true essence stirred. Second turn, Water Cover Gyu. Immediately, two streams of clear water flowed out from Beiyai Ningbing's nostrils and fell to the ground, forming a spherical water cover, wrapping Bai Ningbing tightly. Bang! Splashing up a handful of gorgeous water. This water shield Gu is very good at defense. It uses softness to overcome hardness. With 4 or 2 moves, it completely released Ningchen's surging strength, but the remaining power also stimulated Bai Ningbing's figure to shake. Ningchen's gaze remained unwavering, and he quickly drew out his fist, using his true energy to stir up. Second turn, Stone Cone Gu. Ningchen raised his hand casually, and several sharp stone cones appeared in the air, stabbing at Bai Ningbing with the force of breaking through the air. When Bai Ningbing saw this, her eyebrows sank, and she quickly broke up the water shield formed by the water shield Gu, and jumped to the side. Ningchen was very familiar with the characteristics of the water shield Gu. He was good at guarding against blunt weapons, but was most afraid of sharp weapons. This stone cone Gu can penetrate directly into the water cover Gu and hurt Bai Ningbing inside. After Bai Ningbing experienced this change, she completely gave up her contempt in her heart and treated this strange opponent seriously. Bai Ningbing attacked Ningchen again, drawing a bright snow mark, and the snow light surged in her hand. Ningchen didn't panic. When he saw this, he stepped back. A dim light glowed in the palm of his hand. Clang! A rather pleasant sound of gold and iron clashing. The gun blades met, and there was a faint light of ice. Ningchen's black eyes met Bai Ningbing's icy pupils, and the moon spear also moved on to the ice blade. Ningchen held the moon gun in one hand and shook it hard, causing Bai Ningbing's mouth to go numb for a while. His arms were weak and he couldn't exert any strength. And Ningchen happened to seize this opportunity, and the moon gun danced out a circle of blue light, forcing Bai Ningbing to retreat. There is a saying that an inch longer is an inch stronger. At that distance, Ningchen was stuck to Bai Ningbing's side. The advantage of the spear could not be used at all, but it would become a burden. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was forced to take a few steps back. At this distance, the spear was the strongest. Ningchen's eyes were calm, still without any disturbance, and he held the spear tightly with both hands. The spear seemed to have some spirituality in Ningchen's hand, like a dragon, a snake or a python. The sharp spearhead was constantly poked out, stabbing at Bai Ningbing as fast as raindrops. Bai Ningbing was overwhelmed for a moment. In terms of weapon kung fu alone, it would take Bai Ningbing another few hundred years of training to catch up with Ningchen. Whether it is axes, hooks, forks, swords, spears, or halberds, Ningchen can use all kinds of weapons. He is proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Facing this storm-like attack, Bai Ningbing was very excited, and laughed wildly on his face. Ha 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 ha, you are really different from those trash. Ningchen's eyes were as deep as the sea, and he didn't say a word, but responded to Bai Ningbing with his hands. The long spear shone brightly, and it flashed like a blue python. Under Ningchen's intensive and deadly attack, Bai Ningbing's face was inevitably bruised, with some wounds and a few drops of blood. However, when Bai Ningbing saw that he was injured, he didn't get angry but laughed. Ha 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 ha. You are so interesting. Then, with a thought, the dark red true essence of the peak of the second transformation descended, and the ice blade that was originally chipped and spotted was renewed again. Hands were no longer numb. It was time to start fighting back. A bone-chilling breath of cold air came out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, flowing slowly onto Ningchen's body. Second turn, ice breath Gu. Ningchen suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and his muscles seemed to be out of control. The moon spear that was about to pierce Bai Ningbing's chest also became extremely slow. Under this icy breath, Ningchen's movements fell into Bai Ningbing's eyes, but they were as slow as a turtle. An icy light continued to grow in Ningchen's eyes. Hiss! The flesh opened, revealing the red muscles underneath. Ningchen quietly looked at the 1-inch-long wound on his arm, but he was not panicked at all. He lightly activated the life-giving Gu. Looking up at Bai Ningbing held an ice blade in his hand, which was stained with a few strands of bright red blood. Come on, you are much more interesting than them. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ningbing licked the blood on the ice blade into his mouth, and the cold and sweet taste rushed into his mouth, which made him even more excited. and Ning Chen remained calm, his black eyes quietly observing Bai Ningbing's every move. The black and white were clearly separated, and the two demons confronted each other. Ning Chen looked around and frowned slightly. He found that his body was too slow. If he continued like this, he would not be able to fight at all. With a thought, he mobilized a stream of crimson true energy to flow out of the void and flow to his limbs. Immediately, Ning Chen felt that his limbs had regained vitality, and strands of warmth flowed from his limbs to his heart. With a probe of his spiritual sense, he probed into the void. Well, the true energy is still full, and we can fight on. The crimson true energy in the void was still about 40%, which was very full and completely enough to support the battle. And the reason why Ning Chen could still have so much true energy after this fierce battle was his special secret method. It is so convenient to be able to directly breathe to extract the vitality in the air. This also gave Ning Chen the capital to fight against the Bai Ningbing Body 10 absolute qualification with a C-level 50% qualification. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air pulled Ning Chen's consciousness out of the empty cavity. Suddenly, several sharp ice cones cut through the air, bringing bursts of cold air to kill Ning Chen. Second turn, ice cone Gu. Ning Chen raised his hand casually, and the true essence in the empty cavity was reduced. Several stone cones with the same cold light shot towards Bai Ningbing. Second turn, stone cone Gu. The stone cone hit the ice cone, causing waves of ice mist in the air. At the beginning of the mist, Bai Ningbing had already activated the water cover Gu. Swish swish swish. Several sounds of breaking through the air fell into Bai Ningbing's ears, and he looked closely. Several blue moon blades passed through the ice mist and attacked Bai Ningbing. However, Bai Ningbing was well prepared and activated the water cover Gu early. Several moon blades fell into the water cover but only splashed a handful of water. In an instant, Bai Ningbing felt a chill on her neck for some reason, and subconsciously retreated to the side. But this retreat caused Ning Chen's slash to miss. This slash seemed to cut through the air, forcing Bai Ningbing to retreat in a hurry. Yes, facing this rather water cover Gu, Ning Chen only had the stone cone Gu to be effective in the long range, but in close combat, Ning Chen could directly hurt Bai Ningbing with either a gun or a sword. Bai Ningbing looked at the long sword in Ning Chen's hand, and thought of the long spear just now, and couldn't help laughing. Hey, I guess your talent must not be too high, otherwise you wouldn't have been using these close combat methods all the time. You guessed right. Bai Ningbing is worthy of being a top 10 talent, and she is very smart. She guessed Ning Chen's predicament at the moment from the battle, and Ning Chen finally spoke after hearing this, and praised Bai Ningbing. You finally spoke. I thought you were a mute. Hey, tell me your name. This is the first time I've seen you like this. What an interesting person. Forget my name. Do you still want to fight? When Bai Ningbing saw Ning Chen finally speak, her ice blue eyes blossomed with amazing interest, but Ning Chen remained calm as usual, and asked Bai Ningbing lightly, "Fight? Why not? You are such an interesting person. Of course I have to cut off your head as a souvenir." Bai Ningbing laughed wildly, adding a bit of crazy devilishness to it. Instantly, Bai Ningbing retreated backwards, and snowballs and ice cones continued to condense around him. Second level ice cone Gu, second level snowball Gu. Countless ice cones and snowballs turned into a violent storm and bombarded Ning Chen, but Ning Chen was calm as usual. Bai Ningbing's thinking was very correct. In terms of cultivation and true essence quality alone, Ning Chen could not compete with Bai Ningbing even if he had the magic method of inhaling to restore true essence. Since I can't beat you in close combat, then I will consume you from a distance. As long as this is the case, Ning Chen will definitely lose, and Ning Chen quickly came up with a solution. A rather thick vine shield blocked in front of him, blocking the ice cones and snowballs in front of him. Second turn, vine shield Gu. Ning Chen supported the vine shield with one hand, trying to resist the surging snowballs and ice cones. With the wind under his feet, he rushed forward at high speed. Ning Chen knew that his vine shield Gu could not resist for a moment. Second turn, swift travel Gu. Ning Chen quickly closed the distance with Bai Ningbing, but Bai Ningbing didn't care and bombarded wildly, as if to smash the blue-black vine shield. When Ning Chen and Bai Ningbing were within 2 steps, Ning Chen suddenly withdrew the vine shield in his hand and let the ice cones and snowballs bombard him. There were bursts of stabbing pain and coldness in his chest, but Ning Chen was calm and walked straight to Bai Ningbing without paying any attention. Holding the sword in one hand and the shield in the other, the dim light was bright and the cold light was pressing. The sword tip turned into a sharp edge and killed Bai Ningbing, who was already close at this moment, and it was difficult to dodge even with all kinds of power. When Bai Ningbing saw this, her face changed drastically, and she quickly condensed an ice blade in her hand, intending to resist Ning Chen's sword. Clang, the 2 blades met, and there was a crisp sound of metal hitting metal. How could Bai Ningbing block Ning Chen's surging power? Snap! With a crisp sound, the ice blade broke into several pieces of ice in a moment. Immediately, Bai Ningbing's neck was exposed to Ning Chen's sword light. I'm going to die. Bai Ningbing suddenly felt a chill on her neck, as if she was stared at by a hungry wolf or a tiger. However, facing this life and death situation, Bai Ningbing was calm and made the most correct decision. Ice Wall Gyu. With Bai Ningbing's roar, a 2-meter-high ice wall appeared in front of him, blocking Ning Chen's attack. Second turn, Ice Wall Gyu. Compared to the Water Shield Gyu, this Ice Wall Gyu is extremely effective against sharp weapons, but is very weak against blunt weapons. Ning Chen was slightly shocked when he saw this, and sighed. This Bai Ningbing is really vicious. She only used the Ice Wall Gyu to defend against my spear and sword at this critical moment of life and death. Ning Chen's black eyes saw the ice wall, and he exerted force on his hands again, and 1 force can defeat 10 skills. Bang! The ice wall was shattered by Ning Chen's surging force. It couldn't resist for a moment, but only a breath of time. But this breath of time allowed Bai Ningbing to escape. Ha 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 ha, you bastard, I almost died in your hands. Ha 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 ha. To commemorate you, an interesting person, I will use my strongest move to send you on your way. Luckily, I have only developed a prototype of this move, and you are the first person to see it. Ha 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 ha. This move is called Ice Blade Storm. Before the voice fell, 2 ice blades appeared in Bai Ningbing's hands, held flat on both sides, and spontaneously rotated, faster and faster. When Ning Chen saw Bai Ningbing's extremely arrogant laughter, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, and at this moment, this scene that seemed like a natural disaster further confirmed Ning Chen's uneasy feeling. The blue-black ice tornado was like a circling dragon, standing between heaven and earth. This ice tornado was dozens of feet high, and the extremely tall pine trees in the past were dwarfed by this ice tornado and turned into a foil. Ice crystals and snowflakes coiled around the outer cyclone, whirring and making people's faces hurt. Although Bai Ningbing was inside, there was no trace of him at this moment. Bai Ningbing had already guessed about Ice Blade Storm. During the second transformation period, Ning Chen used his long sword to stab his body into the ground, but even so, his body was still slowly moving towards the ice tornado. The violent suction force seemed to be like the abyss that was going to roll Ning Chen into it and crush him to pieces. The sky and the earth changed color, and the already cold King Mao Mountain added a bit of bone-chilling cold. This is the true power of the 10 Absolutes. Optimus Prime, Ice Blade Storm. Such a vision of heaven and earth fell into Ning Chen's black eyes, but it still made no waves at all. A strong wind blows and rolls the leaves. Ning Chen stood quietly with a long sword in his hand. The strong wind swept his clothes and whirred. Upon closer inspection, Ning Chen's figure is still moving towards the ice tornado. The figure that used to be quite majestic became as small as an ant in this natural disaster. Ning Chen quietly looked at the ice tornado standing between the mountains and forests, with a clear vision in his heart. Half of the body of the long sword in his hand was submerged in the ground, and the knuckles holding the sword were clenched tightly and turned slightly white. Ning Chen's figure was only 5 steps away from the ice tornado, but even so, Ning Chen's expression remained unwavering. The ice blades flew around, and the snowflakes danced like crazy. They brushed against Ning Chen's face, causing several small wounds. How strong is Ning Chen's body now? Normally, A Gu insect hitting Ning Chen would only scratch a small wound. But even though Ning Chen had such strength and body, his face was still covered in wounds. And Ning Chen's blue-black martial robe had already been torn into rags by the strong wind, revealing his angular body underneath. 3 steps. Ning Chen was only 3 steps away from the center of the ice tornado, and he could even vaguely see Bai Ningbing in it. Covered in bruises and blood, Ning Chen now seemed to have become a bloody man, with tiny wounds all over his body, all of which were flowing with blood. Pain, coldness, and fainting kept oppressing Ning Chen's nerves, but Ning Chen was like an iron man, not wavering at all, neither mentally nor physically. Suddenly, the power of the ice tornado disappeared in the air, revealing the white ice inside. Bai Ningbing's current condition is no better than Ning Chen's. Every trace of true energy in the aperture was gone, and the unformed ice blade storm just now directly consumed all his true energy. His whole body was covered with small wounds, his clothes were ragged, and he looked so embarrassed. Ahem, I didn't expect that I wouldn't even kill you. On the contrary, you survived. Ahem, ha 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 ha, it's you who will kill me. Ahem, cough, cough. It's so exciting to have such a hearty battle before dying. What a pity, I just don't know your name. Bai Ningbing kept coughing and vomiting out bits of ice. She collapsed to the ground. She had no strength left in her body. She was inferior to ordinary people. However, facing such a desperate situation, Bai Ningbing did not have any fear of death in her heart, but instead felt a touch of regret. Ning Chen looked at Bai Ningbing, who was laughing wildly, his face still calm, although Bai Ningbing might not be able to see Ning Chen's face at this moment. Phew! Ning Chen suddenly felt a cold feeling in his chest, causing blood to surge in waves. A sweet and fishy feeling surged up in his throat, and he blurted out, spitting out a mouthful of almost frozen blood and a few broken lung lobes. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Ning Chen seemed to have been drained of all his strength and fell to his knees. He knelt down on one knee and used his other hand to forcefully hold the sword on the ground. He barely managed to avoid collapsing to the ground, which was slightly better than Bai Ningbing. Ahem, it seems you can't hold it anymore. Ha 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 ha, both of us are going to die. It's so exciting. Ning Chen looked at Bai Ningbing, who was still laughing wildly, and reluctantly pulled out a few smiles from the corners of his cold mouth. No, I won't die. Your killing move just now has probably attracted the attention of the Gu Masters in our village. If we calculate the time a little, they should be coming soon. Oh, so that's your plan. It's a good plan. Even if I win, I will be at the end of my rope and linger on. And then your companions can kill me. I was negligent, but it can be considered as your thoughtfulness. It can't be called worthy. It can't be called worthy. After seeing Ning Chen, Bai Ningbing immediately understood in her heart. The two seemed to be best friends at this moment, praising each other from the bottom of their hearts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, several figures in white emerged from the bushes on the side, picked up Bai Ningbing, and looked at Ning Chen, who was kneeling aside. Master Bai Ningbing, do you want to kill him? No, keep him. Such an interesting person. Such a wonderful person. I will definitely kill him with my own hands in the future. Then let's leave quickly, otherwise those Gu Masters from Gu's family will come again. Well, let's go. Immediately, several Bai family Gu Masters activated their snow walking Gu at the same time to create a trail of snow, and walked on the snow, gradually disappearing into the forest. Before leaving, Bai Ningbing turned to look at Ning Chen, who was kneeling on the ground. Ning Chen seemed to feel Bai Ningbing's gaze and looked up. The two people's eyes met in the air at the same time, and they saw each other's eyes at the same time. Black eyes with ink pupils, blue eyes with ice eyes. One pair is as quiet as a flat lake, sinking as deep as a deep abyss, and one pair is impetuous and passionate, like a torrent. But there is something similar in their eyes, and only the other two can see it. That's magic. He should be the same person as me. Bai Ningbing saw the demonic nature in Ning Chen's eyes and was filled with excitement, as if a lonely person had found his first friend. At the same time, Bai Ningbing closed her eyes and imagined the general appearance of Ning Chen in her mind, as if she wanted to carve him into her heart. After all, This is the only person similar to me. Ning Chen watched Bai Ningbing leave from a distance, then looked at the wounds on his body, but he couldn't help but smile. In this way, Heo's death can be logically blamed on Bai Ningbing. Yes. How could Ning Chen, a scheming devil, ask for trouble and fight Bai Ningbing to the death for no reason? Naturally, he had a plan to fight Bai Ningbing so fiercely. I have a C-level 50% qualification and a Bai Ningbing soul body has a 100% qualification, and my realm is 2 small realms behind. With such a gap, I can still fight in a tie. If I hadn't had this wonderful method in my past life, I would have died so many times. The more Ning Chen thought about it, the more he felt dizzy, and his eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. After this fierce battle, Ning Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore. Come on, Yeo. Before he was about to fall into coma, Ning Chen vaguely heard a few words, but at this moment he could no longer hear clearly what he was saying. A rather pungent smell of alcohol poured into the nasal cavity inexplicably. Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes and saw the white ceiling of the medicine hall. Brother, you're awake. A rather familiar voice fell into Ning Chen's ears. He sat up and looked to the side. It was his younger brother, Ning Chuan. At this time, Ning Chuan looked a little happy, but the tears in the corners of his eyes still betrayed him. How long have I slept? It seems like it's only 1 day and 1 night. The seniors in the medicine hall said it would take you 3 days and 3 nights to wake up. I didn't expect you to wake up in 1 day and 1 night. Ning Chen's mind was still a little dazed, and he looked at his palms blankly, lost in thought. A tall figure pushed the door open and was quite surprised to see Ning Chen sitting up. Ning Chen, are you awake? Who are you? Jade face and beautiful face, caring face floating on the face. The rather tall figure was reflected in Ning Chen's dark pupils, but it aroused some doubts. Who is this? I have no impression of her at all. Ning Chen looked up and looked at this person carefully. But seeing that this person was tall and tall in life, with a graceful figure, the purple shirt could not hide the bumps and convexities underneath. Her beautiful hair hangs down around her waist, adding a bit of charm. With a jade-like face and a hint of concern, she is indeed a beauty. It's just that Ning Chen has no impression of this person at all. It seems you don't know me, but I know you, Ning Chen. I am your little girlfriend's Master, Kai Ning. Oh hello. Kai Ning looked calm and introduced himself lightly. When Ning Chen heard this, he realized that the person in front of him was Heo's Master. At the same time, he also had some speculations in his mind. Ning Chen, I'm going to ask you a few questions next. You can choose to answer them or not. Do you understand? Well, tell me. Ning Chen responded quietly to Kai Ning, and Kai Ning's purple eyes revealed some thoughts. As far as I know, Heo often mentioned you in the team and loved you deeply and with all his heart. And on the day she disappeared, you were the last person to see her. So, I ask you, do you know Heo's whereabouts, or did you kill Heo? The more Kai Ning spoke, the more excited she became, and her words were very unforgiving. A scrutinizing gaze shot out of her eyes, staring closely at Ning Chen's expression. Even the slightest change in Ning Chen's expression at this moment could not escape her eyes. She's missing? Kai Ning, you didn't lie to me, did you? She and I said goodbye at the gate of the cottage. She gave me a box of tea cakes, and I haven't seen her since. You said she was missing, is it true? Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's pupils shrank suddenly and he was no longer as calm as before. His whole body and even his lips were trembling slightly. Even the trembling in his tone revealed a sense of panic. It was obvious that he couldn't believe the news. Don't get excited first. Are you sure you and she have never seen each other again since we said goodbye at the gate of the cottage? When Kai Ning saw Ning Chen's panicked look, the scrutiny in his eyes dissipated a bit, and his mouth became much gentler. I swear, I really have never seen her. She is my girlfriend, how could I kill her? We just liked each other in school. Ning Chen was puzzled, complained, and took it for granted, but there was no trace of panic. When Kai Ning saw this, he fell silent, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. There's nothing wrong with what he said. It's the same as what King Shu Yuehong and others said, and this doesn't look like an act. Is it possible that Ning Chen really has never seen Hao Yu, nor has he killed Hao Yu? It seems that I am overthinking it. After all, They are boyfriend and girlfriend, how could they harm each other? After pondering for a moment, he showed a somewhat apologetic smile. Sorry, Ningchen. It seems that I wrongly blamed you. I'm sorry for disturbing you. You can rest in peace and recuperate. Kai Ning slowly retreated and exited the ward, leaving Ningchen and Ningchuan alone. Brother, I didn't expect you to have a girlfriend. Hey, oh, isn't that the girl who gave you cakes before? Hey, it's already happened before. Ningchuan looked at his brother Ningchen with great interest, but Ningchen fell slumped on the bed at this moment, extremely lost. Sorry, brother. I shouldn't have mentioned her. I'll go call the doctor over and see how your injuries are. Ningchen responded feebly, and Ningchuan quickly walked out of the door. Now only Ningchen was left in the room. Ningchen's face was extremely depressed, and the calmness in his eyes had disappeared. There is nothing more sad than death. However, Ningchen's heart was as usual, as quiet as a flat lake, as clear as a fire. I didn't expect that she was Heo's master. When I woke up, I didn't expect that she would come to interrogate me first. But my acting skills are still very good. I can't tell any clues. Kai Ning can't find anything even if he checks again. After all, I did it very cleanly. I'm afraid Heo has turned into puddles of wolf dung now. Ningchen was not worried about what Kai Ning would find out. After all, she was only a second-level Gyumaster. What could she find out? If it were a level 4 Gyumaster or even a level 3 Gyumaster, Ning Chen would probably have to worry a lot more. After all, the methods of a level 4 Gyumaster are no longer comparable to those of a level 2 Gyumaster. But Ning Chen knew before he took action that killing Heo would only lead to a few interrogations and there would be no danger. After all, a C-level 40%. A first-level high-level Gyumaster is not worth the effort of the copycat to check. Chining, it seems that he may be from Chimai. It seems that the search for Heo came out of her personal wishes, not the family's. This makes me feel more at ease. The more Ningchen thought about it, the calmer and more relaxed he became. He even adjusted his lying posture to make himself more comfortable. Well, the injury has almost healed, and it doesn't hinder anything. This Bai Ningbing is really scary. I almost told him where he was. However, my body is also terrifying. I can resist the second turn of Ice Blade Storm for so long. But this Ice Blade Storm is just an idea, not a complete Ice Blade Storm. When Bai Ningbing uses it, it only hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages himself 800. Ning Chen was quietly thinking about the fierce battle with Bai Ningbing, but the sudden sound of the door opening interrupted his recollection. The lingering sound of the door opening fell into Ning Chen's ears. Ning Chen stopped thinking and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a white-clothed Gyumaster following Ningquan. Judging from his attire, he should be a healing Gyumaster in the pharmacy. You are awake. Does your body hurt now? No, it's almost healed. Ning Chen felt his body carefully and gave his honest answer. After all, there was no need to lie about such a problem. Okay, let me see your injuries. The doctor lifted Ning Chen's quilt and saw Ning Chen's bandaged body. He casually lifted a bandage and saw that the small wound under it was now just a mark, and there was no sign of injury at all. Well, it's almost healed, so you can leave now. If there is any problem in the future, just come to the medicine hall again. Before he finished speaking, the medicine hall Gyumaster left in a hurry. He was still a busy man. Brother, you recovered so quickly. But it's good that the hospital bed can be vacated. There are many injured Gyumasters in the village recently. There are almost no vacant beds. Ningchen looked at Ningchuan and was puzzled. Why is this? On the day you fainted, the village was attacked by the wolf tide. Many Gyumasters were injured, but fortunately no one died. Speaking of which, you are really lucky. If the wolf tide comes, the first to be attacked are Gyumasters like you who are stationed in mortal villages, and you happen to return to the village to recuperate. Ningchuan talked freely and told Ningchen about the turmoil outside the village. And Ningchen fell into a long contemplation. The dim light is extinguished, and the whole is like watching fire. I didn't expect that I could avoid this wave of wolves by being unconscious, but even if I didn't escape, I would be able to escape unscathed with my strength. Speaking of which, when we disposed of Heo's body a few days ago, the wolves were already hungry. but we didn't expect that in just 10 days, a wolf wave would break out. That's right. This wolf usually won't eat people unless it's extremely hungry. It must be extremely hungry. But this wolf tide is not a rare thing, especially for Gyu village. It will happen every few years. It's just that the blow to Gyu village will only hurt some vitality at most. Only the wolf wave of Fang Yuan's generation in the future will bring Gyu village to its knees. Ningchen's heart was like a bright mirror. He understood clearly, and at the same time, he also felt a little bit of joy. On the contrary, I hope that this wolf wave will be an electric wolf wave. In this way, I can easily obtain some Thunder Path Gyu worms. After all, the method of refining the body and strengthening the soul in my previous life can also be used, so there is no reason why my thunder method cannot be used. In my previous life, my thunder technique was unrivaled in the world, even worse than the natural disasters and thunder tribulations. Therefore, after having such an experience, I may be extremely comfortable practicing the way of thunder again in this life. Thinking of this, Ningchen felt a bit of joy in his heart, but his face showed no sadness or joy, and was calm as usual. Suddenly, Ningchen got out of bed, picked up a brand new military robe and put it on, and walked straight to the door. "Ningchen, let's go for a walk with me." When Ningchen saw that Ningchen was already walking towards the door, he quickly agreed and followed Ningchen. "Brother, wait for me." Everyone who came and went was a Gyu master. Few high-ranking dealers appeared, and they looked a little deserted. The few traces of snow that can be seen everywhere add a bit of desolation. Cough cough cough. "Brother, are you okay?" Ningchen looked at Ningchen, who was coughing so violently that his body was shaking violently, and couldn't help but ask aloud, with a bit of worry in his eyes. "Ahem, I'm fine, I just caught a cold." Ningchen covered his mouth with his hands, his expression as calm as usual, but when he opened his palms, he saw a few tiny, blood-stained pieces of ice. They were coughed up from his lungs. Ningchen sighed in his heart. This Bai Ningbing is really a monster. He had the idea of such a killing move during his second turn, and it has begun to take shape. He is worthy of the Bai Ningbing soul body that was born with the Tao marks of the corresponding sect. Even my current physique is a bit unable to handle his second level, Ice Blade Storm, and Bai Ningbing is determined to improve after this battle. With his talent, it is not difficult to improve. Ice Blade Storm, with a wider range, stronger power, and more energy saving. Maybe because of my intervention, he will increase the power of Ice Blade Storm again. At that time, no matter how strong my body is, I won't be able to bear it. Looks like I'm going to develop a killer move too. The dim light in Ningchen's eyes flickered and he was silent. His heart seemed to be as clear as ice. When I looked up in an instant, I saw that I had arrived at the gate of the mountain village. However, the gate of the mountain village at this moment was completely different from the ordinary gate of the mountain fortress. There is already a 2-foot-high bunker at the wall, which is half a meter thick. This is the defense to block the wolf tide. Gyu masters sometimes stood on guard above the bunker, and injured Gyu masters were transported down from time to time. "Ningchen, you should go back first. There is some danger here." "Oh, then I'm going back." Ningchen watched Ningchen gradually go away, and then he started to walk towards the door. Just now from a distance, I could faintly hear subtle sobbing in the air, but this time it was undoubtedly clearer. Ningchen turned his head slightly and looked aside, his eyes calm, but I saw cold corpses lying on the street nearby. Judging from their dressing, they were all Gyu masters. Whether it is the martial robes on their bodies or the bronze medals on their waists, they all show their identity. They are Gyu masters. But at this moment, they were all lying on the ground, turned into corpses. Looking at such a number of corpses, it was difficult to find an intact corpse. Missing arms and legs, missing eyes and hands. Such miserable conditions are the lucky ones among them. What's more, half of the body went into the belly of the wolf, and the other half stayed here. The sounds of sobbing, cries of pain, and screams fell into Ningchen's ears like wisps. It was like a purgatory on earth. However, from beginning to end, Ning Shishan's eyes and expressions did not change at all. They were still calm. Among the other Gyu masters who were hanging their heads and sobbing, they were so dazzling and eye-catching, just like the group of people lying on the ground. This specific body had nothing to do with Ningchen. Among these corpses, there are naturally many of Ningchen's classmates. Ordinary people see the death of their former classmates. Even if they don't burst into tears, they will inevitably feel the sadness of a rabbit dying or a fox dying. After all, who will guarantee that the next one lying here will not be you? However, the demon Ningchen didn't feel the slightest emotion in his heart. He remained calm. These corpses did not affect him at all. He never thought that he would die in this wolf wave. Wait a minute, where are you going? I am a Gyumaster stationed outside the village, going to check if the mortal village is okay. When he arrived at the gate of the village, he was naturally questioned by the guarding Gyumaster, but Ningchen was also calm and leisurely. We have done our best to accommodate the mortals, so you don't have to worry. Just in case, I'd better go take a look. Ningchen smiled lightly, and the gatekeeper Gyumaster did not dissuade him. Okay, I really don't know why you care so much about those mortals. Remember to come back before night. There was a bit of sincere concern in his words. Ningchen had some guesses in his mind after hearing this, but he asked the two of them for safety. He bowed slightly, smiling, making people feel like spring breeze. I hope you two can explain why you have to come back before night. You really don't know? Okay, then I'll tell you. This time the wolf tide is the electric wolf tide, which moves very fast and likes to appear at night, so they will also attack the village at night. You just need to come back early. It's fine. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Ningchen laughed loudly and kept these words in mind. The two men moved their bodies and left a passage for Ningchen to pass through. Ningchen went straight through and left the village. He saw countless wolf corpses with blue lightning patterns. Obviously, they were electric wolves. There will be a wolf tide at night. Maybe it's a big opportunity for me. Ningchen's lips curled up a few faint smiles, and there was a little expectation in his heart. But now I'd better go and see how my Kaifeng Zoo is doing. That's my future source of wealth. I can't afford to lose it. Thinking so, Ningchen's smile gradually disappeared, and he returned to calmness and walked away quickly. Silence and silence surround the forest. Ningchen walked quietly on the path, looking around with his eyes, taking in everything around him. Although the lightning wolves will not appear at this time, Ningchen is cautious by nature, so he will naturally take precautions. Once there is even a trace of the electric wolves, Ningchen will decide whether to fight or flee. Why is this phoenix bamboo growing even stronger? Ningchen looked at the lush greenery in front of him quietly, and couldn't help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. I saw that the Kaifeng bamboo in front of me was already several meters high, reaching half of the surrounding pine trees. And like a spear, like a sword, like a cypress, like a pine, the end is straight and straight, the branches and leaves are luxuriant, lush, and extremely lush. Looking from a distance, a sizable bamboo forest has formed. Ningchen slowly approached the bamboo forest and caressed it gently with his hands. He was even more confused in his heart. This bamboo is very hard. Even if they have cultivation experience, it still grows a little too well. And this wave of wolves came very suddenly. A group of mortals must have died in the wolf's belly. They must not care about this bamboo. They can still distinguish between their own lives and my anger. Then that's weird. This bamboo looks really good. It's a little weird when it's good. The more Ningchen thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Although he didn't understand bamboo, he also knew that bamboo grew very fast. However, such prosperity still exceeded his expectations. As he walked, Ningchen walked around the outside of the bamboo forest. He still didn't understand why the bamboo could grow so vigorously. Bang! A pale object was inadvertently kicked out by Ningchen, bringing with it a burst of dirt. Take a closer look and you will see that it is the hand bone of an adult, and it was kicked out of the soil. It seems that nourishing this land with flesh and blood is much more effective than chemical fertilizers and moisture. The moment Ningchen saw the hand bone, he understood it in his heart and couldn't help but smile lightly. That's fine. Just come here regularly to kill a few people or beasts. Instead, you don't have to worry about training, and the wolves are not interested in the bamboo either. This is actually a good place. From this point of view, the green bamboo wine brewed from my bamboos will taste different. right? Ningchen casually picked up a handful of dirt and sniffed it carefully with the tip of his nose. The thick smell of blood flowed into his nostrils inexplicably. A high-pitched wolf howl passed through the layers of forest barriers and fell into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen's eyes flashed. He threw away the dirt in his hands and stood up. My eyes are fixed on the lush greenery of the pine forest, and the dim light shines brightly in my palms. A blue and grey afterimage rushed out of the bushes with lightning speed and attacked Ningchen. And with Ningchen's eyesight, he could clearly see the appearance of the afterimage. Blue and grey, with a strong body, a copper head and a slim waist, he is an electric wolf. The electric wolf bit hard on Ningchen's arm, and its fangs landed on Ningchen's skin, but it was shattered into pieces. The attacks of ordinary electric wolves can't even bite through Ningchen's skin. Ouch! The lightning wolf howled. For a moment, the pain was unbearable. All the fangs in the bloody mouth were smashed to pieces. How could it not hurt? Bang! Ningchen's eyes were quiet, and he swung a punch casually, creating a burst of afterimages. It suddenly landed on the waist of the lightning wolf, and the lightning wolf suddenly looked like a cooked prawn. The body was like an inverted bow, turned over, and could no longer die. I didn't expect that a lightning wolf would come to our door so soon. Looking up at the trees, Ningchen understood that the electric wolf could never act alone. Once it appeared, it would definitely be in a group. As if in response to Ningchen's guess, several blue-gray swift figures rushed out of the pine forest like wisps, turning into waves of turbulence and attacking Ningchen. When Ningchen saw this, he didn't panic. His dark eyes were fixed on the electric wolf at the front. A blue moon blade continued to enlarge in the wolf's eyes. The lightning wolf also tried to avoid it but failed to do so, and was cut in half from head to toe. In an instant, the internal organs and blood flowed along the cut surface. The lightning wolves did not retreat when they saw this, and opened their wolf mouths. Immediately, several bloody mouths came into Ningchen's eyes. The throat rolled, and suddenly several blue lights shone in the wolf's mouth, bringing with it a few rays of electricity. Bang bang bang! Ningchen saw this and raised his hand to block it, but the electric light was beyond Ningchen's expectation. Even though Ningchen's reaction was extremely fast and he raised his hands to defend himself, an electric current still hit Ningchen's chest. Zizzy. The martial robe on the chest was penetrated by the current and hit Ningchen's chest, but it only emitted a few strands of black smoke and did not cause any damage. The power is acceptable, but the speed is indeed quite fast. Overall, it's pretty good. Ningchen felt the burning and numbing pain in his chest carefully. Ningchen deliberately did not activate the Vine Shield Gyu, but resisted with his physical body just to measure the power of the Gyu on the electric wolf. Fortunately, the power of the Gyu insects on them is not weak, and they are extremely fast, so they are worth using. Ningchen thought so and looked around again. At this moment, the lightning wolf had formed a circle around him. Seeing this situation, he didn't panic at all. There was a bright light in his palm. In an instant, Ningchen's figure burst out, much faster than the speed at which the group of electric wolves had just charged, forming a blue-black afterimage. Swish! The clear and sweet sound of breaking through the sky surrounds Ningchen. Ningchen swung the Azure Moon Spear in his hand vigorously, emitting a full moon-like hazy light, cutting out blood marks, cutting the wolf's legs, head, and body, and most of the electric wolves were killed or injured by Ningchen's sudden attack. Only one or two of them were still able to fight. Swish swish! 2 moon blades flew out and flew towards the remaining 2 electric wolves one after another. Suddenly, the sharp moon blades cut the 2 electric wolves that were stunned in place into 2 halves. In just a few dozen breaths, a small group of electric wolves were killed on the spot by Ningchen. Ningchen waved his hand casually, turning the moon spear into scattered light particles in the air, and slowly walked towards the wolf corpses just now. Seeing their corpses, he couldn't help but recall the way they spewed electricity in his mind. Reaching out to dig at the throat, he dug out a wild poisonous insect. The whole body is black, shaped like a long-nosed beetle, with a blue stripe on its body. This Gyu worm is a first-turn Thunder Gyu worm, electric current Gyu. Ningchen gently touched the electric current Gyu with his fingertips and slowly sent it into the empty cavity. Then, Ning Chen walked towards the other wolf corpses again and took out several electric current gyu from their throats again. However, to Ning Chen's surprise, he not only took out the electric current gyu, but also got a first-turn stepping electric gyu from the forelegs of the electric wolf. It is a first-turn moving gyu worm, also a thunder gyu worm. Ning Chen's consciousness probed into the empty cavity and saw that there were dozens of gyu worms floating on the crimson sea of a true essence. Except for Ning Chen's gyu worm, the rest were harvested from the electric wolf pack. 5 first-turn electric current gyu, 3 first-turn stepping electric gyu, a good harvest. A faint smile appeared in his heart, and at the same time he was more looking forward to the wolf tide at night. That was the real opportunity! The night sky is full of stars. Ning Chen sat quietly in his bamboo building. On the table in front of him were the thunder path gyu, electric current gyu and stepping electric gyu obtained today. The 5 major schools of fire, thunder, sword, blood, and gold are the most powerful schools in the same transformation. Moreover, the way of thunder is not extinct like the way of food and humanity, but is very prosperous. Therefore, it is probably a very correct choice for me to practice Thunder Dao, and there are not many gyu prescriptions of this school that can accompany me until the 4th or even 5th rank. Ning Chen's black eyes darkened slightly, but his heart was filled with insight and fire. Thunder Dao is indeed a relatively widely spread sect. Ning Chen did not waste much effort in getting a series of refined gyu recipes for Thunder Dao gyu insects from the cottage. For example, 2 level 1 electric current gyu plus some flesh and blood of electric wolves can be refined into a level 2 strong electric current gyu. On top of the 2nd level strong current gyu, there are many branches to the 3rd level, which shows the prosperity of the thunder path. 2 lightning stepping gyu plus the flesh and blood of the electric wolf can be refined into a 2nd level lightning stepping gyu. Moreover, the 2nd level electric step gyu and the 2nd level swift movement gyu can be refined into the 3rd level thunder movement gyu. The 3rd turn lightning movement gyu can make the gyu master's entire body turn into lightning and move. Together with the 3rd turn rainbow flash gyu, they are the gyu insects with the highest moving speed among the 3rd turn. Of course, the level 3 Thunder Dao gyu is still a little far away from Ning Chen at this moment, but at this time, Ning Chen is very jealous of the level 2 strong current gyu and the level 2 electric step gyu. Well, this flesh and blood should be enough. Ning Chen casually took out the remains of half of the electric wolf from the gourd flower. Then he threw 2 electric current gyu into the air. The 2 electric current gyu had already been refined by Ning Chen's will. Therefore, the 2 electric current gyu slowly approached under Ning Chen's urging, emitting a faint milky white halo. The milky white halo became brighter and brighter, growing larger and larger, gradually turning into a cocoon of light that wrapped the 2 electric current gyu together. A white light group with a dense breath hung in the air. Ning Chen's gaze was as calm as water, and he casually threw a few yuan stones towards the ball of light. The moment the yuan stone came into contact with the light group, the energy in it was instantly sucked dry, turning into handfuls of gray-white stone powder. In this way, the will in Ning Chen's mind quietly controlled the light group, maintaining the status quo. Then Ning Chen tore off a relatively fresh piece of electric wolf flesh with his hands and threw it into it. The piece of flesh and blood was also swallowed by the ball of light, leaving not even the slightest trace behind. The halo of the light group gradually faded, and the aura gradually became stable, and finally disappeared. The 2 electric current gyu suddenly disappeared and transformed into a larger long-nosed beetle, with the blue markings on its body becoming much thicker. This gyu is a level 2 strong current gyu. With the experience of refining gyu before, Ning Chen's gyu refining this time has become a little more familiar, and he has a bit of a master's demeanor. And because Ning Chen's soul has lived through more than 3 lives, his will is extremely strong, and he often uses the methods of his previous life to refine his soul and strengthen his soul. Therefore, the gyu insect refining, which is quite difficult in the eyes of ordinary gyu masters, seems to be extremely easy for Ning Chen. However, this was not over yet. Ning Chen continued to throw 2 electric stepping gyu into the air. It's the same light group, the same elemental stone and electric wolf flesh and blood thrown into it. The last two electric step-gyu also turned into a larger electric step-gyu. Ningchen looked at the two brand new gyu insects on the table, grabbed them and sent them into the void. The tyrannical will swept over and immediately refined two new gyu insects, the electric step-gyu and the strong current gyu. Looking at the astonishing number of gyu insects in the void, Ningchen couldn't help but feel a touch of joy in his heart. I'm afraid, I already have a master in the realm of refining the Tao. It's really thanks to my strong soul and will. Ningchen walked slowly towards the window, looking desolate and cold, with the cold moon facing the sky, and the bright light of the clear light even more chilling. The cold air rolled into his nose, but it made Ningchen's mind clearer. With so many gyu worms, it's time for me to give up some of them. The Moonlight series of gyu worms cannot be discarded for the time being, and the Thunder Dao gyu worms cannot be discarded either. It seems that the Stone Cone gyu and Swift Travel gyu need to be dealt with. The food for strong electric current gyu and electric step gyu is also very easy to find. Strong electric current gyu eats thunder sound leaves, and electric step gyu eats thunder sound grass. These two kinds of poisonous materials are very easy to find. Not to mention King Mao Mountain, these two kinds of gyu materials are extremely cheap in the shops in the village. Bang! A slightly harsh explosion interrupted Ningchen's contemplation. Ningchen followed the sound and saw an extremely eye-catching ball of light in the night sky, which was 180 meters high from the ground. Looking at the entire Guiyu village, everyone can see it clearly, and Ningchen naturally knows what this ball of light is. Second level light ball Guiyu. It seems that something happened in the cottage. I'm afraid the wolf wave is coming. This size should be a sea level warning. At most, there is only one crazy electric wolf, so it is nothing to be afraid of. However, this wave of wolves comes just in time. Let me enrich my Thunder Path Gyu insect species. Ningchen's eyes were calm, and he felt no fear or panic in his heart. He quietly walked down the bamboo building and walked slowly towards the entrance of the village. Having just stepped onto the street, Ningchen was walking towards the gate of the village when a group of Gyu masters who had also been summoned by the signal gathered around him. Looks like the wolf tide is coming. Yeah, but it shouldn't be too dangerous. There will be an elder on the alert at level C. I advise you not to take chances. This lightning wolf is cunning and changeable. It has been through the cold winter and is very hungry. This is definitely not an easy battle. He is right. The lightning wolf is dangerous, especially the hungry wolf, which is more cunning, more cruel, and more bloodthirsty. Be careful, kid. Don't lose your life here. A group of experienced and older Gyu masters admonished a relatively young Gyu master. After hearing this, the young Gyu master finally put away his luck and dealt with this battle with a cautious attitude. This situation not only happened around Ningchen, but also happened everywhere in the crowd. Among the Gyu masters who participated in the battle, there were many Gyu masters who had just graduated from the academy, and there were also logistics Gyu masters who were not good at fighting. For this kind of life and death battle, there was no idea, and the old Gyu master who had fought against the wolf tide could only give cold advice. Once on the battlefield, who lives and who dies depends entirely on personal ability. Ningchen carried a long sword and walked calmly among the crowd, which was very different from the other people who were cautious, nervous or afraid. Ningchen, you are here too. A slightly awkward mature female voice fell into Ningchen's ears, and Ningchen also looked in the direction of the voice. She had a graceful figure, a jade-like face, and soft hair falling to her waist, which made her look even more charming. Ningchen recognized this person, but they were just nodding acquaintances. What's wrong? Kai Ning. Nothing, I just came to see you. After all, it is still hard for people to accept the death of their loved ones. Kai Ning faced Ningchen's plain inquiry with a faint smile, and there was a hint of sympathy and understanding in his purple eyes. The crowds of people are surging, shoulder to shoulder. Hey, people can't be resurrected after death, so it's okay not to talk about it. When talking about the passing of Hei-Oh, although Ningchen felt no trace of sadness or loss in his heart, there was still a hint of loneliness on his face. Yes, let's not talk about it. Ningchen, are you confident about the next battle? Who knows? After all, this is my first time dealing with the wolf tide. Ningchen looked a little sad, and Kai Ning comforted him softly when he saw this. It's okay, as long as you pay more attention, you can still survive. This is the best. At this time, a tall figure squeezed through the crowds of people and came to the two of them, interrupting the conversation between Ningchen and Kai Ning. Sister, you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time and I haven't found you. Hey, sister, why are you with Ningchen? This man was a tall man with a somewhat dull complexion. The red martial robe and the bronze medal with the word Adiarasis Adila on his waist showed his identity. He was also a first-level Gyu master. Hey, Chishan, do you know Ningchen? Of course we know each other. We are still classmates. It's just that our relationship is a bit weak. Kai Ning's beautiful eyes flashed as she hovered between the two of them, a little surprised. She didn't expect that her brother and Ning Chen were classmates. Chishan, I haven't seen you for a long time. When Ning Chen saw Chishan, a few memories flashed through his black eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Yeah, long time no see. Chishan also chuckled a few times. The laughter was slightly forced, and his expression was a bit complicated. Taking a closer look, he saw the extremely eye-catching bronze medal with the word Adiarasis superscript OO on Ningchen's waist. How could he not feel emotional? I have a B-level qualification and am actually a big level behind a C-level person. Ningchen and I haven't seen each other for about half a year. I never thought that he has already reached the second level, while I am still at the peak of the first level. It's only the second rank of King Shu, but Ningchen is also the second rank. Chishan's complicated expression naturally fell into Ningchen's eyes, and Ningchen also had a hint of emotional smile in his heart. Hey, now you can see the disadvantages of entering the system. Once you enter the system, all the resources you obtain come from the system, and your training time is greatly squeezed. It is called tempering. But in this world where people can override organizations, strength is everything, and strength is everything. Of course, joining the system is not all bad. After joining the system, I gained friendship with my colleagues, care from the elders, and respect from the juniors. However, these are of no use to me. The vast majority of people in the world cannot stand loneliness, or loneliness. They should wrap themselves up with love, family affection, and friendship, and only those who can endure loneliness can be said to be extraordinary. In other words, those who can endure loneliness will achieve great things. Ningchen looked at Chishan's expression of confusion quietly. His heart felt as clear as ice, and he understood. It's no wonder they are there. Even if I, a devil, faced a strange world in my first life, I couldn't bear to be alone, so I became bound by love, friendship and family ties. After hundreds of years of ups and downs and wasted years, I was able to endure loneliness and become a devil. Ningchen was not ridiculing in his heart, but was filled with emotion. He would not ridicule someone whose age and experience were far less than his own, because he was able to be where he is today thanks to thousands of years. And if a person lives for thousands of years, even the stupidest person will be extremely shrewd. So Ningchen has no sarcasm in his heart. We are arriving at the entrance of the village soon. Chishan and I are meeting Archai, my clan members. Ningchen, please be more careful. Thank you for your concern. Kai Ning looked up and saw that the gate of the cottage was only a few dozen steps away, so he took the initiative to say goodbye to Ningchen. Ningchen thanked him and turned around to join the crowd. Following the crowd, he walked up to the towering bunker. Chishan, do you know Ningchen? What's wrong? Why did sister ask me this question? Chishan looked a little puzzled and confused when facing Kai Ning's sudden inquiry. It's nothing, I just feel like he looks a bit like me. Chishan was silent. Looking at the rather slender figure walking in front of him, he immediately understood in his heart. Hey, sister is thinking of her husband again. The news of Heio's death is no longer a secret in Shanzhai today. Chishan naturally knows it too. At that time, Chishan also learned that Ningchen and Heio were already boyfriend and girlfriend. The person you love deeply disappears like evaporation. How can this not make people heartbroken? And Chishan was not a stupid person. After thinking about it for a moment, he made a rough guess. Heio is my sister's team leader. Once Heio dies, my sister will naturally question Ningchen, who saw her for the last time. After all, my sister has always been a very protective person. I am afraid that seeing Ningchen's heartbroken look reminded him of his past self, so he started talking to Ningchen. Hey, it seems that my sister still hasn't gotten over the shadow of losing her lover. Chisha looked at Kai Ning in front of him again, with mixed feelings in his heart. Kai Ning, on the other hand, used his peripheral vision to look in the direction of the flow of people leaving Ningchen, feeling a bit of sympathy in his heart. Ningchen, after losing your lover, you look so much like me. At this time, Ningchen was also deep in thought, with a calm expression and a faint gaze. Kai Ning is Kai Shan's sister? I don't remember this person. I'm afraid she died in one of the wolf tides. But why does she show kindness to me so often? And there is an inexplicable sympathy and mutual appreciation in her eyes. This is strange. Well, I'll ask Kai Shan another day. Ning Chen didn't think much about it. After all, he couldn't think of any more clues if he thought about it carefully. It would be better to deal with the next battle well. Countless figures climbed up the bamboo ladder to the bunker in the night, and Ning Chen was naturally among them. Stepping onto the bunker, the night was getting darker at this time. The bright light passed through the layers of forest doors and sprinkled on the ground. Countless blue-gray figures were seen. The body was agile, the belly was thin, and the green wolf eyes showed a few bloodthirsty, and for a moment, it was also very murderous. A rough count of these figures showed that there were hundreds of them. This number was really scary. However, these ordinary electric wolves were not a threat. The ones as big as calves were the real threat. The tall figure, as big as a calf, was extremely eye-catching among the other slightly thin electric wolves. This was the king of beasts, the great electric wolf, the second-level combat power. Overall, there were 4 or 5 great electric wolves among the hundreds of electric wolves. However, what really attracted the attention of the Gyu masters present was the figure like a baby elephant. It was like a crane standing out from a flock of chickens, a dragon entering a stream of fish. From a distance, one could directly feel a chilling aura. The third-level combat power, the king of thousand beasts, the crazy electric wolf, the dark eyes condensed slightly, and the dim light flickered. Ningchen stood at the forefront of the bunker, his eyes dim, and the elephant-like body of the Mad Lightning Wolf naturally reflected in Ningchen's dark eyes. Third-level combat power, Mad Lightning Wolf, Thousand Beast King. Only one Beast King is born among 1,000 lightning wolves. The combat power is really strong. It is likely that there are several third-level thunder poisonous insects living on it. Ordinary third-level elders can't do anything to it easily. Ningchen stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in charming clothes. His heart seemed to be as clear as ice, and he was not blinded by the greed of the moment. A woo! An extremely high-pitched and sharp wolf howl resounded throughout the forest, shaking Ningchen's eardrums slightly and causing pain for no reason. Then the originally peaceful and stable lightning wolf pack heard this wolf howl and immediately seemed to be under command. Turning into a surging stream, the wolf tide attacked the gate and the wall of the mountain stronghold. This crazy lightning wolf still has the third-level wolf howl Gyu on it. It seems that this battle will be difficult to fight. Ning Chen's eyes sank slightly when he saw this. After hearing the wolf howl, he immediately understood what was going on. The third-level wolf howl Gyu can increase the combat power of the wolf pack by several times in a short period of time. And the first group of wolves that rushed to kill instantly fell into the trench trap set up by the Gyu masters in advance. Swish! Without even a wail, the group of lightning wolves on the front line were pierced by the bamboo thorns ambushed in the trench. Immediately, their waists were broken and their stomachs were rotten, and their internal organs were scattered all over the ground. They died very quickly and their deaths were extremely miserable. Instantly, the night wind blew, and the strong smell of blood was carried to the trench on the wall by the soft evening breeze. Uktilda. The group of people who had just graduated from school, the Gyumaster students who graduated from the school, had never seen such a bloody scene. They were already terrified and nervous, and seeing such a bloodthirsty wolf pack further magnified their fear. Now, stimulated by the smell of blood, their nerves and psychology could no longer bear it. They leaned against the wall and vomited all the dinner they had tonight and even the lunch they had at noon. Ha 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 ha, new graduate, Get used to it, you will see more corpses in the future. Don't be sad, kid, everyone is like this at the beginning, just experience it more. Several mature and experienced Gyumasters pulled up the weak Gyumaster student and comforted him in a rough voice. Well, the Gyumaster student also nodded in agreement, mumbling in his mouth, but his body was still a little staggering. After the first batch of wolves were stabbed to death by bamboo thorns, the second batch of electric wolves stepped on the corpses of the first batch of electric wolves and climbed over the trench. Awoo! The wolf howls fell into Ningchen's ears, clearer and closer. However, the surging wolf tide crashed into the thick wall but did not shake it at all. Instead, it was stabbed all over by the iron thorn flower goo arranged on it. And this iron thorn flower goo was poisoned by the flower poison goo. Even if it could not kill the enemy, the poison alone was enough to kill the wolves. And the howling of the wolves gradually became smaller, and their strength gradually weakened. They gradually fell to the edge of the wall and there was no movement. Therefore, the first and second waves of the most turbulent wolf tides were well resisted by the defensive fortifications arranged in advance. And the remaining wolf tides were also terrifying, but they were far less turbulent than before. Everyone fire the Moonblade! A clear and sharp shout fell into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a Gyumaster with the 3 copper plate on his waist on the top of the bunker. He looked serious, his body was upright, and he exuded a bit of capable aura. This was the family elder who was guarding here to resist the crazy lightning wolves. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, countless Azure blades shot down from the wall, forming a deadly and gorgeous dark blue painting. The lightning wolves lost the blessing of the wolf howl goo, and the ordinary lightning wolves were shot by the moon blades and fled in panic, looking very embarrassed. If they could not dodge in time, they would be chopped into pieces by the dense moon blades. And the powerful lightning wolves with the second-level combat power did not dare to take on this. The dense moon blades had to jump to the side to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The third-level crazy lightning wolf in the back row narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a few traces of humane thinking. The originally surging lightning wolf pack was mostly killed or injured under this wave of moonblade attacks, and there was no momentum just now. Ningchen also stood on the wall and casually threw a moon blade to cut an unfortunate lightning wolf in half. He was intentionally retaining his true energy and not firing the moon blade so hard. After all, Ningchen had to go down to collect the goo worms as soon as possible, so he naturally had to be able to protect himself. Everyone has an order: all Gyumasters go down the wall, defense Gyumasters and melee Gyumasters are in front, and long-range Gyumasters are in the back, to force back the lightning wolves. The elder gave another order, and before he finished speaking, several Gyumasters jumped off the wall. Ningchen jumped down immediately after hearing this, and landed steadily on the ground soaked in wolf blood, with a faint smile on his face. Afterwards, countless Gyumasters jumped off the wall one after another, counterattacking the already slightly declining electric wolf pack. The goo insects on ordinary electric wolves were no longer in Ningchen's eyes, or in other words, Ningchen was not interested in the goo insects on them. They were nothing more than the first-level electric current goo and the stepping electric goo, and some even had no goo insects at all. Ningchen had already focused his attention on the few powerful electric wolves as big as calves. After all, as the second-level combat power, the goo insects on them must be much better than those on the electric wolves. Ningchen followed several defensive Gyumasters in front of him and attacked the electric wolf pack at the forefront of the crowd. The moonlight shone brightly in the palm of his right hand, and suddenly a 7-foot blue moon spear floated in his palm. Kill! The Gyumasters around him were furious and shouted in unison, their voices reaching the sky with boundless momentum. Ningchen held the moon spear and quietly watched the 3 huge powerful electric wolves, like a patient hunter. When the electric wolf pack saw that the Gyumasters were counterattacking, the crazy electric wolf howled loudly and quickly led the charge with the powerful electric wolf to respond to the Gyumasters' charge. The 2 armies met first, and under the orderly formation of the Gyumasters, the group of electric wolves suffered countless casualties in the just confronted battle. If the Gyumasters were injured, they would be protected by other Gyumasters and retreat to the mountain village. Once a Gyumaster used up his true essence, other Gyumasters would immediately come to replace him, and the defense was watertight for a while. Under the deliberate siege of many melee and defense Gyumasters, the few Hodian wolves were quickly dispersed by the crowd, and each Hodian wolf was surrounded by several melee Gyumasters. Ningchen saw this and seized the opportunity, successfully squeezed into the innermost circle of the siege of a Hodian wolf. Ningchen walked slowly, casually made a rather gorgeous gun flower, and pointed the gun directly at the heart of the Hodian wolf. And the Hodian wolf naturally felt Ningchen's ill intentions, grinning and gritting his teeth, and the wolf eyes even paid special attention to Ningchen. But Ningchen couldn't help it. The moonlight in his palm danced into a blue full moon, and he stepped forward and swung to kill! The light shines brightly, dancing like a full moon. The spear point came first and stabbed at the head of the lightning wolf with a force that broke through the air. If you look closely, you will see that the angle is very tricky, and it will go straight to his eyeball to kill. The blade of this spear was so fast that the distance of a few steps was only a snap of the fingers. By the time the lightning wolf reacted, it had already been killed in front of it. The lightning wolf flexibly twisted its body to avoid the assassination attack. Turning from defense to attack, he opened his bloody mouth and bit Ningchen's wrist holding the moon spear. However, halfway through the killing, the figure of the lightning wolf was firmly controlled in the air. Ouch! I screamed in pain and kicked my forelegs unconsciously, causing dirt to fly everywhere, but I still couldn't shake my figure at all. Ningchen's other hand suddenly strangled the neck of the lightning wolf. The fingers were like steel pliers, tightly strangling its neck, allowing it to struggle in every possible way but unable to move at all. Even if he is the king of beasts, with his second-rank combat power, the lightning wolf cannot defeat Ningchen in terms of strength. Ningchen's arms are like steel poured into iron, unable to waver at all, standing steadily in midair. After seeing that the powerful lightning wolf struggled for a long time without success, several rays of lightning gradually gathered in its mouth. Naturally, such movement could not escape Ningchen's eyes. Ningchen exerted force on his hand again, and his fingers almost pinched into his flesh. The huge body of the lightning wolf was actually thrown up by Ningchen's terrifying power, and a full moon was drawn in the sky, and it fell heavily to the ground. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the surging force made me remember the mud flying around. This fall was not to be underestimated. It was smashed into pieces all at once, and I felt dizzy in my mind. Ningchen refused to give up and stepped heavily on the head of the lightning wolf. However, such a surging force caused a crisp sound. A light blue round shield suddenly stood in the middle, blocking Ningchen's kick just now. Level 2 Gyu, Thunder Shield Gyu. Ningchen felt slightly happy when he saw this, and raised his legs, fearing that the Thunder Shield Gyu would be destroyed. But the Thunder Shield Gyu has not dissipated yet, still holding up a blue round shield that is as tall as an adult. However, this lightning wolf was still a little dazed in his mind and couldn't even stand up. Ningchen did not give up this opportunity. He summoned the blue moon spear and used all his strength. Bang! The sharp point of the moon spear pierced a faint light in the air and made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. And the thunder shield was shattered by Ningchen's powerful assassination, turning into speckled fragments and disappearing into nothing. And the spear point still had its power, and it still penetrated into the heart of the powerful lightning wolf without any suspense. Immediately, there was no movement from the lightning wolf. However, in just a few dozen breaths, Ningchen had already killed the powerful lightning wolf that was so powerful just now. But in the whole process from fighting to killing, the Gyumaster teammates next to them were not involved. After all, they wanted to wait for a good opportunity before playing again. How could they imagine that Ningchen was so brave and tyrannical, and could easily kill the lightning wolf by himself? When the other Gyumasters saw that the lightning wolf was dead, they had to leave in a hurry to deal with the remaining two lightning wolves. At this time, only Ningchen was left next to the body of Hodian wolf, and Ningchen did not intend to leave easily. Ningchen dug towards his back, and a blue shield-like Gyu appeared between his fingers. This was the Thunder Shield Gyu that Ning Chen wanted. It was just that Ning Chen was a little weak because of the rough shield breaking. He reached out and dug into his throat again, and dug out another Gyu worm, the second version of the strong electric current Gyu. Although Ning Chen already had this strong electric current Gyu, Ning Chen was still absorbed into the void. After touching his whole body, there was no scent or trace of Gyu insects. Ning Chen speculated that there were probably only 2 Gyu insects on this lightning wolf. Otherwise, he would not have died in his own hands so easily. Besides, a level 2 lightning wolf usually only has 2 Gyu worms on it. A shrill wail fell into Ning Chen's ears, interrupting Ning Chen's search. Ning Chen looked up and saw an electric blue rainbow light flying around in the crowd, and for a moment it was unstoppable. It seems that this is also a lightning wolf, but the Gyu on it probably has a second turn electric step Gyu. The movement speed of this electric wolf is already amazing, and with the blessing of the electric step Gyu, it's even more powerful. The dim light in Ning Chen's eyes reflected the flickering movie. Suddenly, the movie seemed to notice Ning Chen's following gaze, and changed direction to attack Ning Chen. Ning Chen, be careful! A sweet shout fell into Ning Chen's ears, but Ning Chen didn't have time to see who it was, because the movie was getting closer and closer to him, and the distance that was still hundreds of steps a moment ago was now only a few dozen steps. Moreover, this movie is extremely cunning, and the footprints are unpredictable and ghostly, which makes the already elusive traces even more bizarre and changeable. Ning Chen's heart was as calm as a lake, so he took a deep breath and activated the Moon Eye Gyu in the air hole to the extreme. His eyesight was also raised to the limit for a while, and with this look, he could completely see the traces of the lightning wolf. They are still about 15 steps away from me. At this speed, there is probably less than a breath of time. The time of one breath is so short, let alone less than one breath. However, the time in the blink of an eye is enough for the dust to activate the Gyu worms. Ning Chen pushed his right leg back, kicked hard, lowered his center of gravity, folded his hands in front of his chest, and a thick vine shield as big as a millstone appeared in front of his arms. This series of actions all took place in the short span of time when the lightning wolf was about to attack. Bang! Because the lightning wolf was too fast, he couldn't dodge for a moment, and hit the vine shield hard, with a crisp bone-cracking sound. The vine shield in Ning Chen's hand also shattered in response, turning into pieces of wood. Ning Chen himself stepped back 5 steps, plowing 2 rather deep marks on the soil with his feet. The body was half kneeling and trembling slightly. One can imagine how strong the force of the collision just now was. As for the lightning wolf, it was even more miserable. The bones of the wolf's head were broken by the impact, and the surging force was involved in the brain, and it fainted for a while. Ning Chen took a slight breath of cold air, stood up forcefully, and walked towards the unconscious Hodian wolf. This time my upper body was really numb. I'm the only one with a slight physical condition that is even close to passing out. Ning Chen felt very calm in his heart, as if it was not him who was hurting. Slowly walked up to Hodian wolf, a faint light flashed in his palm, a moon blade cut off its head, making a smooth incision, and the carotid artery continued to spurt out blood like a fountain. But there was a Gyu worm hidden in the exposed neck. Ning Chen was also quite sharp-eyed and picked it up directly. This Gyu is the second turn Thunderball Gyu, which can shoot blue electric balls. The flying speed is acceptable, but it is extremely powerful. Oh, it turns out that the Gyu bugs on this electric wolf are the electric step Gyu and the Thunderball Gyu. Looking at it this way, it is indeed difficult to deal with. Ning Chen looked at Yuanyang's army of Gyu masters, and felt a faint sense of understanding in his heart. The blood is everywhere, people and wolves are fighting. Ning Chen looked at his fellow Gyu masters who were fighting desperately with the electric wolves in the distance, and his heart was as calm as water. Some of them are red-blooded at this moment, some are doing it for family justice, some are doing it for the wives, children and children behind them, but no one is doing it for themselves. Get rid of Ning Chen, get rid of Ning Chen, the self-centered demon. Ning Chen moved his body, and he was no longer as numb as before. He had recovered more than half of his body. At least fighting with other electric wolves would not be a problem. However, Ningchen had no intention of rushing forward to fight alongside the other Gyumasters, not even the slightest bit. Instead, he walked aside, out of sight of the old man, and his spiritual consciousness secretly penetrated the void. It can be seen that the crimson true energy in the void is still about 40%. The battle just now did not consume much true energy. Upon closer inspection, it is still slowly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, Ningchen's attention was not focused on the true essence, but on the few new Gyu worms that entered the true essence sea. I can let go of the Thunderball Gyu first and then refine it when I go back, but I need to hurry up and refine the Thunder Shield Gyu, otherwise I won't be able to find the remaining Lightning Wolf in the first place. Ningchen thought in his heart, and his strong will slowly swept over Thunder Shield Gyu's body, dyeing it with some crimson essence. Depending on the progress, the refining can be completed in just a few dozen breaths, but the Lightning Wolf may be killed in these few dozen breaths, resulting in missing the best time to search for corpses. Therefore, Ningchen must seize the time to refine this Thunder Shield Gyu so that he can rush to the battlefield where the Lightning Wolf is besieged as soon as possible. Ningchen always sought stability, but just now his defensive Gyuvine Shield Gyu was smashed into pieces and could no longer be used, so he gave up the opportunity to besiege the Lightning Wolf immediately, and instead walked aside to refine the newly obtained Thunder Shield Gyu. Although Ningchen's body is very strong even without the need to defend against Gyu insects, for the sake of safety, Ningchen still prepares to rush to the battlefield with new defense against Gyu insects. Suddenly, Ningchen felt all the Thunder Shield Gyu. Apparently he had refined the Thunder Shield Gyu. The figure hidden in the shadow suddenly rose up, turning into a black afterimage and attacking the fierce battlefield. Ningchen did not hesitate to activate the Electric Step Gyu in order to hurry. With the blessing of the Electric Step Gyu, the lightning flashed under his feet, and his speed was extremely fast for a while. Bang! With a sudden jump, the dust fell steadily into the center of the crowd, splashing mud and debris around. But only 5 steps away from Ningchen, there was the Electro Wolf, the only remaining Electro Wolf with bared teeth and an eager gaze. At this moment, it was covered in blood, and its beautiful fur was dyed bright red. It was obviously seriously injured. Facing the eager glare of the powerful Lightning Wolf, Ningchen was calm in his heart. His face was as calm as water, and he slowly walked towards it. A blue halo appeared faintly in the palm of his hand. But the Lightning Wolf was also extremely humane. He seemed to have sensed Ningchen's murderous intention and looked around as if he was looking for an opportunity to escape. However, the oncoming punch made it dizzy. Chishan's right fist actually turned into an extremely hard stone fist, and when the powerful Lightning Wolf hit the head of the powerful Lightning Wolf, and the already injured Hodian Wolf, who was like a trapped beast, was completely aroused by this punch. The wolf's eyes were full of murderous intent. After taking Chishan's punch, he threw Chishan to the ground and opened his bloody mouth to attack his throat. The nauseating and disgusting smell of blood poured into Chishan's nostrils, but it added a bit of fear of death to Chishan's heart. His face was extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with despair of death. But Chishan was not a fool. In this life and death situation, Chishan stuffed his arm into the mouth of the Lightning Wolf, trading his injuries for his life. Ouch! As luck would have it, the crazy Lightning Wolf, who was far away from the battlefield and was having a fierce battle with his elders, looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Turn 3, Wolf Howling Gyu. Immediately, the originally suppressed electric wolves also howled loudly, as if in response to their lord's encouragement. In an instant, the combat power of the electric wolves surged, overwhelming the Gyumasters and causing them to retreat steadily. Their formations were in chaos, and their combat power was reduced to 10%, and the Gyumaster who was besieging the powerful electric wolf also reversed the situation in a blink of an eye. Instead, he was besieged by the surrounding electric wolf group. How can I still have half the strength to besiege the powerful electric wolves? I am already overwhelmed by the siege of the electric wolves. Chishan! Chishan! 2 loud shouts containing panic fell into Ningchen's ears at the same time, and these 2 voices were from a man and a woman, and Ningchen recognized both of them. One is Chishan's sister, Kai Ning, and the other is the family elder who is here. Seeing how concerned he is about Chishan, he is probably Chai Mai's family elder. Ning Chen's place was very safe for the moment. The powerful electric wolves were attacking Chishan, and the electric wolves were besieging the surrounding Gu masters. On the contrary, he was very safe here. However, when he heard the two loud shouts just now, thousands of thoughts flashed through Ning Chen's heart. This boss cares so much about Chishan. Could it be that he is Chai Mai's boss? That being said, I can't leave easily. With the eyesight of the old man, he can definitely see that I am right next to Chishan. Once I leave Chishan alone and leave Chishan to fend for himself, I will inevitably be criticized and questioned when I return to the village. Pressure. In that case, I might as well save Chishan's life. Anyway, it's not a difficult task for me. I can also gain Chai Mai's favor. Although it's a bit dangerous to take Chishan with me, it's still not a big problem. How fast are the thoughts in your mind? However, the decision was made in half a breath. The sharp wolf teeth pierced the skin, and blood flowed down on Chishan's face. The pain amplified the fear in Chishan's heart. Am I going to die? I've just become an adult. Am I going to die? The fear of death oppressed Chishan's heart, and his nerves were already close to collapse. However, Chishan suddenly felt the pressure on his arm disappear. When he looked up, he only saw a headless corpse of a lightning wolf. Turning to look to the side, Ning Chen just held a gun flower, shook away the blood on the tip of the gun, and pulled Chishan up. Chishan realized that he was pulled back from the edge of death by Ning Chen, and he felt sincere gratitude in his heart. Thank you, Ning Chen. Ning Chen was indifferent to Chishan's gratitude, and just searched for the corpse of the lightning wolf, speaking slowly, "Go back if you can still walk, we can't hold on anymore." "Well, thank you, Ning Chen." Chishan responded solemnly and once again expressed his sincere gratitude to Ning Chen. Ning Chen, however, just casually searched for the body of the lightning wolf, but suddenly found that all the Gu insects on it were in Ning Chen. Strong electric current Gu and thunder shield Gu, both of these Gu were already present in the dust, but they were still sent into the void without any scruples. If the whole army has an order, then retreat when fighting on the side, and retreat while fighting. A high-pitched shout fell into Ning Chen's ears. Looking for the sound, he saw the old man, covered in blood, leading the large army to retreat quickly. When Ning Chen saw this, he quickly followed the retreating army. Chishan, great, you're okay. Kai Ning, who was among the crowd, saw Chishan's return, and his worry instantly turned into joy. When Kai Shan saw Kai Ning, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. "Well, I'm okay, just a little injured, thanks to Ning Chen." "Thanks to Ning Chen? Was he the one who saved you?" Kai Ning was a little curious after hearing this. He didn't expect that it was Ning Chen who saved his younger brother. "Yes, there was only Ning Chen next to me at that time." Before I could react, Ning Chen had already cut off the head of the lightning wolf. When Chishan talked about this, his eyes revealed a strong joy of surviving the disaster. "Ning Chen." Kai Ning looked at the crowd around him, as if trying to find Ning Chen's figure, but Kai Ning missed it. Ning Chen was walking silently among the crowd at this time, looking at the surrounding electric wolves with a faint gaze. Although he was looking at the surrounding electric wolves, most of Shang Ning Chen's attention was actually focused on the crazy electric wolf that was as big as a small elephant and had strong muscles. After all the lightning wolves were dead and had been killed by Ning Chen. The ordinary lightning wolves were temporarily blocked by the surrounding Gu masters and could not pose a threat. Only this crazy lightning wolf can really threaten Ning Chen. Strictly speaking, once this crazy lightning wolf gets into trouble and rushes into the group of Gu masters, causing chaos, then let alone Ning Chen, even the elder might have died on the spot. So, with such a threat on the side, how could Ning Chen not take care of him more? I can't stand it anymore. It's the same here. Someone come and replace us. We don't have any real energy anymore. There is no one else. The formation is all in chaos. Everyone is resisting these beasts. As time goes by, the true energy of the peripheral Gu masters is gradually exhausted. However, the madness and cruelty of the electric wolves in front of them remained unabated, and they continued to attack and kill them. The electric wolf is inhabited by wild voodoos, which can activate the voodoos without consuming real energy. The voodoos will absorb the natural energy in the air. Therefore, Gyumasters will definitely not be able to consume this group of electric wolves. But now, this embarrassing situation not only happened around Ningchen, but also happened to all the people. What's more, the outer Gyumaster has already died in the wolf's belly, and a gap has been opened, and countless electric wolves are filing in through this gap. Help! Someone come and save me. Damn, these damn beasts. In the center of the crowd is the long-range Gyumaster who lacks defense against Gyu insects. Facing the countless electric wolves rushing in, it is naturally difficult to resist, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Blood overflowed and intestines flowed turbulently. Immediately, most of the dead and injured were in the center of the crowd. Along with the wailing and blood, there was also a faint despair that filled the hearts of everyone. The elder looked at the crowd of Gyumasters who were like a hell on earth. The screams fell into his ears, but they seemed to hurt him. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been too eager, how could they have ended up like this? If we had been standing guard at the entrance of the village, how could there have been so many casualties? This is all my fault. The elder looked around, and all kinds of tragic images came into his eyes. But he felt more and more guilty in his heart, and it hurt like a knife. Suddenly, the elder seemed to have thought of something and turned around to look at the crazy lightning wolf. I saw a bit of cunning in the eyes of the crazy lightning wolf, and a surprisingly successful smile on his face. Obviously this crazy lightning wolf already has a lot of wisdom, but when this smile fell into the elder's eyes, all the guilt in his heart turned into overwhelming anger. I also had an extreme idea in my mind. As long as I kill you, this group of electric wolves will naturally be defeated. Suddenly, the figure of the elder stepped forward and shot out, turning into an afterimage and disappearing into the air. Beast, take your life. The loud shouting with overwhelming anger shocked the crazy lightning wolf to a halt, and just at this moment, the elder's figure had already arrived in front of it. I don't know when the old man's right fist turned into a fist condensed from black rock. It was as big as a millstone, and its momentum was terrifying, and it went straight towards the head of the crazy electric wolf. Boom! Exclamation mark. This fierce punch hit the head of the crazy lightning wolf without any reservation. The surging force made the air buzz, not to mention the crazy lightning wolf who took this punch. Even the crazy lightning wolf couldn't bear this punch. He was so dizzy and bleeding from all his orifices that he could no longer stand still. However, before the elder's next blow, the crazy lightning wolf had recovered, with a bit of murderous intent in its eyes, and rushed forward to fight with the elder. Bang! Ningchen casually punched the charging lightning wolf until his brains exploded, and he died miserably. The wolf body fell to the side, and there were already countless wolf corpses with broken heads and broken waist bones gathered beside it. These were all the masterpieces of Ningchen. Ningchen looked up and saw the crazy lightning wolf fighting desperately with the old man. When Wuxia looked at this place, he felt a little thoughtful in his heart. So, that old man has been restrained and has no concern for this place. The same is true for the crazy lightning wolf. Now is the best chance to escape. Unlike other Gyumasters who stayed here to fight to the death, Ningchen thought of how to escape before his defenses collapsed. After the defense collapsed, he was lucky enough to form a defense circle again, but he became a Gyumaster on the periphery, so the idea of escaping was suppressed for a while. After all, he would not escape unless it was absolutely necessary. Escape privately is equivalent to leaving your back to the wolf pack. Everyone listen to the order. The outer Gyumasters take turns to fight. If there is no true energy, the inner layer of Gyumasters will attack the electric wolf pack with all their strength, and ensure that they have a certain degree of self-protection ability. Hold the formation and keep retreating to the gate of the mountain village. I have contacted the tribe leader. We still have hope. A familiar shout fell into Ningchen's ears, but Ningchen was not surprised at all. He had already seen this person. This person is naturally King Shu. At this moment, he has become this small group of the backbone of the Gyumaster. Even so, Ningchen already had a slight sigh in his heart. You can keep your mind steady in such a dangerous situation, issue orders on behalf of the elders and maintain your credibility. and provide hope to everyone. King Shu, you are really extraordinary. Ning Chen punched away the two attacking electric wolves, and then raised the thunder shield Gu again to resist the blue electric current that came from nowhere. And beside Ning Chen were other peripheral Gu masters who were holding up defensive Gu worms. Everyone listened to the order, retreat to the northeast. King Shu shouted again, and Ning Chen and other peripheral Gu masters also slowly retreated in the direction King Shu said. That direction was another relatively large group of Gu masters. At this moment, they were also like Ning Chen and his people, arranging an offensive and defensive formation. The howling of wolves fills the ears, and the pouring of fists. Ning Chen once again cracked the head of a lightning wolf that flew towards him. This was also the first lightning wolf he had killed. It was slightly different from other peripheral Gu masters who tried their best to block the killing of the electric wolves, while Ning Chen still took the time to kill these electric wolves with his fists and feet while blocking them. After just a few minutes, no other lightning wolves came to break through Ning Chen, as if they knew that Ning Chen was not an easy bone to chew. And without the interference of the lightning wolf, Ning Chen could finally stop and take a breath. Facing such an astonishing number of electric wolves who are fearless of death, even Ning Chen's powerful body is unable to support them. King Shu, who was in the center of the crowd, seemed to notice Ning Chen's fatigue, and there was a hint of worry in his tone. Ning Chen, please calm down and take a rest first. That's fine. Ning Chen agreed lightly and took a step back. Someone immediately took Ning Chen's place, and Ning Chen also took advantage of this short moment to recover his strength. King Shu looked at the exhausted Gu masters around him and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Ning Chen, do you think we can go back alive? Who knows? But Ning Chen didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy in his heart, and he responded calmly to King Shu. But in fact, most of Ning Chen's attention was focused on the elders who were fighting fiercely with the crazy lightning wolf in the distance. The outcome of the 2/3 level combatants is the key to deciding the battlefield. If the elder wins, then the 1000-beast king crazy lightning wolf dies, and these lightning wolves will naturally flee in all directions, like a plate of loose sand. On the other hand, if the crazy lightning wolf wins, then once the crazy lightning wolf rushes to Ning Chen's side, King Shu and even Ning Chen will all die in the wolf's belly. And Ning Chen had already made up his mind. As long as his father showed signs of failure, he would rush back to the village at all costs. It's been such a long time. It's time for the clan leader and even the elders to come. Forget it. How can I put the hope of survival in others? The only one I can believe in is myself. I am the hope of survival. Ning Chen's heart was as clear as watching fire, and there was a faint light in his eyes. The moon pupil Gu was pushed to the limit by Ning Chen, just to observe the battlefield in the distance. At this time, the old man was so angry that he became extremely powerful. He was able to suppress the crazy lightning wolf. Ning Chen still didn't take it lightly. He understood clearly in his heart, now I can still maintain my advantage. Once the true energy is insufficient, my family will be completely ruined. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, and humans are the spirits of all things. The reason why Gu insects can be used by people and become so handy is because people have empty orifices and the existence of true energy. Wild Gus may also live in wild beasts in nature, but they do not need real energy to activate the Gus. In other words, the relationship between Gu insects and beasts is symbiotic, rather than the relationship between humans and Gu insects, which is the relationship between tool and user. Ah! Exclamation mark. A sharp and piercing sound passed into Ning Chen's ears, causing his eardrums to hurt slightly. Ning Chen looked for the sound, but there was a golden afterglow reflected in the afterglow. Taking a closer look, this golden moon blade is as tall as a person, shaped like a graceful moon and as golden as jade. It shows a hint of domineering and murderous intent. Level 3 Gu, Golden Moon Gu. After rushing into the pack of wolves, he cut countless electric wolves into pieces and their remains flew everywhere. For a time, the pressure on King Shu and others was reduced a lot. Ning Chen followed the source of the moon blade and saw several family elders and clan leaders. King Shu, Are you okay? Gubo stood with his hands behind his back and smiled slightly. King Shu's method of organizing everyone naturally fell into his eyes. Gubo was also quite satisfied. Sir Foster Father, please go rescue the people in the northeast. There are still some people over there. When King Shu saw Gubo's arrival, he seemed to be grasping at straws and spoke eagerly. Don't panic, someone is already there. Including that elder, other elders have already come to support him. It can be said that all the elders in the village are out in force. Gubo still maintained a faint chuckle, his eyes became softer and softer, and he felt more and more satisfied in his heart. Before he finished speaking, Kai Lian helped Kai Ning and Kai Shan walk from the northeast, his eyes full of heartache. At this time, the bite marks on Chishan's right arm had stopped bleeding, but Chishan was already trembling when he walked due to excessive blood loss. As for Kai Ning, it was a bit unexpected for Ning Chen. His arms, wrists and thighs were all covered with bite marks from the electric wolf. His whole body was covered in blood and his injuries were serious. But she just frowned slightly and secretly used the healing Yu insect to treat her injuries. This Kai Ning has a really good character and good strength. After all, he can survive these sieges. Ning Chen was slightly frightened, but it was only slightly frightened. He turned to look at the battlefield in the distance. I saw 3 family elders actually suppressing the crazy lightning wolf, both offensive and defensive, and changing positions defensively. Whenever the crazy lightning wolf wants to attack one of the family elders, he will be besieged by the other 2 family elders. For a time, his decline is greatly displayed. In just a moment, the crazy lightning wolf was covered in blood, badly injured, and half of his foot had already stepped into the door of life and death. As long as the delay continues, crazy lightning wolf will definitely die on the spot. Naturally, the crazy lightning wolf also noticed this. He looked around with his wolf eyes, hoping to get out of the encirclement and escape from here. Naturally, the 3 family elders would not give it this chance. Several huge golden moon blades hit the little elephant-like body, further aggravating its injuries. The crazy lightning wolf seemed to have smelled a few hints of death, and actually began to trade injuries for injuries, attacking other elders regardless of their lives. When the old man saw this, he also scattered around and used the moon blade in his hand to consume the crazy lightning wolf again. A golden moon blade pierced into its chest, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ouch! The crazy electric wolf looked up to the sky and roared, but there was no trace of domineering. Instead there was a trace of desolation. After the whistle, the huge body like a small elephant fell to the ground and could no longer stand up. It died under the siege of several family elders. One of the family elders looked at the dead figure of the crazy lightning wolf and secretly spat. You died so easily. Suddenly, the crazy electric wolf suddenly rose up, opened its huge mouth the size of an adult, and bit the old man. When the old man saw this, his pupils shrank suddenly and he hurriedly stepped back, but in the end it was a step too late. Hiss! One of the old man's thighs was swallowed into his belly, and blood immediately started to flow like a fountain. Ah, damn, you're so damn cunning. The old man was in unbearable pain, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he cursed angrily. Seeing this, the other elders also hurriedly stepped forward to use the Gu insect treatment to stop the bleeding of this elder. And the crazy electric wolf died completely after this bite. And Ning Chen looked at this situation from a distance. His heart was as calm as a flat lake. From the beginning to the end, he never thought about searching for Gu worms from the crazy lightning wolf. And the miserable situation of the elder seems to be a confirmation of Ning Chen's caution. Snow-stained mountains and forests, covered with silver. Ning Chen quietly admired the scenery outside the window, taking a sip of fragrant tea from time to time to drive away the chill from half of his body. So, brother, was your battle yesterday so thrilling? Indeed. After listening to what Ning Chen said, Ning Xuan looked extremely shocked. He was in the mountain stronghold, so he couldn't believe that the battle outside the stronghold was so fierce and thrilling. Ning Chen, on the other hand, quietly took a sip of fragrant tea, smiled lightly on his lips, and talked leisurely. Of course, It is impossible for me to fight hard for my enemy. I am only fighting for my own safety and even yours. Well, brother, you don't look like that kind of person either. Ning Chuan was not surprised at all. Ever since he learned the truth about his parents' murder some time ago, he had no favorable impression of Gu village at all. Instead, he was extremely disgusted. In Ning Chuan's eyes, Ning Chuan should be like this. Ning Chuan casually took out a few Gu insects that Ning Chuan had never seen before, and spoke slowly and calmly. And I was lucky yesterday. I harvested a few second-level Thunderpath Gu worms, which are very suitable for me. That's really good. I didn't get hurt and harvested a few Gu worms. It's really good. But aren't those old guys in the village making things difficult for you and oppressing you? Ning Chuan felt a little confused when he heard this. After all, in his eyes, those family elders were very cunning. That being said, as a third-level Gu master, they naturally won't care too much about the second-level Gu worms obtained by me, a second-level Gu master. Secondly, these are some unspoken rules that have not been stated openly. As long as you kill those beasts carrying Gu in battle, as long as it is not too critical or too rare, they will usually turn a blind eye. One eye. And the few Gu worms I obtained are just ordinary Thunder Dao Gu worms. If they were replaced by Black Boar Gu and White Boar Gu, they would come to make things difficult for me. Ning Chuan was talking eloquently, with a faint smile on his face. And Ning Chuan suddenly understood this through Ning Chuan. Oh, I understand. I still don't quite understand these unspoken rules. It's okay. When you get older and have more experience, you will naturally understand these unspoken rules. Ning Chuan gently patted the snow scattered on the window edge and spoke softly to comfort her. I understand, brother. I will go to school first. Well, take your time on the road. Ning Chuan agreed lightly, and Ning Chuan slowly left. For a long time, Ning Chuan just quietly admired the snowy scene outside the window, his black eyes filled with snow, half leaning and half sitting, but his heart felt as clear as ice. In other words, this Ning Chuan is really a genius with early wisdom. No matter what kind of life experience or philosophy, as long as he has a little experience with me, he will be able to understand the general idea. Based on this wisdom alone, he will be better than King Shu, who also has 70% of the second-class qualifications. Presumably, he will become a powerful chess piece in my hand that can participate in the catastrophe in the future. Ning Chuan often chats with Ning Chuan, and naturally it is not just boring nonsense, but to increase Ning Chuan's political wisdom. After all, a chess piece that is sensible, understands honor and disgrace, and understands the overall situation is still far more effective than a dumb chess piece that only knows how to suppress and kill. He picked up the teacup and brought it to his lips. The lukewarm tea flowed into his throat. Hi, I've been thinking about it for too long, and the tea has gone cold. Ning Chuan sighed softly, then put the remaining tea into his stomach, stood up, and walked towards the door. I still have to go to the cemetery to attend the morning meeting. Oh, what a waste of time. Ning Chuan was minding his own business, and unknowingly walked out of the bamboo building. The cold wind blew into the inside along the seams of the clothes, bringing with it a slight chill. And Ning Chuan was dressed in a green and black military robe. On this street with only a few people, the snow marks around him made Ning Chuan's figure extremely eye-catching. The crowds are crowded, shoulder to shoulder. Gu Bo looked at the crowd in front of him quietly. Everything he saw was filled with black water, and something seemed to be brewing in his heart. Upon closer inspection, no one in the crowd looked happy at all. Instead, there was more or less a hint of sadness. The place they were in was the Gu family's cemetery, and the Gu masters who died in yesterday's battle had been covered underground by the soil. Of course, those who can be buried here are the lucky ones among the crowd. The unfortunate people even lost their limbs and arms, and they all fell into the belly of the wolf. The inhumane cold wind swept into the seams of everyone's clothes, and along with it, a faint sadness swept into everyone's hearts. The freezing snow on the ground made everyone shiver from the cold, but it couldn't cool the sadness inside. And Ning Chuan also arrived leisurely, not in a hurry, slowly walked into the crowd, and stood in the center of the crowd. Gu Bo frowned slightly when he saw that Ning Chuan had taken such a long time to come, but he didn't say anything. I believe all of you here have witnessed yesterday's tragic situation. Yesterday was a very tragic day for Argue Village. Countless of our compatriots, comrades, and classmates died from wolves' mouths and were buried deep in the ground and turned into cold corpses. Some even died in wolf's belly and no body was seen. This is a painful lesson for all of us in the village. Gyubo spoke loudly, and the loud shouts fell into everyone's ears, revealing a hint of impassionedness. And Gyubo is worthy of being the leader of the Gyu clan. Just a few words can arouse the sadness in the hearts of everyone. Ningchen looked around. No matter whether it was King Shu Chishan or Moyan Chining, after listening to Gyubo's words, people who knew Ningchen or did not know him could not help but have a hint of sadness on their faces. What's more, his eyes were slightly red, and tears were rolling in his eyes, making his eyes red. But after hearing these words, Ningchen didn't feel the slightest emotion in his heart. After all, he had gained a lot from yesterday's battle against the wolf tide. How could he be half sad? As for the other Gyu clan members who died, Ningchen really didn't feel the least bit sad in his heart. Ningchen's heart was filled with understanding, as if he could see through fire. Except for yourself, no one else has anything to do with you. People who can help you at the most critical moment, you only have yourself, and you can only be yourself. However, Gyubo did not finish speaking. Instead, he changed the topic. Of course, the good news is that our results are gratifying. We successfully repelled the wave of electric wolves. As for the Chigang family elder who caused the death of countless compatriots due to his poor decision-making, we have also severely punished him, and he has promised to never do it again, otherwise he will kill himself and die. Countless young heroes have emerged in this wave of electric wolves. King Shu Kaining was able to organize everyone to resist the wave of electric wolves even though his formation was disrupted, and retained the maximum amount of effective strength. This should be considered a meritorious service. Ningchen defeated 1 against 100, and killed 3 lightning wolves in a row. During this period, he killed countless lightning wolves, and he was able to take the time to rescue his colleagues who were in danger. These 3 people are the mainstay in resisting the wolf tide this time. They lived up to the expectations of their compatriots who died in the wolf's mouth and led everyone to repel the wolf tide. They avenged the dead compatriots. Gyubo became more and more passionate as he spoke, his eyes showing a hint of admiration as he stared at Kaining, King Shu, and Ningchen. The rest of the people also changed their sadness after hearing this, looking at Ningchen and the others with a hint of yearning on their faces. Ningchen's expression was extremely calm, and he was not happy at all due to the appreciation. Stand with your hands behind your back, unwavering. Ningchen's heart was like a bright mirror. This kind of praise from a superior person had no effect on him. His heart will not waver at all, whether it is insults or praises. Yeah, I remembered that Ningchen killed all the lightning wolves by himself. If it hadn't been for Ningchen, I would have died in the mouth of that lightning wolf. The lightning wolf is a second-level combat power, and Ningchen can actually kill them all. When the people around heard that Ningchen could kill them all with his own strength, they were filled with shock and doubt. After all the Gyu masters present are at the second level of cultivation, and the lightning wolf is also at the second level with combat power. Ordinary level 2 Gyu masters can deal with a powerful lightning wolf with ease, but Ningchen can kill it easily. You can imagine their surprise in their hearts. Ningchen actually killed all the lightning wolves. Isn't he also at level 2? King Shu looked at Ningchen standing aside with his hands behind his back in amazement, his eyes full of shock. The one who was slightly different from King Shu was Kaining. Kaining also looked at Ningchen aside. Her purple eyes flashed, and she was filled with wonder in her heart, but it was also mixed with a bit of emotion. I didn't expect that Ningchen not only saved my brother, but also killed all the lightning wolves. Chishan, this classmate of yours is a bit unusual. You can kill 3 lightning wolves with your own strength. This is no small feat. With a faint smile on Gyubo's face, he looked at King Shu, Kaining and Ningchen, and kept drinking. From now on, I hope you'll remember the seniors and juniors who are buried in the ground. That is our painful past. And I hope you can remember these painful pasts and encourage yourself in your future practice to avoid such a tragedy from happening again. Okay, let's disperse. After Ningchen heard this, he immediately turned around and left, not wanting to stay here at all. Kai Ning, on the other hand, took a deep look at Ningchen's back and then walked to Chishan's side. His purple eyes were not only curious but also a bit serious. Chishan, please tell me about Ningchen, starting from the opening ceremony. Oh, why do you suddenly want to ask this? Hearing this, Chishan looked at Kai Ning in surprise, while Kai Ning looked at Kai Shan calmly and responded lightly, "It's nothing, just getting to know it." "Oh, I thought it was my sister who was in love with you." Chishan lowered his voice, with an inexplicable smile, and a hint of ridicule in his tone. When Kai Ning heard this, she chuckled. She was angry and laughed. "You kid, you're teasing your sister again." "Ha ha ha." Kai Ning scolded with a smile, and hit Kai Shan with a chuckle. It didn't hurt or itch, it was more like a play between siblings. However, Kai Ning stopped laughing, but the conversation changed and he became quite serious. "But to be honest, although I don't know Ningchen very well, I have always felt that he has an unimaginable secret." "Well, I feel like you're overthinking it. He's just a little lonely at best, and since graduating from school, his loneliness has become more and more obvious." After hearing this, Chishan also stopped teasing a bit and responded to Kai Ning, "Yeah." Kai Ning watched Ningchen's figure getting further away and getting smaller from a distance, with a few thoughts revealed in his beautiful eyes. But within a moment, the Gyu masters surrounding here all formed into groups and slowly left. It's just that there's a little less sadness on the face, but a little more perseverance for growth. However, Gyubo did not leave. He just stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at the dwindling crowd. He seemed to be waiting for something. In the end, there was only one person left in the Yueyang crowd. This person was King Shu, and the person Gyubo was waiting for was also King Shu. He slowly asked, "King Shu, why don't you leave?" King Shu heard this, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly moved forward and walked to one of the tombstones. The name on the tombstone is Gyu Wenji, a little-known level 1 Gyu master, but this person left a deep impression on King Shu. "Leader King Shu, can you teach me how to fire the moon blade? My moon blade's accuracy is very poor." King Shu turned around and saw that he was a boy with mediocre appearance and mediocre qualifications. At this time, there was a hint of timid blush on his face, as if he had exhausted all his courage to say these words. But King Shu didn't show any disgust at all. Instead, his face was gentle and his tone was gentle and tight. "Come on, I'll teach you." "King Shu, do you think I will die in this wolf wave?" King Shu looked at his face blankly after hearing this. His mouth seemed to be blocked for a moment, unable to spit out even a single word. "You're kidding, we will all survive. After all, there is an old man in charge." Without waiting for King Shu's answer, he forced a smile and ended this serious topic. "I hope so." King Shu also felt a little more solemn in his heart to prepare for the coming wave of wolves. King Shu, I feel like I'm going to die. King Shu's mind seemed to be emptied for a moment, and he stared blankly at the dying Wenji in his arms. "Wenji, don't sleep. Please, hold on. You must hold on." "I'm sorry. I'm probably really going to die." "It doesn't matter if I die. It doesn't matter if I die. If I die, the wolves will probably eat me." "King Shu, you should be able to live on." The breath coming out of Wenji's mouth became weaker and weaker, and his eyes gradually lost focus and became distracted. "No, no, no, please fucking wake up." King Shu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he slapped Wenji hard on the face. However, such a crisp slap, Wenji didn't react at all. He was already dead. Countless scenes of being together with Wenji flashed through King Shu's mind, and his tone trembled slightly. "Master foster father, what do you think people live for?" A drop of clear tears slipped down from the corner of his eyes and landed on the land in front of the tombstone. The hot tears melted the snow and soaked into the earth, as if stroking him. Gyubo looked at King Shu pitifully, took a deep breath of cold air, and whispered softly, "I'm afraid you need to find the answer to this question yourself." "I have no comment." "Myself." King Shu was slightly startled when he heard this, and looked down at his palm. With his blurred vision, he could only faintly see the outline of a palm. "Yes, you just have to rely on yourself." In the past, After wolf tides, people would die and people would have thoughts about life. But I hope you can find out for yourself and then tell me. Gyubo casually caught a piece of cold snowflake, and it immediately melted into his palm. He talked leisurely, placing his hopes for King Shu. Good. King Shu stared at the palm of his hand, but his vision became clearer. There are traces of snow all over the fields, and a cool feeling spreads all over the body. Kai Ning walked slowly on the slightly lonely street. His expression showed some thoughts, and he talked leisurely. Chishan, are you saying that he is just a third-level 50% qualified person? And when he learned about his own qualifications, Ningchen didn't feel even the slightest bit disappointed. There was a hint of astonishment in her tone. She was really in disbelief at Ningchen's performance. More than that, the impression Ningchen left on me at that time was very mediocre. Who would have thought that Bai's current cultivation level would surpass mine by a huge level? Chishan was also extremely sighing. After all, Ningchen was just a third-class 50% qualified person. And Kai Ning's purple eyes flashed with a few sharp gleams, and she fell into deep thought in her heart. I don't feel the slightest bit disappointed. This is too calm. As a second-level high-level Gyu Master, I have a qualification of 70%. Everyone who meets me calls me calm and composed. Even so, when I learned that my qualifications were only 72%, I felt a little disappointed. This Ningchen's qualifications are only 50% of the sea level, but he doesn't show any signs of disappointment. No matter if it's disguised or not, his character alone makes him definitely not a vulgar person. But no matter how good your character is, your qualifications are still only 50% of the C grade, and you won't be able to make a big impact in the end. There seemed to be sighs and regrets in my heart, and there was even a hint of sadness. Okay, I understand. What about Ningchen and Heo? Kai Ning continued to ask Chishan behind her. After all, she only met Ningchen because of Heo's disappearance, so she was naturally more concerned about Heo. Heo, I don't know very well. I only know that Ningchen and her often sat together in school, and they often walked together. But I remember that one time, for some reason, Ningchen actually beat Heo in public. I don't remember exactly what they said, but after that, Heo liked Ningchen even more. Chishan responded calmly to Kai Ning's inquiry, and several past events poured out. Yeah. Kai Ning's eyebrows sank slightly when he heard this, and he was even more confused. Although Heo is my team member, I don't know her very well. Now it seems that her liking for Ningchen is a bit weird. But Heo is dead. If you want to continue the investigation, you can only ask Ningchen. Kai Ning was slightly certain in his heart, and he had some plans, and he quickened his steps. Okay, Chishan, you go back to recuperate first. I'll go see Ningchen if I have something to do. Oh, it's a tryst. I understand and I won't disturb you. When Kai Ning heard Kai Shan's teasing, he froze and turned to look at Kai Shan. You boy, it seems that the electric wolf's bite is not painful enough. Just let the electric wolf eat your tongue. Kai Ning laughed and scolded, and Kai Shan also laughed playfully after hearing this and left in a hurry. Although Heo is one of my team members, she is still dead. Even if I investigate her thoroughly, I still can't resurrect her. It's better to take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Ningchen first, so as to provide a big help for Chishan to control Chai Mai in the future. Thinking so, a hint of determination flashed through Kai Ning's beautiful eyes. With the wind blowing under my feet, I walked on the snow and followed the direction Ningchen left just now. And Ningchen has not returned home yet. He is just sitting in the wine shop, quietly sipping the green bamboo wine. The wine cup was gently shaken in his hand, and then he lifted it up and put it into his throat. It felt so good. There is also a cup of green bamboo wine on the other side of the dining table, as if waiting for someone. Hey, it's been so long, why hasn't Kai Ning come? The black eyes are blurry, but they can't hide the depth beneath them. He was drunk, but his mind was still as clear as ice. When the waiter saw Ningchen sitting quietly at the dining table for a long time, he took the initiative to come over and ask, "Sir, do you want to serve food?" "You can go on. The person I'm waiting for is coming." Ningchen glanced at the door of the wine shop, and naturally saw a beautiful figure in a purple shirt. There was a faint smile on his lips unconsciously. Okay. And the waiter agreed and got into the kitchen. After Kai Ning stepped into the wine shop, he immediately saw Ning Chen sitting in the corner, walking towards him with a hint of smile on his lips. Ning Chen, you're eating here just after the funeral. You have a good appetite. I can't really call it that. I just have a big heart. Hearing this, Ning Chen quickly waved his hand and declined. Naturally, he understood what Kai Ning meant. You should also know that I'm coming to find you, right? Although Ning Chen understood in his heart, he couldn't express it clearly, so he had to pretend not to know. When Kai Ning saw this, she smiled coldly in her heart. She had firmly taken the initiative in this meeting with Ning Chen, at least in her eyes. Yeah, that's fine. I'm here to thank you this time. Thank you for saving my brother Chishan. It's just a coincidence. I just saved him at that time. Ning Chen continued to sip the green bamboo wine in the cup, with a bit of humility on his face. But when this look fell into Kai Ning's eyes and heart, it made her smile even more happily, and a somewhat elusive smile appeared on her face. No matter what, you saved my brother after all, and I will reward you on behalf of Chai Mai. I see that you often collect Thunder Dao Gyu worms in the Wolf Tide. I know you want to practice Thunder Dao, but there must not be many Thunder Dao Gyu worms. Kai Ning placed a Gyu worm on the table. The Gyu worm was shaped like cloth and looked mediocre. Ning Chen was slightly surprised when he saw this, but his face remained calm. Second level Thunder Clothes Gyu. It has excellent defense and can defend in all directions, which is much better than the Thunder Shield Gyu in my hand. Kai Ning smiled and said nothing. His purple eyes stared at Ning Chen, and Ning Chen asked Kai Ning leisurely, so, what do you need me to do? It's very simple. No matter what kind of activities you participate in the future, you must do your best to help Chishan, even if you have to give up your own interests. Kai Ning took a sip of King's wine and slowly stated his conditions. Ning Chen suddenly laughed, but Kai Ning seemed to hear some mockery in it. Okay, I agree. Okay, you will thank yourself for making this decision later. Kai Ning's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this, while Ning Chen's eyes were as calm as usual. At this time, the waiter had just served all the dishes Ning Chen ordered. Would you like to stay for dinner? Ha, no need. Faced with Ning Chen's invitation, Kai Ning laughed twice, declined Ning Chen's invitation, stood up and prepared to leave. Ning Chen was not surprised to see this. Well, goodbye. Goodbye. Kai Ning walked out of the tavern, and Kai Shan's face appeared in his mind, and a relieved smile came over him. Kai Shan, with Ning Chen here, you should be able to become the leader of the Kai Vane soon! Ning Chen quietly picked up the second-level Thunder Clothes Gyu left by Kai Ning on the table, and gently stroked it with his fingertips. His black eyes swept up like water, as if he had thought of something. Ning Chen's mouth unconsciously curled up a few smiles. Hey, although Kai Ning is somewhat intelligent, her thoughts are still a bit stubborn. She has never thought about what she would do if I betrayed her, or in her subconscious, everyone in the village should abide by the promise. Ning Chen's black eyes flashed with a faint light. He didn't take Kai Ning's request to heart at all. After all, he, a demon, would not be bound by a small promise. It's really ridiculous to use a promise to bind him, a demon. Ning Chen casually sent the Thunder Clothes Gyu into the void. Because its owner Kai Ning took the initiative to give it to Ning Chen, the Thunder Clothes Gyu was extremely weak and it was refined in an instant. The divine consciousness probed into the void and carefully examined the Thunder Dao Gyu worms. Strong Current Gyu, Thunder Ball Gyu, Thunder Shield Gyu, Electric Step Gyu, and the Thunder Clothes Gyu that had just been obtained, a total of 5 Thunder Dao Gyu worms, and this was just the harvest in the Wolf Tide. Ning Chen casually picked up a piece of food and put it into his mouth, chewing quietly. His mind was not on the food in his mouth, but on the Gyu worms in the void. Strong Current Gyu is fast and powerful. Thunder Ball Gyu is powerful, but slightly slow. Thunder Shield Gyu has strong defense but can only defend one side. Thunder Clothes Gyu has decent defense but can be worn on the body, which is extremely convenient. As for the Electric Step Gyu, it is a pure mobile Gyu worm. Well, if I want to develop a killer move, the Thunder Dao Sword Dao is the best. After all, in the past 1,000 years, I mainly studied swordsmanship and thunder magic. I believe that practicing again will be handy. And the sword worm is relatively rare, so I will not make plans for the time being. At present, I can only rely on the Thunder Dough worm. And the number of Thunder Dough worms is still slightly small. If there are a few more Thunder Dough worms, I will definitely be able to develop a powerful killer move. Ning Chen saw through the advantages and disadvantages of the Thunder Dough worms he currently has in a short moment. In an instant, he had some ideas for killer moves in his mind, but they were only a few. After all, there are only 2 attack worms, and it is not enough to use them to combine killer moves. It was a bit too forced. Ning Chen drank the green bamboo wine in the cup, and the spicy feeling surged into his mind, but his heart was as calm as a calm lake. Now my strength is no longer enough to match my strength. I can only shake the second-level defensive worm with a full-strength attack, which is still a bit insufficient. But it is more than enough for ordinary battles. The progress in soul refining is acceptable. Now there are about 20 souls. Not only has the soul foundation increased, but even the thinking has become clearer, and my perception of the surrounding souls is getting stronger and stronger. Ning Chen quietly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of his current practice in his heart. This is Ning Chen's habit. Every once in a while, he will spare some time to sort out how his recent practice is going. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through the curtains and swept into the tavern, bringing a few chills to Ning Chen who was eating. However, Ning Chen smiled slightly, which was quite abnormal. Well, it's not as cold as before these days. It seems that spring is coming soon. The arrival of spring indicates that the caravan next year will come soon. And when the caravan comes, I can improve my strength again. But I still have to take good care of those bamboos, otherwise my yuan shire may not be enough for me to spend. I hope that many of those mortals will survive. As long as I can sell that batch of Kaifeng bamboo, maybe I can be promoted to the 3rd level next year and become a generation of family elders. Ning Chen's eyes flickered with a faint light, showing his plan in his heart. 3rd level Master. A generation of family elders. If the 1st and 2nd turn Masters are the lower level in the Gu world, then the 3rd turn Masters are the backbone of the Gu world. A 3rd turn Master will not be underestimated no matter where he is, whether it is a sect or a family. And by then, Ning Chen will have the capital to venture into the southern border. Although it is a bit weak, it is indeed the capital of this demon. After lunch, Ning Chen returned to his bamboo building. However, to Ning Chen's surprise, he saw a girl he had never seen in his bamboo building. She stood there gracefully, with jade skin and ice bones, and her every frown and smile was extremely gentle and lovely. Before Ning Chen spoke first, the girl spoke first. "Hello, I am Ning Chuan's classmate, Xiu." Ning Chen's body suddenly stagnated, his eyebrows unconsciously wrinkled slightly, and he slowly walked to the side and sat down, his tone gentle. "Oh, it turns out to be Ning Chuan's classmate. Hello, I am Ning Chuan's brother, Ning Chen." "Hey, brother, you are back." Ning Chuan in the room heard Ning Chen's voice and came out, with a pleasant tone. "By the way, brother, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, Xiu, with a 55% qualification of the 2nd grade. Her moon blade is stronger than mine." Ning Chuan's cheeks blushed a little, although it was subtle. It still caught Ning Chen's eyes. Xiu smiled lightly when she heard it, and spoke softly, with a gentle face. "Ning Chuan is joking. I have a lot of questions to ask you." Ning Chen's eyes lingered between the two, flashing a strange and uncertain light. The dim light flickered, as if it could penetrate Xiu's skin and look directly into her heart, making her somewhat panicked. "Ning Chuan, since your brother is back, I will not disturb you two brothers for now. I will take my leave first." "Don't go, my brother is very good." However, Xiu left in a hurry without paying attention to Ning Chuan's retention, leaving Ning Chen and Ning Chuan alone in the bamboo building. "Your girlfriend, Ning Chuan?" Ning Chen looked at Ning Chuan who was quite embarrassed, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. What girlfriend, classmate classmate." Hearing Ning Chen's ridicule, Ning Chuan's face immediately turned red, and she even stuttered. But Ning Chen changed the subject at this moment, turning the ridicule into a scolding. "Since it's not, Then I have to remind you, don't forget, how did your parents die? Ningchuan. Ningchuan was silent, speechless by Ningchuan's question. How could he forget the departure of his parents and the murderer who killed them? His current behavior is undoubtedly to forget the death of his parents. However, Ningchuan thought of Xiu's gentle and lovely appearance, and couldn't help but want to argue a few words. But Xiu, arsehole, you really forgot the death of your parents? Ningchuan shouted loudly, shocking Ningchuan's whole body, and also made him sober up a lot. His eyes regained some calmness, but there was also some regret. Yes, I was wrong, I shouldn't fall in love. And Ningchuan looked at Ningchuan's current appearance, and was quite satisfied in his heart. Ningchuan was startled awake by Ningchuan's loud shout, and couldn't help but lower his head, feeling quite guilty in his heart. His parents died, but he didn't want to take revenge but fell in love here. The more Ningchuan thought about it, the more guilty he felt, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. However, a big hand patted his shoulder. Ningchuan looked up and saw Ningchuan, whose eyes were quite soft, and his mouth was also soft and tight. Ningchuan, I know that your age is the age of youth and ignorance. It's normal to like other girls. I won't say anything, but I hope you'll remember your true purpose and not be addicted to love, okay? Brother scolded you not because you were in love, but because you were confused about priorities. But brother still loves you. Please don't feel resentment towards brother, okay? Ningchuan looked at Ningchuan in front of him blankly, feeling that his nose was getting more and more sore, his vision was getting blurry, and there was a little trembling in his mouth. I know, thank you brother. Ningchuan patted Ningchuan's back gently, as if to comfort Ningchuan at this moment. It's good to know, it's good to know. The white horse passes by, time changes, the setting sun is like blood, making Ningchuan's cheeks turn red. At this moment, Ningchuan closed his eyes tightly, and his spiritual consciousness had already penetrated into the void. Driven by Ningchuan, the crimson sea of A8 true essence continuously slapped on the water film of the air orifice. Every time you slap it, the crimson sea of A8 true essence will lose 1 point, and the water film will also slosh. And in the warm and nourishing aperture that has accumulated over time, the water film has already brought a few cracks, and it is not far away from the second level high level. The so-called promotion to a small realm is just a matter of time and effort, and since Ningchuan doesn't have to patrol these days, he has plenty of time, so he naturally spends more time warming up his apertures. In terms of training time alone, I am afraid that no one in the same class can compare with Ningchuan. After other people have exhausted all the true energy in their apertures, they need to use primary stones to restore it, or they are short of funds and need to naturally restore their true energy. In any case, these two methods are not as fast as Ningchuan's method of restoring true energy. Therefore, if it takes an hour, King Shu and others can warm up the Kong Qiao and then restore 10% of the true energy. But Ningchuan can always keep the true essence C at a height of 30 to 40%. And continued to warm the outer wall of the void, so his small realm breakthrough is extremely easy compared to others. One of the reasons for this is that Ningchuan's extremely powerful will has become stronger and stronger after soul refining, which is enough to support multitasking. The second is Ningchuan's cultivation method that originated from his previous life. Inhaling inhales to restore the true energy, which is enough to continuously warm and nourish the empty orifice. I am about to reach the second level high level. I'll probably reach the second level high level next spring. At that time, if I buy a red iron relic with the primeval stone, I can advance to the second level peak. Then I'll keep it warm for a few months and find an opportunity to break through to rank 3 in one fell swoop. Ningchuan's consciousness left the void, his eyes were as calm as water, and his heart was filled with a clear understanding of the current situation. The biggest obstacle during this period is nothing but the family. Those old guys will find ways to suppress me when they see that I have reached a high level for the second time. Fortunately, I am outside the village, and the sky is high and the emperor is far away. By the time those old guys find out, I will have become a family elder in the same realm as them. And after the third turn, everything will change. Ningchen stood up and walked slowly to the window, his eyes flying into the distance, flying out of Guiyu Mountain Village, flying out of Qingmao Mountain, flying out of the 100,000 mountains in southern Xinjiang, flying 2 days above the 5 domains. In such a vast world, only in the 3rd level can we have the capital to explore it initially. Dong dong dong. A crisp knock on the door interrupted Ningchen's thoughts. Excuse me, is Ningchen at home? I have something to say to Ningchen. The voice outside the door was extremely gentle and polite, but Ningchen felt that this voice was extremely familiar. King Shu came to see me for something at this time? Ningchen couldn't help but feel a little doubtful, but he still walked quickly to the door and opened it for King Shu. At this time, King Shu's eyes were quite eager and full of confusion, but the moment he saw Ningchen, he seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw. King Shu, do you have something to do with me? Ningchen, however, ignored King Shu and spoke coldly, extremely indifferently. But King Shu didn't care, he just grabbed the door and stepped into Ningchen's home. Sorry to bother you, Ningchen. I have a question to ask you. This question has been bothering me. And I have asked many people, but none of their answers satisfied me, so I came to you, hoping you can give me an answer. The more King Shu talked, the more excited he became, and his eyes became even more impatient. You go ahead, and I'm deciding whether to answer or not. Ningchen, on the other hand, sat aside and looked at this uninvited guest quietly, his words as cold as ice. Hey, it's very simple. What is the purpose of life? This question bothers me like a maggot attached to my bones. It's like a veil of confusion. It only takes one poke to reveal the truth underneath, but I can't penetrate this veil. And other people's answers are leading me in other wrong directions, so I hope you can give me an answer, which can be regarded as my prayer. Ningchen's black eyes reflected the figure of King Shu now, causing a faint smile. And he talked leisurely. What do people live for? I might as well ask you a question. Do people have to find a meaning in life? As a human being, shouldn't we be able to live as we please and as indulgently as we please? King Shu was silent. He really hadn't thought about this deeper matter. Actually, the vast majority of people in the world can't find the meaning of their lives and live their lives. Living one day at a time can be considered happy. But once you find the meaning of your life, such as love, wealth, family affection, etc., then an invisible burden will weigh on you, making you breathless until the day you die. And is living such a tired life really better than living in ignorance? Ningchen's words were still unforgiving and aggressive, but King Shu's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he took the initiative to respond to Ningchen. I think it's comparable. Humans need to have a meaning to live. If you live without meaning and live according to meaning, you will be a beast. Human beings are born to die, and death is an inevitable result. In this ruthless life and death, only family, love, and friendship can be imprinted in our hearts and inspire us to move forward. In other words, when they die, they are like rotten old trees. After death, they nourish us with their dead branches and help us become big trees that can protect other small trees from the wind and rain. The more King Shu talked, the clearer his eyes became. While talking and laughing, he actually found his own answer. The more King Shu spoke, the brighter his eyes became. The barrier in his heart seemed to be broken, and he could see the incomparably bright spring day. Ningchen did almost nothing throughout the whole process, but just guided him a little. Ningchen naturally knew King Shu's ambitions. How could he change them easily? Even if his time travel had changed everything, how could King Shu's will be changed? So, Ningchen had no intention of changing King Shu's will from the beginning, but guided him slowly. And King Shu also lived up to Ningchen's expectations and realized his true ambition. Ningchen quietly looked at King Shu, whose face suddenly became clear at this time, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. King Shu, your ambitions in this life have been guided by me in advance. I believe you will be closer to the family, and therefore your strength will be weaker, which will also be beneficial to my future plans. Yes, he is a great demon. How could he waste his time to enlighten others? Regardless of whether he knew this person or not, Ningchen would not do this. But Ningchen naturally had his own plan to actively guide King Shu's inner ambitions. And King Shu did not notice it at all. and of course it was impossible for him to notice it. There was a bit of gratitude in his eyes, and he was actually quite grateful to Ning Chen in front of him. "Thank you, Ning Chen. I knew it was right to come to you. Goodbye. You can come to me for help if you have anything in the future." The words were full of gratitude, and it was obviously not fake. Then King Shu hurried away, as if he had something important to do. And Ning Chen quietly watched King Shu step out of the house, without saying a word the whole time, just watching. "Hey, I guess he is so anxious to report to his dear adoptive father." There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he sneered in his heart. Turning his head to look out the window, he saw snow all over the mountains, but the green at the corner of the mountain was so eye-catching in Ning Chen's black eyes. Spring is coming soon. Winter is gone, spring is coming, the sun and the moon are alternating, winter is gone, and there is a bit of bright green on King Mao Mountain, no longer as cold and lonely as before, and in the bamboo forest, there are two figures standing opposite each other. One is wearing a dark blue martial arts robe, with an upright body, and the other is thinner and wearing a grey shirt, and these two people are naturally the brothers Ning Chen and Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan stared at Ning Chen in front of him and sighed, "Brother, I'm going to do it." After seeing Ning Chen's imperceptible nod of agreement, Ning Chuan's figure shot towards Ning Chen not far away like an arrow, clenched his fists, and tried his best to hit Ning Chen's body. Just listening to the whirring sound of the air around, you can know that this punch is quite powerful. Ning Chuan's movements were so slow in Ning Chen's eyes that they were full of loopholes. The small fist kept getting bigger in Ning Chen's eyes, but it didn't stir up any waves. Bang! Ning Chuan suddenly felt that his fist hit the cotton and all his strength was completely drained. He looked up and saw that his fist was firmly caught in Ning Chen's palm, so naturally it didn't have any power. The speed is still too slow and the strength is too weak. Ning Chen shook his head, but the words he uttered lightly seemed to deny everything Ning Chuan had now. Ning Chuan gritted his teeth slightly and kicked Ning Chen with all his strength. He wanted to prove himself to Ning Chen. However, a whip kick landed on Ning Chen's thigh, but Ning Chen was as stable as Mount Tai, not shaken at all. Instead, Ning Chuan's right leg felt a lingering pain. "Ning Chuan, you are still far behind me." Ning Chen looked down at Ning Chuan quietly, with a faint smile on his lips. Ning Chuan also felt a little unconvinced when he saw this, but the next moment, all the unconvinced in his heart disappeared. Bang! Ning Chen clenched his right fist and slammed it to Ning Chuan's side. The fierce force shook the air, made a series of wailing sounds, and also rolled up a turbulent airflow that blew Ning Chuan's hair into a mess. Ning Chuan slightly tilted his head to look at Ning Chen's fist, and the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared completely. "It seems that there is still a big gap between me and my brother." Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel a little bitter when he saw this, and Ning Chen seemed to see through Ning Chuan's heart. He patted Ning Chuan's shoulder with a big hand and spoke gently, "Ning Chuan, you don't have to prove to me your current practice results. After all, how can I look down on my brother? Besides, you are still a 70% B-level talent, one of the best geniuses among your peers, the first to break through to the first turn middle level, which is much better than my brother who is 50% of the C level." Ning Chen chuckled, and Ning Chuan felt less disappointed when he saw this, and instead had some expectations. "Brother, you are right. When I have practiced successfully in the future, I will challenge you again and prove myself to you." "Ha ha ha, you are always welcome here." Ning Chen laughed even more happily upon hearing this, and his laughter was meaningful. Ning Chen stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Ning Chuan's receding figure with his dark eyes, without a single smile on his face. There were faint footsteps in the bushes nearby, and a figure emerged. "Lord Ning Chen, your brother is really talented." "Liu San, you know, I don't like to hear nonsense." But seeing that Liu San had a few more scars on his face, which made him look more ferocious, he still couldn't hide his flattery towards Ning Chen. When Liu San heard Ning Chen's cold words, he naturally did not dare to say another word, but Ning Chen suddenly spoke, "Liu San, how is my Kaifeng Zhu? I'm reporting to Master Ning Chen that it's growing very vigorously. It's the best growing bamboo I've ever seen. I think it's ready to be harvested." And Liu San did not dare to neglect Ning Chen at all. and quickly responded to Ning Chen, who also smiled a little when he heard this. "Okay, I understand. You can go down and get busy first." "Okay." Liu San's figure was once again hidden among the lush foliage, just like when he came. And Ning Chen also left slowly shortly after Liu San left. The winding paths in the secluded forest are bright and clear. Ning Chen walked leisurely on the forest path, and beside the path were naturally the sounds of birds singing in spring, the fragrance of flowers, the chirping of cicadas, and the fresh grass. Take a strong sniff, and countless fragrant floral fragrances roll into the lungs, which is extremely refreshing. He casually picked up the wine gourd at his waist, opened the cork and took a sip into his mouth. The rich wine slurry rolls into the throat, and the spicy taste rolls into the stomach, but it drives people to continue drinking. It is so enjoyable. There was a hint of smile on the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. He looked at the wine gourd in his hand and smelled it again, and there was a hint of the fragrance of green bamboo. He murmured to himself, King Zhujiu, don't let me down. If you can't do it, then I will have to find another way." A few gleams of dark light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, which made people tremble. Ning Chen has always been cautious in nature. Although he uses Kaifeng Zhu as his main source of essence stones, however, he did not place all his hopes on Qifeng Zhu. After all, how could it be certain about natural disasters and man-made disasters? If the harvest is not good, then not only will such time and energy be wasted, but one's own cultivation will be slowed down to the next step, which is something Ning Chen cannot tolerate. Therefore, this is Ning Chen's nature, to prepare for one thing with multiple hands. Back in the bamboo house, Ning Chen felt extremely dizzy and tired for some reason, and now it was only the afternoon. But sleepiness set in, and regardless of it, Ning Chen had no choice but to walk to the bed and fall into a deep sleep. "Mew, are you awake? Are you okay?" The gentle voice made Ning Chen feel a little familiar, and he couldn't help but raise his head and look at that person. The man was dressed in black and had an ordinary appearance. He was quite gentle. He was about a young man in age and his eyes were extremely kind. Yuan. Ning Chen's heart suddenly jumped, his pupils narrowed, and he revealed the name of the person in front of him. When the man named Zhu Yuan heard Ning Chen calling him by his first name, he only frowned slightly and then relaxed. "Mew, what's wrong with you? Don't you remember me? I'm your big brother." Hearing this, Ning Chen quickly got up and then noticed that he was lying on the bed. The furnishings in the house were antique and elegant, but Ning Chen was even more shocked. Thump thump thump. "Oh, my brother is awake. You have been asleep for a long time. Your absence makes me miserable." The frivolous voice fell into Ning Chen's ears, causing a few drops of sweat to appear on his forehead. Looking at it, a figure in blue pushed the door open and stood with his hands behind his back, with a hearty smile on his face. Ning Chen's eyes were even more shocked, and he murmured unconsciously. The man named Bayu also frowned slightly when he heard this. "Tsk, Brother Yuan, what's wrong with Brother Mew? Does he look a little weird?" "I don't know, he doesn't seem to recognize us anymore." Zhu Yuan, who was next to Ning Chen, also shook his head slightly, showing great confusion. Ning Chen, on the other hand, was almost stunned on the spot, as a flood of information swept into his mind. "Isn't this the 10 lands of 9 provinces? And Zhu Yuan, aren't these my 2 sworn brothers? Then the Gu world?" Ning Chen's eyes showed deep confusion, as if he was doubting the Gu world. And thinking about it, Ning Chen felt that the Gu world was more and more like a dream, and it felt more and more unreal. Immediately, Ning Chen's expression returned to its usual calmness, and he asked the two of them, Brother Yuan, how long have I been sleeping, huh? Have you recovered? I thought you had lost your memory." "Actually, it's nothing. You slept for about half a month. You were ambushed when you were chasing the leader of the 7 guilds. You fought to the death, but you were still slightly better and killed the leader of the 7 guilds. But he also fainted. Fortunately, there were people from the sect nearby, so they rescued you. Otherwise, you might have become the dung of wild beasts in the mountains." Seeing that Ning Chen had recovered, Zhu Yuan also smiled reassuringly and spoke to Ning Chen. Bayu beside him also added a few words from time to time, Oh. I see. After hearing this, Ningchen suddenly realized that there was still half a sentence in his heart that he had not said. It turns out that your world is just a dream. Zi Yuan seemed to have thought of something, patted Ningchen's shoulder lightly, and smiled lightly. By the way, your disciple has been missing you for the past half-month. You are not allowed to go out and see her? Well, your little disciple is worried about you. He has been wanting to come and see you these days, and he keeps asking me about your situation. I can't say anything. But now that you have recovered, why don't you let her feel at ease? Baiyu also smiled softly, as if she could see through the gauze curtain, but she didn't break it. When Ningchen heard this, a face appeared in his mind, a female face. It was a woman who was extremely important to him. Immediately, Ningchen's heart felt like a tangled mess that could not be cut away and was still messy. His first disciple was also his true love, and the person who made him a demon. It's okay to meet her. Ningchen's lips trembled slightly. He murmured, raised his head and looked out the door. When Baiyu and Zi Yuan saw this, they also smiled softly and left slowly. Ningchen slowly sat up, looked at the robe at the end of the bed, and couldn't help but chuckle. It was a green robe, resembling a monk and a Taoist, but neither a monk nor a Taoist. This was the robe Ningchen wore when he was in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No, strictly speaking, Ningchen at this time is not called Ningchen, but Mu Hanchen. Ningchen from the 5 realms and 2 days. Mu Hanchen from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They are both the same person, but they are not the same person either. Mu Hanchen slowly put on the green robe, picked up the luggage beside him, put it on his body, and walked out of the door slowly. After walking out of the door and looking up, Mu Hanchen suddenly felt open-minded and relaxed. Reach out to embrace the clouds and mist, lift your feet to step on the dark sea. The peaks stand like swords piercing the sky. They are very dangerous, but there are only 3 mountains. The red walls and green tiles, the pavilions and pavilions, the narrow wastes of the corridors, the eaves and teeth are high, each holding on to the terrain, fighting each other. Pan Pan Yan, Yan Yan Yan, Sleepy Yan Yan, like a vortex of water in a honeycomb, orderly and not chaotic. The mountains and forests stand tall. The bamboo peaks are like swords, the shadows of the trees block out the sun, and the shadows of the trees fill the sky. Mu Hanchen took a deep breath of the cold air, smiled slightly, and walked slowly down the mountain. He walked slowly down the moss-stained stone steps. Without the clouds and mist, he could see the scenery below the mountain clearly. At the foot of the mountain, there were pavilions, bridges and flowing water. Looking forward, there were countless figures in Taoist robes. Some were green or blue, some were men or women, some were tempering their bodies before practicing, and some were fighting in the martial arts field. From time to time, there were a few lightning snakes or fire flowers flying out of them. However, more people stood on the square, following the figure in front in a uniform manner. The so-called cultivation of Taoism is to nourish the soul of one's body with the essence of heaven and earth, and to build one's body with the spirit of all things. Nothing in the world can't be used. And this is also Ajian Fugu's Yuan Miao Temple, one of the tenets of the sect, whether it is the headmaster or the 2 elders. They all practice with this concept. Mu Hanchen walked with his hands behind his back, slowly walked down the mountain and came to the square. As soon as he arrived, he heard a crisp shout, and he couldn't help but feel a little familiar. Looking for the sound, he naturally saw a figure wearing a Taoist robe. A white robe fluttered in the wind, and the thin figure could not be identified as a man or a woman. The hair tied behind him answered this question. His face was calm, and his eyes were humble and gentle. At this moment, he seemed to notice Mu Hanchen on the side. "Elder Mu, are you healed?" The tone was a little surprised, and the surprise in his eyes did not seem to be fake. When Mu Hanchen heard this, he also smiled slightly, and his smile was quite deep. "Are you Oshui? I am healed." Mu Hanchen looked quietly at the rather thin figure in front of him. He could almost look down at the person in front of him. And the person in front of him was the eldest brother of the entire Jian Fugu's Yuan Miao Temple, Shang Yu Oshui. Elder Mu. The eldest brother just mentioned Elder Mu. Could it be that this person is Mu Hanchen, one of the elders of Jianfu's Yuanmiao Temple who practices both Buddhism and Taoism. Elder Mu? I'm afraid so. Elder Mu is most praised for his rather strange eyes of different colors, one gold and one red, one fishy and one dark. It is said that ordinary evil people can even see Elder Mu's eyes. The sight is unbearable. It is said that some time ago, Elder Mu killed the Seven Killings sect leader, one of the leaders of the demon sect, with his overwhelming force. Look, the two swords on Elder Mu's back are long and short, like dragons. One is named Naraku, and the other is Wuyu. It is said that countless evil and demonic sects have died under Elder Mu's two swords. Mu Hanchen caused a lot of noise and discussion as soon as he appeared. After all, Mu Hanchen is one of the two elders of the current number 1 righteous Jianfu's Yuanmiao Temple. He is in a high position and has great power. Apart from his identity, Mu Hanchen's strength is probably rare now. Looking at the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are only a few who can fight with Mu Hanchen now. And among the few who can fight with Mu Hanchen, naturally includes the Seven Killings sect leader who was killed some time ago. Therefore, Mu Hanchen's status and strength cannot allow others not to be amazed. Therefore, Mu Hanchen's appearance, attire, and dress are well known to people in the martial arts world. Shang Yuoshui laughed dryly when she saw this, and looked at Mu Hanchen in a rather teasing way. Ha ha ha, it seems that Elder Mu is still quite famous, and he has stolen my limelight in an instant. Miao is great. Mu Hanchen smiled slightly and looked at all the people in the sect gently. His eyes were as soft as water, as if he was looking for someone. Elder Mu is looking here. He is looking here. Is he looking at me? How is it possible? How can you, an ugly girl, Elder Mu? How could he possibly like her? Elder Mu already has someone in his heart. In terms of appearance, strength, and character, how can you compare to Elder Mu's sweetheart? Oh, that's true. Wen Yuan is really lucky to be favored by Elder Mu. What you said, is it possible that Wen Yuan is not worthy of Elder Mu? Well, it's not much different. Mu Hanchen's gaze naturally attracted a group of female disciples to blush and their hearts fluttered. After all, Mu Hanchen is handsome and majestic, powerful, and gentle and elegant. Who can not like him? After thinking about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, because in the eyes of the people in the sect, Mu Hanchen already had a lover. The master-disciple relationship between Wen Yuan and Mu Hanchen was no longer a secret in the sect. Mu Hanchen was watching like this because he was looking for that beautiful figure. Elder Mu, don't look for her. She doesn't know you're awake. She's still in the martial arts arena, training her body. Shang Yuoshui saw that Mu Hanchen was still looking for her, so she took the initiative to tell her where she was going. Mu Hanchen smiled slightly when he heard it, and thanked Shang Yuoshui. Thank you. Then he left in a hurry and went straight to the practice pile next to the martial arts arena. Shang Yuoshui looked at Mu Hanchen's fluttering clothes and couldn't help but, with a slight smile, the practice piles in the martial arts arena are called practice piles, but in fact they are more like conscious puppets. Puppets are made of natural materials and can be strong or weak. The specific strength can be adjusted according to their own situation, and the acupuncture points and weaknesses of ordinary people are all over the body, which is almost the same as ordinary people. And therefore, people from the sect often come here to hone their practical experience. Bang bang. 2 muffled sounds fell into Mu Hanchen's ears, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, but he couldn't turn his head when he looked. There were 2 figures in the martial arts arena. One was like an iron tower, about 2 meters high, black all over, and a little cold. The other was dressed in white, which was completely different from the clumsy feeling of the puppet. Like a dancing butterfly, it can dodge the puppet's punches every time and even fight back. The figure in white clothes is naturally Wen Yuan, who is also Mu Hanchen's sweetheart. Bang bang. The puppet was repelled by Wen Yuan's 2 palms again, making it unstable and staggering. Wen Yuan's white wrist moved lightly, and the puppet fell to the ground uncontrollably. It turned out that the puppet's body was full of countless silver needles in the previous battle, all over its joints and acupuncture points. Suddenly, Wen Yuan pointed his toes, jumped back, and suddenly raised his right hand, with a faint lightning flashing in his palm. The sky seemed to be affected by Wen Yuan's like a summon. A dark cloud naturally formed, with a few thunders from time to time, heavenly thunderage. A light shout burst out from the red lips, and before the voice fell, a lightning as thick as a bucket hit the puppet like a dragon python. The dazzling lightning almost made the sky and the earth change color and moved, and the puppet was naturally turned into charcoal under this blow. Yuan and Mu Hanjin was staring at the scene, and his eyes reflected the figure of Wen Yuan. Wearing a white shirt, the belt gradually widened and fluttered, the wind bun exposed the temples. The cloud bun was tall, and the hair was fluttering to reveal her face. The face was like red, the face was like a flower, the eyebrows were like the moon, the skin was smooth and soft, her nose was like flowing water, her lips were like warm jade, and her cheeks were like warm and smooth jade. The 2 strands of hair on her cheeks were like tassels hanging down, gently blowing on her face with the wind. Her eyes showed a smile, as clear as moonlight. In an instant, the person in front of him overlapped with the figure in Mu Hanjin's mind. Master Mu, you are here? Wen Yuan's gentle voice fell into Mu Hanjin's ears, making him feel so unreal. Mu Hanjin jumped down, jumped into the field, and walked slowly towards Wen Yuan. After a while, Mu Hanjin and Wen Yuan stood opposite each other. Wen Yuan looked up at Mu Hanjin curiously. Master Mu, what's wrong with you? It's okay, it's okay. Mu Hanjin looked at the person in front of him quietly. The beautiful woman said nothing, just smiled gently. As she smiled, tears began to flow, and each full teardrop flowed down the corners of Mu Hanjin's eyes. While crying, Mu Hanjin couldn't help but hug Wen Yuan. Master Mu, are you really okay? I'm fine. Wen Yuan could feel that Mu Hanjin's body was trembling slightly, as if he was not as good as he said. Wen Yuan, I miss you. I really miss you. The tears in the corners of Mu Hanjin's eyes were like beads that had broken off the string, rolling down and flowing, and Wen Yuan's eyes were no longer puzzled, but gentle, and she hugged Mu Hanjin's waist with both hands. Master Mu, I miss you too. After a long time, the tears stopped flowing from the corners of Mu Hanjin's eyes, and he returned to his former gentleness, leaving only the tear marks at the corners of his eyes. After all, even if he sighs with emotion, he won't keep crying. He is a person with a dull temperament, and I am afraid that this tear will not be shed again for hundreds or thousands of years. When Wen Yuan saw this, she also stretched out her bare hands, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her slender jade fingers, and talked eloquently. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the famous Mu Hanjin to be so embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Mu Hanjin also laughed awkwardly, but Wen Yuan changed the subject. But I do have something important to ask of you. I heard that you killed the leader of the 7 kills before, and I have made a breakthrough recently. So I would like to ask you to weigh my current strength. The strongest puppet today is not my enemy. That's fine. To be fair, I only use my mountain-moving Bajikan, and not the rest. Mu Hanjin smiled slightly, completely losing the emotion and sadness just now. Master Mu really thinks highly of me. Wen Yuan sighed, but before she could finish her words, her figure turned into an afterimage and attacked Mu Hanjin. Boom! But the chuckle on Mu Hanjin's face remained unabated, and he slowly raised his hand to block Wen Yuan's punch. Fighting fast against slow is easy, fighting slow against fast is difficult. Wen Yuan could not help but be stunned for a moment. Her fist was held firmly by Mu Hanjin. Yuana, don't be so hasty. Mu Hanjin's long voice fell into her ears. However, facing such a gap, her fighting spirit remained undiminished. He immediately drew out his fist and struck Mu Hanjin again, and the other fist did the same. His fists hit Mu Hanjin like raindrops, almost making a sonic's boom and even a few sparks of electricity. However, even so, Mu Hanjin was still not hit. Mu Hanjin stood with his hands behind his back, and with just a slight twist of his body, he could always avoid the punches in the most dangerous way. Even if he just stood there, Wen Yuan couldn't hit him no matter what. Slow down, Yuana. Before he finished speaking, Mu Hanchen slapped Wen Yuan on the chest with an unhurried palm. Boom! This blow seemed soft, as if it hit the cotton body, but it actually knocked Wen Yuan hundreds of meters away. Ha ha, Master is indeed master. Then, how could I not know that Master's mountain-moving Bujia is so powerful? Starfall Dan rises. As Wen Yuan laughed loudly, countless tiny silver needles flew up from the ground around Mu Hanchen, killing Mu Hanchen. And Mu Hanchen just stood there with his hands behind his back, the slight smile still lingering on his face. The countless silver needles couldn't even get within 1 meter of Mu Hanchen's body and fell to the ground. Yuana, you haven't forgotten that my Yishan Baji fist can be used both offensively and defensively, right? Of course I haven't forgotten this. Master, please look up. Mu Hanchen looked for his voice and saw countless muffled thundering clouds gathering above his head, merging with the blow that hit the puppet just now, forming an extremely vast sea of AA clouds. There was faint blue lightning flowing through the sea of AA clouds, bringing out bursts of muffled thunder. Master Mu, look at it. This is my 5 Thunder Heavenly Art. 5 Thunders move heavenly. It's interesting. It seems that these silver needles may be the material to attract thunder. After hearing Wen Yuan's soft drink, Mu Hanchen couldn't help but slowly chew the name in his mouth without any panic. Boom! Exclamation mark. Immediately, an electric current like a beam of light turned into a waterfall and rushed towards Mu Hanchen. The deafening thunder almost shattered the eardrums of the distant sect disciples. Hiss! Who is performing martial arts then? This move may be from Senior Sister Wen. Her thunder technique is quite sophisticated. Well, then go and have a look and see who can force Senior Sister Wen to use such a killing move. Boom! Exclamation mark. When the people on the side took a closer look, they realized how amazing the scale of the thunder and lightning was. This power is probably comparable to that of Senior Brother. More than that, I think even Elder Mu, who is best at thunder magic, is probably not too far behind. Wen Yuan breathed heavily, her delicate body trembled slightly and almost fell to the ground. It was obvious that the blow just now consumed a lot of energy. Ha 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 ha. What a killing move, what a killing move, what a killing move. Suddenly, the thunder and lightning dispersed, revealing the intact figure of Mu Hanchen. He was laughing loudly and full of praise. It was obvious that the evaluation was very good. When Wen Yuan saw that Mu Hanchen was intact, she couldn't help but smile miserably, spread her hands, and stopped struggling. Master Mu, I admit defeat. Wait a minute, since you want to see the difference between you and me, I might as well show you what Tanwai is. Mu Hanchen raised his hand slightly, the smile on his face not diminishing, but it made the people on the side even more unpredictable. Am I reading that right? Such a powerful thunder method left no trace at all on Elder Mu's body? From this point of view, I am afraid that yes, the thunder method is the most lethal, and it does not show internal injuries. I am afraid that Elder Mu really has no impact at all. The Taoist disciples were not only amazed but also amazed. After all, Mu Hanchen's strength was beyond their understanding. Yuana, let's see what Tanwai is. Qi combined with heaven-shaking seal. Ningchen still had a smile on his face, and whispered the name of the move. When others were still wondering why there was no change, they suddenly found that the sunlight seemed to dim. Everyone looked up and saw a scene that could be called the power of heaven and natural disaster. It was a hand made of air, an unimaginably large hand. The houses turned into ants in front of it, and the crowd turned into dust. The ordinary tall and straight mountains now seemed dwarfed by this big hand. It really covered the sky and the sun, without the slightest exaggeration. Is this Elder Mu's strength? Someone spoke up first, as if they had expressed what everyone was thinking. Wen Yuan was also staring at the giant hand that covered the sky, as if she was stunned. The feeling of suffocation filled everyone's heart. Facing such a natural disaster, they didn't even have the desire to resist. However, Mu Hanchen waved his hand casually, and the giant hand in the sky turned into air and dissipated. How is it, disciples? How powerful is this palm of mine? Mu Hanchen turned his head and faced the disciples with a faint smile on his lips. It's simply the power of heaven. With Elder Mu here, I'm afraid those evil demons won't be rampant for long. Elder Mu Hanchen looked quietly at the disciples who admired him in front of him, and the smile on his lips became even stronger. Ziyuan, Bayu, Shang Yuoshui and Wen Yuan, you are all here, it's great. So great! The moonlit night is dark and the candles are brightly lit. Bang! A white piece as warm as mutton fat jade fell on the chessboard. Mu Hanchen casually fumbled for a sunspot from the chess pot and landed it on the chessboard, but there was a hint of absent-mindedness in his eyes. Yuana, let's talk. Okay, we haven't had a good chat in a long time. Wen Yuan also gently picked up a white piece, dropped it on the chessboard, and agreed to Mu Hanchen. Mu Hanchen, on the other hand, quietly touched the chess piece in his palm with his fingertips, as if he had made some important decision, and sighed. Hey, during the 10 days or so that I was in coma, I had a very long dream. That dream was very real, very long and difficult to distinguish. In the dream, I traveled to a world where Gyu insects were used and became a Gyu master who used Gyu. This Gyu worm is not the Gyu worm we are familiar with. It is more mysterious and unpredictable. And in the dream, my name is Gyu Ningchen, and I have a younger brother named Gyu Ningchuan. The strangest thing is that in the dream I turned into a demon who only cares about profit and doesn't care about any emotions at all. It's so weird. Mu Hanchen naturally made an extremely important decision when he said these words. In other words, he told Wen Yuan the fact that he was a time traveler. Mu Hanchen also believed in Wen Yuan so much that he told her his true feelings. When Wen Yuan heard this, she put down the chess piece in her hand and propped her chin up, with some thoughts in her beautiful eyes. The dream is indeed a very strange dream, but it does remind me of something. I wonder if you still remember the story of Zhuang Zumengdi? Wen Yuan's soft voice fell into Mu Hanchen's ears, but it made him even more confused. Zhuang Zumengdi? Remember, what happened? Do you still remember the most profound truth? Wen Yuan continued to ask Mu Hanchen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wisdom, but Mu Hanchen's eyebrows knitted together when he heard this. You mean Zhuangzi dreamed of butterflies, and butterflies dreamed of Zhuangzi? Yes, what I mean is there a possibility that your current situation is a dream, and the Gyu world you mentioned is reality? Of course there are other possibilities, I just mentioned them casually. Wen Yuan smiled softly, picked up the cup on the side and took a sip of tea. It was obviously an unintentional remark. However, such unintentional words fell on Mu Hanchen's ears, and Mu Hanchen's heart stirred up a storm. Is this a dream? Where is the reality? Mu Hanchen's pupils shrank suddenly, and it was a bit difficult to accept this conjecture, but the more he thought about it, the clearer his mind became and the colder his heart became. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared completely, replaced by boundless darkness. Ha 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 ha. Mu Hanchen laughed. His smile was extremely free, his smile was extremely sarcastic, and his smile was extremely evil. Naturally, Mu Hanchen's changes throughout the whole process could not escape Wen Yuan's eyes. These strange changes made him feel nervous. Master Mu ... What's wrong with you? Wen Yuan looked at Mu Hanchen, who was laughing wildly in front of her with some fear, but in addition to fear, there was also worry in her eyes. Master Mu? That's fine, you can call me whatever you want. At this time, Mu Hanchen was no longer the gentle and elegant elder who recommended Fuxuan Miao Temple, but the devil who had gone through thousands of years and had a profound demonic nature. Mu Hanchen's face was calm, devoid of any trace of humanity, and he grasped Wen Yuan's face with his big hand. Master Mu, what are you doing? Bang! Mu Hanchen exerted a sudden force in his palm, and Wen Yuan's head immediately turned into a handful of blood mist under the tremendous force. He died without even finishing his last words. This dream really restored my true strength. It would be great if it could be brought into reality. Mu Hanchen felt the tyranny in his body and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Forget it, we haven't been here for a short time, it's time to go back. Looking up, he saw the lights of thousands of houses coming into view, but at this time, Mu Hanchen no longer had any attachment at all. He casually summoned Naraku, and pointed the sword directly at him, his expression not wavering at all. Hey! With a strong stab, The sword edge suddenly penetrated into Mu Hanjin's chest, piercing the thumping heart. In this way, we can go back. Mu Hanjin felt the pain in his chest. His expression was dazed, but his heart was as clear as ice, and he was not afraid of death at all. My vision gradually fell into darkness, into death. The bamboo forest covers the sky, and the birds are chirping and insects are chattering. Ningchen suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, looked at the furnishings around him, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, "He's back." At this time, he was no longer Mu Hanjin in the dream, but Gu Ningchen. Ningchen clenched his fists, feeling how weak the power in his body was, and couldn't help but sigh. I felt the power I had when I was about 100 years old in the dream. Now that I have returned to this poor and weak body, there is really a gap. But I'm also curious. This dream is so weird, it might be considered a dream, and I should be considered successful in my exploration. I just don't know what it can give me. Ningchen's spiritual consciousness penetrated into the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar empty aperture. There were two things that surprised Ningchen. One was that he didn't get any Gu insects, and the other was that his qualifications actually increased. Ningchen couldn't help but feel a little surprised in his heart. The crimson sea of A8 true energy in front of him actually increased a bit. Although it was only a slight score, it was a real improvement in qualifications, and Ningchen was also filled with doubts. How is this possible? How can my qualifications be increased by a few points out of thin air? Ningchen's current qualification is 52%. Although it is only 2 points higher than before, it also means that Ningchen has ways to improve his qualifications. How can this not be amazing? As long as he finds this method, he can steadily improve his qualifications to B or even A level. It is not that the Gu insects in the Gu world are without improved qualifications, but they are usually sold at sky-high prices, and a single Gu is hard to find. It is simply hard to find. And how can it not be surprising that Ningchen can actually improve his qualifications now? Ningchen checked his soul again. After all, exploring dreams was the most draining of the soul's foundation. There is no loss of the soul's foundation. On the contrary, there is a Gu worm in the center of the soul. This Gu insect looks like a human being overall. If you look closely, it still has a somewhat human outline, but it does not have more detailed facial features, hands and feet. The moment he saw this Gu insect, Ningchen instantly understood, because this Gu worm is the legendary Gu worm in human ancestor biography. Humanity Voodoo, Self-Voodoo. There is a saying in the biography of human ancestors, once a person discovers himself, he will have unlimited hope. And this is the reason why Ningchen's qualifications have been improved. His dark eyes were deep in thought. Why is this? Why can I refine the legendary Gu worm, the Self-Gu, in a dream? I remember that in the legend of the ancestor of man, the ancestor of man lived in the Valley of Desolation and endured the desolation of the Valley of Desolation to refine this Self-Gu. And I can actually refine this Self-Gu here. It's really strange. Although Ningchen got this legendary Gu worm, he was mostly confused in his heart. Although he was also very happy, he was more curious about how this Self-Gu came from. Self-Gu, born in desolation, born in despair, can bring infinite hope, and everyone may realize that they are different from others. For example, when I realized myself, I was in this dream, and I regained my demonic nature, and I had this Self-Gu. My Gu is always my own and cannot be taken away by others. Ningchen carefully examined the Self-Gu in the soul, and he couldn't help but have some guesses in his heart. In an instant, the clouds of forgetfulness floated through his mind like wind and clouds, and a surprising guess burst out in Ningchen's mind. Could it be that the difficulties and obstacles in my previous life are my downfall wind, and my previous life is my downfall valley? Then I'm afraid I have had this Self-Gu for a long time, but I just discovered it now. I'm afraid that the reason I can use the cultivation method of my previous life in this Gu world is because of the effect of this Self-Gu. Ningchen's eyes flickered with a faint light that made people tremble, and he also made bold guesses in his heart. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed, and he laughed very happily. My Gu belongs only to me. My Gu can only be activated by myself. My Gu is myself. Ningchen seemed to have figured everything out, and laughed happily. This dream is really amazing. I just don't know how long I slept. Ning Chen sat up and looked out the window. The sun was already bright, and he murmured, "Dong dong dong." "Lord Ning Chen, it's bad." Liu San hurriedly climbed up the bamboo building, panting, his face red, full of panic. Ning Chen saw this and helped Liu San up, his eyes as calm as water. "What's wrong?" "Speak slowly." "There is another Gumaster who wants to buy our phoenix bamboo, but he will pay 20 yuan shy, to buy all our phoenix bamboo." Although Liu San was panting, he still informed Ning Chen of the sudden situation. When Ning Chen heard this, his face was gloomy, his eyebrows were gloomy, and his heart was depressed. "Lead the way." At the same time, in the mountain village, "Master, do you think that asking Shuang Ayu to do something can really deal with Ning Chen and get the batch of phoenix bamboo?" When Dong Ta heard this, he took a sip of tea and laughed. "Do you know how good that batch of phoenix bamboo is? That's the best phoenix bamboo I've ever seen." And Shuang Ayu is at the middle stage of the second transformation, one small realm higher than Ningchen. I believe Ningchen will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and sell the batch of phoenix bamboo at a low price. And we can sit back and enjoy the benefits. Laughing, Dong Ta looked through the window and fell on the outskirts of the village. TSK, have you discussed it? Are you going to sell the phoenix bamboo? The flowers I've been waiting for are all withered. The mortals looked at the arrogant Hu's figure, but he dared not speak in anger. The man in front of him looked arrogant, and the bronze plate on his waist was also in the shape of 2. He was also a second-level Gumaster. Swish! The sound of small footsteps came from far away and fell into the ears of everyone. I don't know who turned his head first and saw Ning Chen walking slowly. His face couldn't help but become a little tough. "We won't sell it." "What? Not selling? Good, good." Shuang Ayu didn't get angry but laughed, and the murderous intent in his eyes increased. This look naturally frightened all the mortals. The palm of his hand was bright, and the moon blade was ready to go. "If you don't sell it, then die." Bang! Immediately, a big hand grabbed Shuang Ayu's wrist, causing the moonlight in his palm to gradually disappear. Shuang Ayu looked carefully, and his anger also disappeared for the most part, because the person in front of him was also a second-level Gumaster like him. "Ha ha ha. My junior brother has quite a strong palm." Shuang Ayu suddenly pulled her palm out of Ningchen's hand. Her wrist was still aching. She was shocked by Ningchen's terrifying strength. "I heard you want to buy my Kaifeng bamboo for 20 yuan shy." Ningchen looked at Shuang Ayu quietly. His eyes were gloomy and his words were as cold as ice, which made Shuang Ayu feel a little uneasy. She quickly explained, "Of course there is no such thing. How could I bully my junior brother?" "Ha ha ha." Shuang Ayu laughed dryly, as if trying to ease the coldness on Ningchen's face, but Ningchen still unmoved. His face was as cold as ice, and he asked Shuang Ayu indifferently, "Really?" "Of course. Before Shuang Ayu could finish his words, Ningchen grabbed his wrist. Immediately, a huge force swept up, causing Shuang Ayu's face to suddenly become painful, and he screamed in pain. "It hurts, it hurts." Shuang Ayu screamed in pain, even his body was twisted, and his forehead was soaked with sweat, but Ningchen's palm was like steel, not shaken at all, but the strength became stronger and stronger. Snap! A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out, and Ningchen slowly loosened his palm. Shuang Ayu fell to the ground in pain, and covered the broken hand with her remaining palm. She screamed miserably, and her face was covered with sweat and tears. She was in a very bad state, and she no longer had the arrogance she had when facing mortals. "Go back and tell Dong Ta that if you want this batch of Kaifeng bamboo, you can trade it well. If this happens again, I don't mind giving him a long memory. I'll spare you this time. If you dare to trouble me again in the future, I will kill you for any reason." Ningchen looked down at Shuang Ayu quietly. His face was calm, his tone was cold, and there was no humanity at all. And Shuang Ayu glanced at Ningchen with her peripheral vision, and saw the deep but murderous eyes, and immediately felt like falling into an ice cave. Her whole body was cold and trembling. What kind of eyes were those? They were a pair of eyes that truly regarded human life as worthless, and everything as worthless. How could he not be afraid with such eyes? Go away. Xuan stood up immediately after hearing this, and staggered away regardless of the pain in her hand. Liu San and the others looked at Ning Chen in a daze. They didn't expect Ning Chen's means to be so tough. Suddenly, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at everyone quietly, saying lightly, "Okay, go away, and come to me if there is any situation." Lord Ning Chen, I would like to ask how much this batch of Kaifeng bamboo can be sold for. Liu San asked Ning Chen very cautiously, fearing that he would anger Ning Chen. But Ning Chen patted his shoulder with a smile on his lips after hearing this. "Don't worry, you just need to be at ease, the sky is clear and the spring breeze is blowing." Fang Zheng held the teacup in both hands and walked towards the living room cautiously step by step. When they walked to the living room, they saw two people sitting opposite each other. One was naturally his uncle Dongtu, and the other had a relationship with him once, which was Ning Chen. Fang Zheng slowly brought the teacup to the table, and then walked slowly to Tutu's side. He stared at Ning Chen in front of him with a rather curious expression, but there was also a strong sense of envy in it. Ning Chen was wearing a blue and black military robe, sitting leisurely in the living room, slowly bringing a cup of tea in front of him. He picked up the teacup, opened his thin lips, took a sip of the tea, and smiled faintly at the frozen soil. "How's it going? How are you thinking about it, Senior Tutu?" Completely opposite to Ning Chen's composure, Frozen Earth's face was like sinking water, his brows were downcast, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Obviously, his dissatisfaction with the person in front of him was beyond words. Dongtu was also furious in his heart, but he could not express it clearly. Recalling Xuan's embarrassing return yesterday, he felt even more angry. Dong dong dong. Xuan crashed into the door and immediately complained to him when she saw you two. "Senior Tutu, that boy Ning Chen doesn't want to do that. He even pinched my wrist off. I didn't even say anything. He just crushed my hand and broke it off. His strength was really too strong and I couldn't resist at all. He also asked me to give you a sentence, saying, if you want Qi Fengzu, talk to him, otherwise he won't mind teaching you a lesson. He also said that if I dare to trouble him again, he will kill me no matter the reason." Xuan Yu's body was shaking, half because of pain, and half because of being frightened by Ning Chen's eyes. When Tutu heard this, he froze on the spot, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. How is this possible? Isn't he only at the second level of the first level? How dare he hit him so hard? Isn't he afraid of the punishment of the copycat? Looking at him, he seems to be really not afraid. What should Senior Tutu do? After hearing the words, Tutu pondered for a moment and then made his own decision. He talked slowly, "In this way, I will give you a batch of primeval stones first, and you can heal your arm first. I will talk to him in person tomorrow." "Thank you, Senior Tutu." Ning Chen looked at the ugly frozen Tutu and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. HMPH looking for a second-level intermediate to put pressure on me and take away the phoenix bamboo in my hand. How is that possible? Ning Chen will never give in when it comes to his own practice or even interests. He will not give in even a step, especially at the critical moment when the caravan is approaching. As long as he follows Ning Chen's plan, he can become a family elder this year. In this way, the grievances between the first and second level Guildmasters and myself will be insignificant. Suddenly, a whisper fell into Ning Chen's ears, and he looked for the sound. "I'll buy ... How much are you willing to pay?" Tundra almost squeezed these words out from between his teeth. One can imagine the resentment in his heart. "TSK, Senior Tundra, you are wrong. It's not about how much I'm willing to pay, but it's about how confident you are in winning this batch of phoenix bamboo." Ning Chen was smiling and talking, and his attitude was extremely gentle. However, the words he spat out were like a sharp knife piercing the heart of the frozen earth. Tutu fell silent again. He really had to have this batch of Fengta bamboos from Ning Chen. First of all, the quality of this batch of Kaifeng bamboo is extremely high, and the green bamboo wine brewed will definitely be more mellow. Secondly, there was a wolf tide this year, and most of the mortal villages were devastated by mortals. Therefore, Most of the villages where the phoenix bamboo was planted were also destroyed. Ningchen, on the other hand, intentionally protected the Chifeng bamboo he cultivated, and it did not receive too much damage. Therefore, the harvest of Chifeng bamboo this year in the entire village is pitifully small. Except for the Chifeng bamboo controlled by Ningchen, there is basically no Chifeng bamboo. Once there is no Kaifeng bamboo, the production of King's wine will decrease, the revenue of the wine shop will decrease, and the amount of yuan stone obtained will decrease. This is not the most important thing. If he uses Kingfeng bamboo of substandard quality to brew King's wine, he will ruin his own brand. So this is an unsolvable situation, unless Tutu has the determination of a strong man to cut off his arms, but obviously Tutu is not that kind of person. Therefore, no matter how high the price offered by Ningchen, Tutu had no choice but to grit his teeth and buy it. Well, let's do this. I'll give Senior Tutu a price, and Senior Tutu will see if it's suitable. Well, I have about dozens of acres of bamboo forest there. How about you? 5,000 yuan stones? The number that Ningchen slowly spoke out was actually you who made the tundra furious and cursed incessantly. What? You're fucking crazy about money, aren't you? So, do you want to ... or not? Ningchen didn't care at all about Tutu's scolding, he just smiled lightly. After a long time, Tutu sighed and let out the anger in his heart. I want. Then he casually took out a wooden box-shaped insect from the hole, and extracted 5,000 yuan stones from it. Ningchen's calabash flower has also been waiting aside for a long time, collecting the pile of yuan shai that almost formed a hill into it. And with every piece of yuan stone he received, Ningchen's complexion would become a little more happy, and conversely, Chiutu's complexion would become a little more gloomy. It's a pleasure to work with you, Senior Dongtu. You can come and get my batch of Kaifeng bamboo at any time. We will also cooperate with you to collect it. Goodbye. After Ningchen collected the yuan shai, the smile on his face became more and more intense, and then he was ready to leave. Ningchen slowly left, and Dongtu stared at Ningchen's back quietly without saying a word. And Fang Xing on the side seemed to have noticed Dongtu's anger and took the initiative to comfort him. Uncle, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. And Dongtu was not. He laughed in anger, but his eyes were still on Ningchen in the distance. Okay, I underestimated you, Ningchen. I hope you can always have such opportunities in the future. Ningchen was completely unaware, and he didn't care what Dongtu was thinking. After all, how could Ningchen offend others easily? Once he offended, he would definitely keep a backhand to prevent accidents. When Dongtu wanted to retaliate against Ningchen, Ningchen might have already become a generation of elders and could no longer retaliate. Not only could he not retaliate, but he also needed to please Ningchen. This was the majesty brought by power. Ningchen walked slowly on the street, weighed the gourd in his hand, and couldn't help but smile faintly. 5,000 yuan shai. It's more than enough to buy a red iron relic, and I can even buy some thunder insects. In this way, my thunder practice has taken shape. In the spring sky, clouds cover the mountains and forests. Ningchen leaned quietly under the tree, enjoying the coolness brought by the tree's shade. At the same time, he looked towards the wilderness in the distance. It turns out that this is not a wilderness. It is actually a bamboo forest, but after mining, it became such a wilderness. And this bamboo forest is the Kaifeng bamboo cultivated by Ningchen, and now all the Kaifeng bamboos have been sold to the frozen soil, so naturally this piece of open space is left. Naturally, Ningchen's visit this time was not to cultivate Kaifeng bamboo again, but for other reasons. After all, after this time, he no longer needs to cultivate Kaifeng bamboo to obtain yuan stone. What's so weird about this land that makes the phoenix bamboo grow so vigorously? Ningchen slowly walked out of the shade of the trees and stepped onto the wilderness. His black eyes looked down at the land quietly, but he was puzzled in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. A burst of soft footsteps came from behind Ningchen, but Ningchen didn't look back as if he knew the identity of the visitor. Lord Ningchen, is this where you want to dig? Yes, let's dig it. Ningchen took a few steps back and smiled lightly at a few mortals. Brothers, come here and work hard. Okay. Then, Several mortals hurried over carrying shovels or pickaxes. He picked up the shovel and shoveled it into the soil, lifting up a large amount of soil. One shovel after another, one shove after another, Ningchen quietly hid in the shade of the tree, supervising their work, and under Ningchen's supervision, they did not dare to say they were tired no matter how tired they were. Soon, their foreheads were soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat dripped on the soil and blended into the soil. However, in an instant, a sudden change occurred. Wait a minute, boss. Why is the soil a little red? Where? The leader looked down and saw that there was indeed a trace of blood red in the dug soil, and even a trace of moisture, which was very strange. Before the leader could finish speaking, he was speechless. Poof! He spit out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few pieces of pink internal organs, and looked down. I saw a blue moonlight spear piercing his back, piercing his chest, piercing his heart, revealing half of the moon spear, stained with blood. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Poof! Ningchen pulled out the moon spear and shook off the blood on it. His eyes were faint, and he was wearing a green and black military robe, which made him look even more murderous and cold. Others also fell to the ground and turned into corpses, but all their heads were chopped off. Ningchen first danced with the moon spear and beheaded all the people around him, and then pierced the heart of the last person. The whole process only lasted a few breaths. The red soil, with a little bit of moisture. It's kind of interesting. Ningchen put away the moon spear in his palm, lowered his head and took a closer look. He saw that it was indeed what happened, and couldn't help but feel a little interested. So he picked up the shovel with his own hands and started digging again. After a long time, a different feeling came from the tip of the shovel, as if it had dug into something hard. Ningchen threw away the shovel and slowly dug away the soil around the object with his hands, muttering to himself, "What is this? It feels like an octagonal box." After a moment, an octagonal wooden box suddenly appeared in front of Ningchen. And after the octagonal wooden box noticed that someone was digging open it, it seemed to have its own consciousness and slowly opened the lid. When Ningchen saw this, he understood in his heart, oh, this wooden box is for storing Gu insects, and there is an inheritance in it. Ningchen took a closer look and saw a few Gu worms and a booklet covered in cowhide. Ningchen first put the booklet aside and looked at the Gu insects. They are all wooden path Gu insects, and most of them are mainly of the first turn. They are not of much use to me. If you collect them, it will increase my burden. As for this wooden box, I can keep it, preserve this inheritance, and sell it someday. I'm afraid I can fetch a lot of money with the poison path inheritance. Mudao is a popular sect, especially popular in southern Xinjiang, and therefore even Gu insect Ningchen can recognize it. Ningchen refined the second turn wooden box Gu and sent it into the void. Then Ningchen continued to dig downward. After all, the more he dug, the red color became darker and darker, and the moisture became heavier and heavier. You could almost smell a faint smell of blood in the air. In an instant, the bloody air penetrated into Ningchen's nose, as if it reminded him of something. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with the smell of blood. Usually, the smell of blood is mainly fishy, followed by odor, but the smell of this blood is actually unbearable. If there is a corpse, it must have been dead for a long time. But this is underground. How can there be a well-preserved body? Could this be the spread of the AC of AA blood? Ningchen is a 1,000-year-old demon who has killed as many people as the stars in the sky, so how can he not understand the smell of blood? So he had a bold guess in his mind. Wouldn't the diversion of the blood sea follow the underground water and spread here? Thinking so, Ningchen slowly retreated and climbed up, climbing to the ground. He used the shovel again to fill up the soil pit, and it looked basically the same as before. And Ningchen stepped on it a few more times, stamping it firmly before slowly leaving. But on the way, Ningchen's mind was full of thoughts and he fell into deep thought. In this way, I am afraid that Gu Yidai will be alarmed in advance, but I don't think he dares to come out. As long as he comes out, he will lead Master Dan here, and he will not show up without finding the Gu Yinhuan body he has been dreaming of. It seems that my move still has no big impact. Gu Yidai is a flying zombie who wants to take over another body through the 10 absolute body to be reborn, but he never thought that Master Dan would find him first, so there was a fierce battle in King Mao Mountain. The sun gradually faded and it was approaching nightfall. It was already late when Ning Chen returned to the treehouse, and he did not plan to rest. Sitting upright on the bed, he closed his eyes and probed into the empty cavity with his consciousness. I saw that the Scarlet True Essence C, which was originally 52%, increased a few points again, reaching 54% of the qualification. The speed of this qualification increase is very impressive. In just a few weeks, the qualification increased by 4 points, which is really fast. At this time, the water film on the outer wall of the hole was already full of cracks, and it was only a step away from being promoted to the second level high level. It didn't even need to be deliberately nurtured. It only needed to be flushed a few times in leisure time to successfully break through. And Ning Chen just slightly mobilized the Crimson Sea of A8 True Essence and slapped it around. Bang! The outer wall of the water film around it suddenly broke, and was replaced by a harder stone film, and the deep red True Essence at the bottom of the hole was extremely conspicuous in the Crimson Sea of A8 True Essence. Obviously, Ning Chen was promoted to the second level high level. At the turn of spring and summer, like rain falls, Ning Chen slowly stood on the top of the mountain, holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand, and his black eyes under the umbrella looked quietly into the distance. A group of caravans walked slowly on the top of the mountain in the distance, and the lowest toads slowly walked towards Guiyu Mountain Village. The luggage and baggage carried on it were vaguely visible, and this was the Jia family caravan that Ning Chen had been waiting for a long time. The sound of patter of rain fell into Ning Chen's ears, but Ning Chen seemed not to hear it. He looked into the distance quietly, with countless thoughts in his heart. I didn't expect that the Mu Dao inheritance was infected by the Sea of AA blood, and turned into a pool of blood in a few days. This actually made me lose some Yuan stones. But fortunately, it's not harmful. The Yuan stone in my hand is still enough to support me until the third level. At the third level, I can consider leaving the village. With this thought in Ning Chen's heart, his black eyes looked into the distance. It was his longing for the 100,000 mountains in southern Xinjiang. After all, as a generation of demons, how could he live in this small Guiyu village, this small King Mao Mountain? Ning Chen held an oil paper umbrella and slowly walked down the mountain, walking leisurely among the bamboo trees. The green fragrance penetrates the nose, and the rainwater penetrates the nose. In the bamboo forest after the rain, the fresh bamboo fragrance becomes even more penetrating. Ning Chen took a deep breath, but it made him frown, and he felt a little wary in his heart. Wait. Why is there still a faint smell of blood? Although most of the bloody smell had been washed away by the rain, it was still captured by the dust. Ning Chen walked slowly following the smell of blood. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger, and the vigilance in Ning Chen's heart became even higher. Suddenly, a painful low moan came from the grass in front of him, which made Ning Chen's heart skip a beat. I pushed aside the grass and took a look, and saw a figure in a state of embarrassment. There was a deep wound on his chest, and the blood was flowing along the wound, almost dyeing the surrounding rain with blood. His face was pale, his eyes were dim, and he was murmuring unconsciously. However, the moment he saw Ning Chen, it was as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw, and his eyes burst out with an astonishing light. That is the desire to survive. Ahem. Please, help. I can give you anything. Whether it's Guiyu worms or Yuan stones, I can give it to you. Ning Chen didn't say a word when he saw this, and walked slowly to his side. His palms touched the horrific wound on his chest, which glowed with a faint green light. The real energy stirred up, and the second reincarnation breath Guiyu in the void was activated by Ning Chen. Ahem. Thank you. A grateful smile appeared on the man's dry lips, but Ning Chen didn't care. It's okay, how did you get hurt like this? Looking at Ning Chen's eyes that were seeking knowledge, the man swallowed the saliva in his mouth, moistened his dry throat, and talked slowly. Hey, I am a demonic Guiyu master, with an intermediate cultivation level of 3rd rank. I met the Jia family's caravan by chance, and I saw a Guiyu worm that is extremely suitable for me. At that moment, I wanted to take down that Guiyu worm, but unfortunately I didn't have enough yuan stone. I was so greedy that I actually had a bold idea. While Jiagui is away, steal the Gu insects. I just thought for a moment and then took action. I snatched the Gu worm while no one was around and rushed out as fast as I could. At this point, the man's eyes were filled with greed for profit. Fortunately, I made the right bet, but unfortunately, I also made the wrong bet. I did steal the Gu insects and escaped successfully, but I ran in the wrong direction and happened to meet the Jia family's caravan again, and was beaten like this by Jiagui. Then I escaped desperately. I wanted to wait for death here, but unexpectedly I met you. The man's eyes shone with gratitude, and his words also showed a bit of happiness. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled lightly and didn't take it to heart very much. It's okay. Saving someone's life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. But senior, I'm more curious about what kind of Gu is worthy of you stealing it at the risk of offending the Jia family. Ningchen's senior call made him happy, and he couldn't help but let down the guard in his heart completely, and let out a long sigh. Hey, it's a long story. Little brother, do you know about Ludao? After hearing this, Ningchen shook his head, showing a bit of confusion. Sorry, I don't understand. I have only practiced the moon path. The man was not surprised when he saw this, but continued to talk. Well, I am a Gu master who practices the Thunder Dao. I am at the 3rd level, but I don't have a 3rd level Gu worm. This is a common problem among us demonic Gu masters. And that Gu is the 3rd level Thunder Path Gu. The Heavenly Thunder Gu masters who practice Thunder Dao are generally powerful in combat, and their combat power is far better than Tongren, but if there are matching Gu insects, it will be the icing on the cake. This Heavenly Thunder Gu is the most powerful and versatile among the 3rd level Thunder Path Gu insects. How can I not be moved by it? Ningchen listened quietly, and the green light on his hand disappeared at some point. Hey, you don't have any real energy anymore? Why did the treatment stop? The man also noticed this and couldn't help but have some doubts. Ningchen also smiled awkwardly. Yes, please wait a moment. I need to restore my true energy. And Ningchen's embarrassed look caught the man's eyes, making him chuckle. What an interesting little brother. Why don't you just take him with me? When you go out alone, you really need a companion. The man thought so in his heart, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. He took the initiative to call Ningchen beside him. Hey, little brother, what's your name? My name is Mu Yan. My name is Lin Fan. What's wrong? Ningchen turned his head to respond to Mu Yan, but the name he said was a pseudonym. Nothing, I just want to get to know you. By the way, what do you think of our magic path, or are you willing to follow me in the future? Mu Yan leaned against the tree, looking at Ningchen with interest, and threw out his olive branch, and Ningchen was a little confused when he heard this. It's okay, I'm just asking. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Mu Yan's smile on his face remained unchanged, but it made Ningchen even more entangled. Well, I'd better heal your wounds first. Let me think about it. Okay. Mu Yan looked at Ningchen, who was walking towards him, and felt more and more satisfied and friendly in his heart. Puchy, a sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh sounded, and immediately a piercing pain came from Mu Yan's chest. Mu Yan widened his eyes and looked at the moon spear piercing his heart in his chest. It was really unbelievable. Lin Fan ... Ningchen was no longer as kind as before. His eyes were deep again without a trace of light. When Ningchen heard that Mu Yan could still speak, he twisted the moon spear in his hand and completely crushed Mu Yan's heart. He couldn't die anymore. Ningchen stood up and looked at the dead Mu Yan. There was still disbelief on his face, and he couldn't help but smile softly. Boy, you are still young! Clouds press over the mountains and forests, and the rain is like a curtain of beads. Ningchen casually released the moon spear in his palm into the air, then reached out to touch Mu Yan's belly. Strictly speaking, he touched the hole in Mu Yan's lower abdomen. He stretched out his hand and grasped it, and surprisingly there was a Gu worm in his hand. A closer look revealed that it was not the Gu worm that Ningchen wanted, but the Gu worm that Ningchen already had. However, Ningchen continued to explore his hole, taking out the Gu worms one after another. Immediately, 5 or 6 Thunder Dao Gu insects were taken out, and Ningchen took it out again and got Mu Yun's only level 3 Gu insect. Hey, the third turn Heavenly Thunder Gu finally took advantage of me. Ningchen looked at the Gu worm in his hand quietly, with a somewhat mocking smile on his lips. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he slowly returned to the aperture, then looked at the other Gu insects again. Strong Electric Current Gu, Electric Step Gu, Thunder Shield Gu, Electric Blade Gu, Electric Eye Gu, Flower Sac Gu. These Gus are really pretty good. Forget it, I'll just take the Electric Blade Gu and the Electric Eye Gu. I can sell the other Gu, but for the sake of caution, I have to sell them in batches. Mu Yun is really a poor guy. He only has 50 yuan of yuan stones. Ningchen's consciousness penetrated into the flower bag Gu, and there was nothing else in it except the luggage and the essence stone. And he also took away the few yuan stones without politeness. Ningchen stood up slowly, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his palm. There was a bright light in his eyes, and the sword in his palm was held tightly, leaving only a sound of cutting the sky. The clouds have gathered and the rain has stopped, and there will be clouds tomorrow. Ningchen walked slowly in the forest, but his mind was mostly focused on the lightning sparks in his palm. Oh, no wonder Mu Yun wants this Heavenly Thunder Gu so much. It's really good. It is extremely powerful, extremely fast, and can be adapted to most Gu insects. It is much less difficult to combine the Thunder Path killing moves. Immediately, Ningchen pointed his palm at a huge boulder in the distance, and thunder surged in his palm. Boom! In an instant, a violent electric current flew out of Ningchen's palm like a python and hit the boulder, causing a rumbling sound. Boom! The tyrannical current smashed the boulder into pieces, stirring up a wave of stone powder that filled the air quietly. Only the second-level strong electric current Gu is so powerful. So how powerful is the third-level Sky Thunder Gu? Ningchen smiled faintly, and the image of the boulder being smashed completely fell into his eyes. Mu Yun worked hard and lost half his life to steal the Gu insect, but it turned out to be an advantage for me. But just in case, I still have to conceal the fact that I obtained the Heavenly Thunder Gu and even other Thunder Dao Gu insects to prevent the Jia family from associating Mu Yun with me. But even if Jia Gui looks for Mu Yun, he probably won't be able to find him. Now Mu Yun has become a pile of minced meat, or maybe a pile of feces. Ningchen quietly looked at the Jia family's caravan that had been arranged at the foot of the mountain, with a clear and tense feeling in his heart. People are coming and going, it's very lively. Ningchen ignored the tents on the side and headed straight for the Sanxing Cave treehouse in the center. Last spring, he was still in the first rotation, and now he is close to the third rotation. The treehouse is still the same treehouse, and it is still the caravan led by Jia Gui. Ningchen walked straight into the treehouse. As soon as Ningchen entered, a female Gu master came towards him with a smile on her face. Hello, sir, what kind of Gu does this guest want? Don't worry, your second-level Gu insect is on the second floor, right? Ningchen answered her question with a question, his eyes dark and gloomy, making her unable to refuse and caught her off guard. Yes, what's wrong, guest sir? Nothing. Ningchen walked straight past the crowd towards the second floor, walking leisurely. After walking up the stairs to the second floor, the Gu insect display cabinets on the second floor are completely different from those on the first floor. The display cabinets on the second floor are a bit more luxurious, making them feel more expensive than those on the first floor. And the same goes for the Gu insects placed in them. Ningchen wandered around leisurely, scanning the Gu insects in the glass display cabinet, searching for the target, which was the red iron relic Gu. Once entering the second floor, there seemed to be fewer Gu masters, and Ningchen was able to browse the Gu insects better. In an instant, a hematite-colored, ball-shaped Gu worm came into Ningchen's eyes, making his eyes light up slightly. Finally found it. Red iron relic Gu. I currently have about 6,000 pieces of yuan stone. The market price of ordinary red iron relic Gu is between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan. But I see that there are very few second-level Gu masters coming in today. Most of them should have gone on missions. It seems like I can successfully capture this red iron relic Gu. Ningchen thought of this, with a hint of joy in his eyes, but only a few hints. After all, Ningchen is cautious by nature. Before he gets the Gu worm, he will always be cautious. To be on the safe side, I'd better quote the amount of 3,000 yuan. Thinking so, Ningchen walked down the second floor and came to the tree hole on the first floor. This is also the necessary condition for the Jia family to buy and sell Gu insects. This process must take place no matter what. Write your quotation and the Gu insects you want on paper and hand them to the tree hole, and the Jia family's Gu master will naturally choose the highest price as the buyer. Ningchen slowly wrote down his name on the paper, the Gu insects he purchased, and the yuan stones he paid. That way, there probably won't be any problems. Ningchen slowly put the note into the tree hole, walked aside, and patiently waited for the result. Ordinary people would be impatient when faced with this situation, but Ningchen could calm down. After thousands of years of vicissitudes, Ningchen's composure came from his bones. After a long time, I finally got the result. Are you Ningchen? The sweet girl's voice fell into Ningchen's ears, and Ningchen opened his eyes leisurely. What is wrong with me? Although Ningchen asked like this, he still had some guesses in his heart. You successfully auctioned our red iron relic Gu. Please go to the place where you submitted the note to pick up the Gu and pay. I understand. It's time to work. Ningchen smiled slightly when he heard this and slowly walked towards the tree hole. Just now. Slowly walked to the tree hole, and the red iron relic Gu was already placed there, along with a flower bag Gu. As if telling Ningchen, just put the payment in it, Ningchen slowly took out 3,000 yuan stones from the gourd flower Gu in the hollow orifice and put them directly into the flower bag Gu. Then, Ningchen picked up the red iron relic Gu. His black eyes stared quietly at the hematite like ball, and couldn't help but chuckle. In this way, I am one step closer to the third level of cultivation! However, Ningchen did not intend to leave just like that. Not only did he want to buy Gu, he also wanted to sell Gu. He carries a poison path inheritance from Wang Da, as well as a number of Thunder Dao Gu insects. If he sells them successfully, he can also get a sum of yuan stone. Ningchen took a closer look, randomly found the female Gu master, and walked slowly over. When the female Gu master saw this scene, she also noticed Ningchen. Customer, is there something wrong with you? I want to sell things. Sell the Gu master's inheritance. What Ningchen said casually made her look troubled, and a hint of surprise flashed through her heart. I'm sorry, I can't make the decision. Please wait a moment. Without waiting for Ningchen to respond, the female Gu master quickly ran away and walked to a young man and whispered a few words. When Ningchen saw this, he was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. After hearing what the female Gu master said, the man's expression inevitably showed a hint of astonishment. But then he adjusted his mentality and slowly walked towards Ningchen with a slight smile on his face. Hello. You want to sell the Gu master inheritance, right? Yes, it is a poisonous inheritance. With a bit of a smile on Ningchen's face, he slowly took out a booklet made of cowhide from the gourd flower. He handed it to the person in front of him, and after taking it, he rolled his eyes and confirmed that what Ningchen said was true. Of course, this is not his fault. After all, it is extremely difficult to find a Gu master inherited in nature. Not to mention this small King Mao mountain. Well, let's get to know each other again. My name is Jia Tixing. The man said his name, the smile on his face became brighter, and he stretched out a hand. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled slightly and took the palm he handed to him. Hello, my name is Gu Ningchen. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask, did you have the Jade Gu when you took this inheritance? There was some unspeakable eagerness on Jia Tixing's face, as if he was eager to know the outcome of the problem. No, what's wrong? When Ningchen heard this, his brows couldn't help but frown a little, and he also had some doubts in his heart. Nothing, let's get back to the topic. Your inheritance Gu insect system is complete, and it is a brand new system. It is an excellent inheritance. I will give you this number. Kotetsu's face regained some seriousness, and he slowly stretched out a finger. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled, not knowing why. Less, too little. When Jia Tixing heard the words, he was neither impatient nor impatient. He argued lightly with Ningchen, nothing less. Your Gu insect is just a new branch developed among the thousands of branches of the poison path. In the final analysis, it is still the poison path, and there are no Gu insects. Refining the Gu insects will undoubtedly cost a lot of money, So 10,000 yuan stones are not a lot. The smile on Ningchen's face became even stronger when he heard this, and he slowly took out a spider-like goo worm. When did I say that I don't have this inherited goo insect? As soon as Jia Tixing saw the goo worm, his attention was immediately attracted to it. He held the goo worm in both hands and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more surprised he became. He couldn't help but ask Ningchen, "What is this goo insect called?" "The first poison of the second turn, love separation." Ningchen slowly told the name of this goo insect, and Jia Tixing also smiled when he heard the words. "Ha ha ha, love separation? What a good name. I admit that the price I just gave is indeed low. If you have this goo worm, you can indeed refine goo worms that are superior to other inheritances. So, this time I will give you a price of 30,000 yuan stones." The smile on Ningchen's face grew stronger, and he slowly held Jia Tixing's hand. "Make a deal. But I'm curious, can you make the final decision on the transaction of 30,000 yuan stones?" Ningchen already had some guesses about the identity of the person in front of him, and he seemed to be asking a question with an answer. When Jia Tixing heard this, he smiled a little proudly and talked eloquently. "Brother Ningchen, I'm afraid you don't know my identity yet. I am the third son of the Jia family, Jia Tixing, with a second-level high-level cultivation. Among the caravans led by Brother Jia Gui, I am only inferior to Brother Jia Gui." When Ningchen heard this, he glanced at Jia Tixing in front of him in surprise. "Oh, I really didn't see it. It's true that I underestimated you, but I feel more at ease selling this inheritance to you." Ha ha ha. Naturally, Ningchen's compliment made Jia Tixing extremely satisfied, and he couldn't help but smile lightly. "Don't worry. In this caravan, I can still handle a transaction of 30,000 yuan stones." Immediately, Ningchen sold the love separation and poisonous hangyu to Jia Tixing along with the inheritance, and left leisurely. Ningchen walked among the crowd, but his mind was full of thoughts, and he fell into deep thought. Jia Tixing, the third son of the Jia family, well, judging from his age, he should be about the same age as me, and his qualifications are probably second class. It seems that Jia Jinxing is probably Jia Tixing's younger brother. Jia Tixing also wants to help Jia Jinxing buy jade gyu. What a good brother. With a somewhat sarcastic smile in his heart, Ningchen already knew Jia Tixing's plan to find out about the uncut jade gyu. Yu walked among the crowd. Ningchen's black eyes looked around the tents. A crimson tent fell into his eyes, and the archway on it had several large characters. Stone Gambling Square. Ningchen couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and walked slowly into it. "Sir, do you want to buy gambling stones?" As soon as Ningchen entered, an enthusiastic female gyu master came to him, but Ningchen smiled and declined her. "No hurry, let me take a look first." Ningchen walked slowly to the table, on which were gambling stones, and picked up a piece to play with for a while. "This feels like there should be no gyu worms." It turned out that Ningchen wanted to try his luck in the gambling stone shop to see if he could get any gyu worms. "This one doesn't work either. This one is interesting, and it feels a bit good." When Ningchen weighed one of the stones, he found that the weight was slightly different from the previous ones. Although it was very slight, Ningchen's extraordinary insight still noticed it. Then Ningchen, with the idea of taking a gamble, handed 5 yuanxi to the gyu master beside him. Then he picked up the rather round gyu worm and weighed it again. Then he suddenly exerted force with his fingertips. Bang! The hard gambling stone was immediately turned into powder under Ningchen's terrifying power, but surprisingly, the gyu worm inside was not damaged at all. Ningchen opened his palm, and a brass-colored gyu worm lay on Ningchen's hand. It was weak and dying, but it was still alive. It was a living gyu. "What? A gyu worm has come out." The gyu masters watching from the side were shocked and jealous of Ningchen's good luck. Ningchen was also quite surprised to see the gyu worm in his hand. He himself did not expect that the gyu worm was actually a live one. Ningchen took a closer look and saw that the gyu worm in his hand was indeed a level 2 gyu worm. The same gyu worm he knew. Oh, it turns out to be a second-level copper skin gyu. The second-turn copper skin voodoo can make the skin as hard as brass. It is a voodoo that permanently changes the body. It is a good quality among the second-level gyu insects, But it is a pity that Ningchen does not need this Gu insect at this time, because his own physique is already strong enough. His defense is even better than that of this copper-skinned Gu. What's more, there are also Thunder Clothes Gu and even Thunder Shield Gu. There is no shortage of Gu insects in terms of defense. But this copper-skin Gu is the icing on the cake. Don't give it up if you don't want it. Just when Ningchen wanted to go into the void, a person happened to walk next to him with a smile on his face. Ningchen, do you want to sell this copper-skin Gu of yours? If you want to sell it, I can buy it for 800 yuan stones. Ningchen turned around and saw a beautiful figure in purple clothes. When he saw that it was an acquaintance, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Kai Ning, why do you want this copper-skin Gu? You know, I don't practice strength. My brother needs it. The smile on Kai Ning's face remained undiminished after hearing this, while Ningchen quietly played with the copper-skin Gu in his hand, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Well, it doesn't really matter that Shishan has this copper-skin Gu, but 800 yuan stones and a copper-skin Gu are not strictly necessary for me. It's like chicken ribs, tasteless when eaten. It's a pity to throw them away. But Kai Ning has signed a contract with me before, so why not do it as a favor and sell it to her? Ningchen's dark eyes flickered. He thought for a moment and then chuckled softly. This copper-skin Gu is indeed useless to me. I can sell it to you. Just give me 700 yuan stones. Then he handed the copper-skin Gu in his hand to Kai Ning, which actually made Kai Ning feel a little surprised. Ningchen didn't ask to increase the price, but instead took the initiative to lower the price. It's a bit strange. Forget it. In front of outsiders, I'm afraid even Ningchen would be more willing to sell it to me, a member of the same clan. Kai Ning dismissed the thoughts in his mind, took the copper-skinned Gu, and handed Ningchen a bud-shaped Gu worm, which was obviously also a storage Gu worm. But what puzzles Ningchen is that there are only 400 yuan stones in it. Only half of it. Before Ningchen could ask the question, Kai Ning answered the question in Ningchen's mind. I only have 400 yuan stones on hand for now. You can come to Kai Mansion to find me some other time to get the remaining balance. That's fine. The smile on Ningchen's face did not diminish when he heard this. He calmly took out the 400 yuan stones and put them into his gourd flower Gu. He was smiling on his face and smiling in his heart. But it was just a mockery of Kai Ning. You don't have enough yuan stones with you? Kai Ning, you really underestimate me. There was a hint of sneer in Ningchen's heart as he stared at Kai Ning's retreating figure. Ningchen didn't believe a word of her argument that she didn't have enough yuan stone. They simply wanted to invite Chai Mai into the Chifu to show off their financial resources and even strength, so as to frighten Ningchen physically and mentally, so that Ningchen would not dare to join other political forces, and be completely tied to the chariot of Chai Mai. But of course this was what Kai Ning was thinking. How could Ningchen not see her plan? Kai Ning never imagined that Ningchen would be only one step away from his elders. Ningchen slowly walked out of Gambling Stone shop, leaving the others alone to reminisce about the moment when the Gu worm was released. The flow of people is like a tide, coming and going, shouting, singing, talking, etc. all poured into Ningchen's ears. In an instant, a rather melodious piece of music passed through all the noise and fell into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen couldn't help but stop and look. This sound sounds like a peeper. Slowly following the wonderful sound of the peeper, I suddenly found the source of the sound, but there were countless people surrounding it. When Ningchen saw this, he was also quite curious. So he forced his way through the crowd and came to the front. The people who were pushed away by Ningchen were all furious, but after seeing Ningchen's identity, all of them concealed their anger. Ningchen walked at the front of the crowd and saw the source of the peeper sound. Dressed in rags and plain clothes like tiles, a slightly thin figure sat in the center of the crowd. Holding a peeper in her arms, she gently played it with her white jade fingers, bringing out bursts of good news and lingering sounds. What's surprising is that this woman's hair is as white as snowflakes, but it is a little dry and not soft anymore. This man lowered his head and played the peeper quietly in his hand, looking at everyone as if they were nothing. In an instant, he started singing, and the lingering sound lingered like clouds, like threads, like clouds, like smoke. The sound of the piano flowed through the hearts of everyone present like gurgling water. Ningchen also closed his eyes, listening to the wonderful sound of the pipa with great enjoyment. The sound of the pipa disappeared, but everyone present was still filled with emotion. It sounds so good. You play the pipa really well. I still want to hear it. The praises from everyone were endless, and when you listened carefully, there was only praise and no curse, and Ning Chen was left with endless aftertaste. Suddenly, a child came from the side and knelt down towards everyone, catching everyone off guard. I beg you, my lords, to reward me with a few yuan stones. My father died young, leaving me and my mother alone. My mother is seriously ill, her hair is white, and she is blind. She only has one skill left, and we have to rely on this skill to make a living. After the child finished speaking, he knelt down in front of everyone, which made it even more difficult for everyone to refuse. Forget it, give me one piece. Give me half a piece. Suddenly, everyone present was moved by the tragic experience and the tragic mother and son. The pity in their hearts rose up involuntarily. Then, half a piece of yuanshai, 1 piece of yuanshai, and 3 pieces of yuanshai were all thrown in front of the mother and son. In just a moment, there were dozens of yuanshai in front of the two, and the child hurriedly thanked them when he saw this. Thank you, everyone, thank you, everyone. The whole person knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, which was indeed a heartfelt thank you. After hearing her child's thanks, the child's mother hurriedly thanked everyone. Thank you, thank you. The voice was very weak, but gratitude and joy could be heard from it. As for Ningchen, he had no intention of taking out a yuanshai from beginning to end. He just watched quietly, sighing in his heart. Alas, the way for mortals to survive is so difficult. He sighed in his heart, but he could only sigh a little. When Ningchen was about to leave, he was stopped by a voice. Visgu master, can you give us some yuanshai? Ningchen looked down and naturally saw the child blocking his way. With a very innocent look, Ningchen quietly looked down at the child, who was only as tall as his own waist. The black eyes were as deep as ice, and the depth and gloom in them made the child feel a little uneasy. However, seeing Ningchen's appearance, he still had the courage to speak. Lord Gumaster, please give us some reward. Why should I give you yuan stone? The words that Ningchen spat out were like ice, without a trace of humanity. The child looked up at Ningchen, as if a little incredible. He couldn't believe that someone could hear the experience of their mother and son and not be shaken by it. Of course, if you think about it carefully, what Ning Chen said is indeed true. Why did Ning Chen give them the yuan stone? Just because they had a miserable life experience? Just because Ning Chen listened to a piece of music played by his mother? The child's lips murmured, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Ning Chen didn't say much when he saw this, and walked away slowly. Why are you like this? People's lives are so difficult. What can you do if you give them the primordial stone? A few yuan stones can't make you poor, and they can't make them rich, so what can you do if you give them to them? However, just as Ningchen was about to leave, a rather disturbing sound of condemnation fell into his ears. It turned out that it was the other people who had just gathered around to watch the performance. They did not disperse at this moment, but gathered around Ningchen, with contempt on their faces and spitting in their mouths. However, Ningchen didn't pay attention and let them condemn him behind him and left leisurely. When the child heard that so many people were condemning Ningchen, he immediately felt a surge of courage in his heart. He hurriedly ran towards Ningchen, hugged Ningchen's thigh, and sobbed softly. Please, Master Gumaster, just give us 2 yuan stones. Just 2. This scene fell into Ningchen's eyes, but it made Ningchen feel boundless and irritated. This innocent look was so disgusting and ugly in Ningchen's eyes. Yes, it is true that a few yuan stones are nothing to Ningchen. But why should he give it to a complete stranger? Just because they have miserable life experiences, do they need to be given yuan stone? Ordinary people may sympathize with their experience and may give them $1 or 2. As for Ningchen, he was a generation of demons. He came to watch simply because he thought he played the pipa well. As for the idea of AA sympathizing with them and helping them, He had never thought about it. "Give him $2. You can't die even if I give you $2. The condemnation on the side was even stronger, even with a hint of command. And their sanctimonious looks all fell into Ningchen's eyes. Ningchen looked around at them and smiled involuntarily. "It seems you don't know my identity." Immediately, a long knife with lightning suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand, and it suddenly slashed around. "Ah!" exclamation mark. The sound of condemnation turned into screams, and several arms of different shapes were chopped off by this casual blow. There were men and women among them, but Ningchen didn't care who he hit. After all, they were just a group of mortals. "Are you awake, everyone?" The electric knife dissipated in Ningchen's palm, and he looked around with a smile. The only response to Ningchen was cries of pain. At this moment, they may have remembered that the person in front of them was different from them. He was a Gyu master. The child was also stunned on the spot. He only felt a touch of moisture on his face. He stretched out his hand and touched the blood on his hand. He was stunned. He never imagined that Ningchen would dare to be so bold and wantonly hurt people in front of everyone. Immediately, a boundless chill began to spread in his heart. Kinga, after hearing the cries of pain, the woman quickly ran towards the child. He held the child in his arms, as if he was afraid that Ningchen would hurt him. But when Ningchen saw this, there was a somewhat playful smile in his eyes, and he asked knowingly, "You ran over there just now without even stopping, which means you're not blind, are you?" When everyone present heard this, they all froze on the spot. When the woman heard this, she was even more stunned, and then her delicate body trembled violently, and she raised her head and looked at Ningchen. Only now did Ningchen see the woman's appearance clearly. Her face is clear and beautiful, her hair is as white as snow, her lips are smooth, and her eyebrows are smooth. The only drawback is that the eyes are covered with a layer of white gauze, but they have a somewhat morbid beauty. Although Ningchen couldn't see her eyes, he was sure that her eyes were full of fear at the moment. This woman pursed her lips, as if she was trying to defend herself. "Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you, we are just too poor. Please you forgive us." When Ningchen saw this, he patted her shoulder with a smile on his face. Nothing. Although I can't give you the Yuan stone, I can give you a way to get rich. Do you listen?" "Listen, thank you, Master Gyu Master." When the woman heard this, she seemed to be reborn and quickly thanked Ningchen. Ningchen slowly removed the gauze from her eyes, and when he saw her full face, he sighed inexplicably. "Hey, she is indeed a beauty. Thank you for your compliment. Ningchen caressed her face quietly, and without waiting for her to finish speaking, he took out her 2 eyes, and she screamed again and again. My eyes, my eyes." Bang! Ningchen crushed the eyeball in his hand, leaving only a few pieces of meat residue, and a trickle of blood flowed through his fingers, but his smile became even bigger. "Look, you are really blind now, and you will definitely make more money from performing in the future. You deserve to die." The woman's originally beautiful face was now covered with 2 lines of blood and tears, and her beautiful eyes became 2 black holes at this moment, which was extremely fascinating. "Mother, you beast!" The child saw his mother in such a miserable state and cursed at Ningchen. Ningchen looked a little aggrieved and spread his hands. "Hey, I clearly gave you a way to make money, and you still scold me." "But my mother is blind." The child's face was full of resentment, and his eyes seemed to be spewing flames, and Ningchen suddenly realized, "Oh, this is my negligence. It's okay, I can still cure it." "Really? Then you The child's face also shed 2 lines of blood and tears. Ningchen also took off his eyeballs. "Just give your eyeballs to your mother." Ningchen's smile became even stronger, holding the 2 eyeballs, holding the woman's face, and pressing hard against the black eye sockets. Such rough method naturally made her feel unbearable pain, and she screamed, "It hurts." "Don't worry, it will be cured soon." And everyone looked at the mother and son who had lost their eyes, and their hearts were also mixed with emotions for a while. The screams continued, and it was annoying. Ningchen finally stuffed the child's eyes into the woman's eye sockets, but he showed some impatience. "Hi, I've kindly provided you with a way to make money, and I've cured your eyes. but you still keep screaming. Ugh! Ningchen stood up and looked down at the two people who covered their eye sockets and turned over and over because of the pain. Then, in his palm, lightning flashed, and a long sword transformed by lightning suddenly appeared in Ningchen's hand. Swish! The electric knife split the air, bringing a burst of explosions, and at the same time cut off the necks of the two people with a knife. The head was separated from the body and it was dead and could not die anymore. It's better to be quiet. Ningchen looked at their corpses and couldn't help but smile slightly, shaking off the blood on his hands. And the people who were still condemning just now were now silent, and regarded Ningchen as terrifying as a demon. Ningchen seemed to have not seen their gazes and left straight away, and they also made a way for Ningchen as if avoiding ghosts and gods. After leaving, Ningchen's eyes returned to coldness again, and he smiled faintly in his heart. Mortals really do everything they can to survive. How dare you deceive me, Agyu Master? Ningchen walked slowly towards the village, but when he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw several strange figures. There were about 4 or 5 people, all wearing white martial arts robes, which was completely opposite to the color of the martial arts robes of Guiyu village. However, Ningchen did not pay much attention to it. When he got closer, he saw a figure he didn't want to see. The man was dressed in white, cold like a fairy, with fluttering clothes and blue eyes like ice, as if he could not tolerate any dust. And this person was Bai Ningbing, who had a fierce battle with Ningchen before. As soon as he saw Bai Ningbing, Ningchen's brows were unconsciously frowned, and he was also trying to figure out Bai Ningbing's plan. The people around Bai Ningbing should be from the Beiji's High. Why did he bring so many people to Guiyu village? If he came to find me, would he need such a big scene? Ningchen was puzzled for a while. He only knew that the fierce battle left a deep impression on Bai Ningbing. At this moment, Bai Ningbing glanced casually, but it was this glance that noticed Ningchen. Immediately, a touch of joy climbed onto Bai Ningbing's face, and he said to the Beiji's High people next to him, "Hey, look, that's the Guiyu people I'm looking for." Others also looked at Ningchen after hearing this, looked him up and down, and studied him for a while. "This is the one you said can fight with you. Are you an ordinary Guiyu clan member? He doesn't look that good." "Yeah, he looks ordinary too." "Bai Ningbing, are you seeing things? This guy is only a second level one. How can he beat your current third-level cultivation?" The bronze plate on Ningchen's waist clearly showed his cultivation. Immediately, they were surprised, curious, and disdainful. But Bai Ningbing didn't respond to them, but sneered. "He is much better than you bunch of trash." When Guiyu, who was receiving several Bai family members, heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised and stunned. "Are they here to find Ningchen?" Bai Ningbing, a first-class genius, is here to find Ningchen, a third-class 50%. And it sounds like they have fought once before. It seems to be a draw. How is this possible? Guiyu really couldn't believe it. How could a C-level talent tie with an A-level talent? Bai Ningbing just looked at Ningchen, who was walking slowly with interest, laughing. "Long time no see." Ningchen didn't want to respond to him when he heard it, and passed by him. However, Bai Ningbing smiled in confusion when he saw it, and then laughed loudly at Guiyu. "Master Guiyu, the person I'm looking for is him." Guiyu also smiled slightly when he heard it, blocked Ningchen's way, and shouted softly, "This is a distinguished guest of Beiji's High. We can't neglect him." Ningchen had to turn around and greeted everyone with a very calm tone. "Hello. I heard that is it you who can tie with Bai Ningbing, the first genius of our village?" "It doesn't look that good." Ningchen's eyes were like water, and he was not shaken at all. After all, it was too shocking to tie with a Class A talent with a Class C talent. Naturally, it was inevitable to arouse the curiosity of everyone, but Ningchen did not respond to them. "He is Guiyu Ningchen, a second-level Guiyu master stationed in the northern mortal village of our village, with a Class C 50% talent." Seeing that Ningchen did not speak, Guiyu told everyone Ningchen's name and even his qualifications. After hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise, and their eyes showed a bit of disbelief, wandering between Bai Ningbing and Ningchen. When the Guiyu clan leader saw this, he became more curious and asked, What's going on? Gu clan leader, don't you know? It was this Ningchen who tied with Bai Ningbing of our village before. What? Exclamation mark. Gubo screamed, almost popping his eyes out, with indescribable shock in his heart. He was now certain that Ningchen had indeed tied with a Class A talent with a Class C talent. This was really shocking. Ningchen, tell me, is this true? Exclamation mark. Ningchen looked at the impatient Gubo, but his heart was as quiet as water, and he sighed. What they said is indeed good. I did draw with Bai Ningbing. When Gubo heard this, he felt a rush of blood rushing straight to his brain, making his eyes a little drowsy, his brain a little blurry, and he even became a little unsteady. Of course, it's not his fault. He defeated Bai Ningbing with a C-level qualification. This was a bit like a battle in a dream, but now it actually happened in reality. And we came here today only because of Bai Ningbing's insistence. The old man in white at the head spoke slowly and explained the reason for their coming, while Bai Ningbing behind him took a step forward and walked to Ningchen. Their eyes met, the two demons looked at each other. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing smiled, and her smile was quite kind. Ningchen, I can call you that, can? Ningchen nodded lightly, accepting Bai Ningbing's title. Ningchen, I have some doubts in my mind since the last battle, but I can't figure it out no matter how much I think about it, so I came to see you again. I have a hunch that as long as you and I fight again, this question will be answered. So I came here to declare a challenge. I hope that when summer and autumn change, you can fight with me. The location is up to you. Ningchen looked at Bai Ningbing, whose eyes were burning and whose body was trembling slightly with excitement, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Let me think about it.